Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents For Fallon by Soraya Naomi. Narrated by Elizabeth Russell and Tor Tom. Prologue. Love. It heals people as much as it can break them. In all its intensity and power, the need for it is the one thing we all have in common. It can make you exquisitely happy or tremendously sad. Falling in love causes emotional ecstasy. Falling out of it has the power to provoke sorrow and despair. Still, everyone fantasizes about it. Everyone dreams about it. Everyone cries about it. Everyone wants to feel it. But some distrust it. Some fear it. Some lie for it. Some want to control it. Nonetheless, everyone secretly craves it. Is there any other emotion which elicits so many contradictive feelings? Love can make our mouth smile, our eyes light up, our heart glow, and our body fiery. On the other hand, it also makes our mouth frown, our eyes cry, our heart blacken, and our body ache. It's one big imperfection because perfect love doesn't exist. Even so, without the sad, would we still feel the intensity of the happy? In reality, love must not suffocate, but must breathe on its own. More importantly, without trust, love is painfully insecure and it won't endure the obstacles life throws at you. But none of this matters when love is based on a lie. Based on a lie, love dies before it can ever blossom, and then it'll never have a chance to survive. Chapter 1. Fallon. I'm staring right back, I say to Tegan while focusing on the tall man in a designer suit who's watching me from the other end of the bar. The purple club lights are flashing around me as the music engulfs the room in a deep bass. I tap my fingers on my lips and trace the line of my lower lip with the pad of my thumb, not moving my gaze away from Mystery Man. But I can see Tegan shaking her head from the corner of my eye, and she holds up a compact from her purse as she chokes on her laugh. I interrupt our stare-off and look at Tegan. "What?" "Fallon, woman, check your mouth," she answers with an upward curl of her lips. Snatching the compact out of her hand, I hold it up to my face. Shit. I forgot about the red lipstick I'm wearing, which is currently smeared all over my mouth and giving me a crazed clown appearance. I try to restrain my smile regarding my ridiculous attempt at seduction and tug my best friend toward the ladies' room in the back of the club. Thankful that there's no line, we duck inside as Tegan clutches her stomach in amusement. "You're incredibly cute," she teases. "Thanks a lot, because I was so going for cute," I mutter sarcastically, turning my attention to the full-length mirror. For a 25-year-old, I have horrible flirting skills. After removing the remnants of my lipstick and adding just some nude-colored gloss to my lips, I finger the knots of my mahogany hair that flows down my lower back and tuck my side-swept bangs behind my ear. Then I take my black eye pencil out of my purse to line my amber-colored eyes. It's safer for me to draw the focus to my eyes instead of my mouth. Oh no, do you think the guy I was staring at saw that? He had to have seen my clown lips. I mentally facepalm myself when the man pops into my mind as I adjust my bra strap under my champagne cocktail dress. Tegan breaks out in a laugh again. "Get a grip, will you?" I say around a grin and toss my eye pencil back into my purse. I'm glad my non-existent seduction skills crack you up. Seriously, do you think he noticed? Coming closer to me, Tegan sprays some perfume behind her ear. "I don't think so. It's dark in the club. Let's go back out and see if he's still there, okay?" She offers as I catch her eyes in the mirror and frown. "Fallon Fallon Michaels, don't be a baby. Come on, don't be shy. It was funny, nothing more. She nudges my shoulder encouragingly and takes my hand in hers. Not wanting to be a party pooper, I plaster on my smile and walk back out first. As we move directly toward the illuminated bar, I suggest, let's get some drinks because now I desperately need to get drunk. But when I turn my head, Tegan's not with me anymore. I swiftly scan the room in search of her, but she's vanished in the masses of people. Still feeling a bit stupid, I continue on to the bar and order 2 vodka shots. I grab my phone from my purse that's hanging over my shoulder to text Tegan and find out where she's disappeared to, and see that it's midnight. We haven't even been here for an hour, and I've already lost her. All of a sudden, I feel a hand on my ass, and I spin around to be met with Tegan's bright gray eyes. Relieved that it's her, I motion to our vodka shots sitting on the bar. Are we getting drunk? Oh, I love drunk Fallon. She throws her hands in the air, wiggling her fingers in excitement. Handing her the shot, I toast. Yes, my friend, start loving me more. And I grimace as I swallow the alcohol down in one gulp. More shots? More shots? She yells mockingly. Is that a question? Hell yes. Always, and do I mean always. More shots. Apparently, my friend's already well on her way to Drunkville. She grips my hips with both hands and dances behind me while I order more drinks. I take 2 more shots, and Tegan downs 3 as she dances provocatively, eyeing the room for, I'm sure, a hookup. I glance around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Mystery Man. However, there's no one staring at me anymore. I'm still searching the bar when I spot Nick coming toward us. Nick works in the same building that I do, different company, and he and I kissed once at a party that the landlord threw for all of the tenants. It was not a memorable kiss, so I tentatively smile at him when he joins us. He's a nice guy, and we used to joke around a lot, but after that kiss, our relationship changed, and I've been avoiding him like the plague ever since. Tegan's head moves back and forth frantically between the 2 of us as he approaches. I know she recognizes Nick because I've pointed him out to her, and she knows the entire story, so I raise a brow to warn her not to embarrass me just before he stops in front of us. Hey, Nick, good to see you. This is my friend Tegan. I have a discouraging feeling that I'll regret this little introduction. Normally, Tegan tends to have no mouth filter. Drunk Tegan blurts out everything that's on her mind. Tegan and Nick shake hands, and Tegan makes the monumental mistake of uttering, Hi, so you're the infamous Nick. I've heard a lot about you. See? No mouth filter. And on top of that, she has the audacity to wink at me. Hi, Fallon. Great to see you, too. And it's nice to meet you, Tegan. But I didn't know I was infamous, Nick retorts conceitedly to me. This is even worse than what I anticipated for her to blurt out. I need to have a chat with this woman about girl code. I may have mentioned Nick a few times, but that was prior to the kiss, and Tegan knows quite well how much I've regretted it. She saunters away, beaming at me, leaving me alone with him, and Nick takes Tegan's comment as his cue to start a conversation. Wanting to get out of this situation immediately, I turn around and rudely start to move away, only to collide directly into another guy. And I do mean collide into, face and hand. My face is pressed against a well-toned chest, and my left hand is lodged between us, inadvertently touching his groin. For the love of God! I've reached the highest level of mortification because I'm definitely copping a feel here, and this guy, dressed in an impeccable suit, is either well-endowed or maximally packing. A fresh, intoxicating citrus scent washes over me, and neither of us moves. He's still as a statue, except for the brushing of his chest against mine, which I'm all too aware of. I have to look up since he towers over me, and I feel his minty breath sweep over my face. Eyes in a deep shade of green, rimmed with the blackest lashes, stare back at me. People walking past us force us closer. His light stubble caresses my cheek, and we both take a deep breath from the contact. I take a step back and rest a hand on his taut bicep as his face tilts downward so that he can continue to gaze into my amber irises. A grin tugs at the corner of his lips, but it doesn't reach his eyes. His controlled stare doesn't release me from its hold. Strands of his wavy, dark brown hair fall attractively over his forehead. I can still hear the music pumping, but no voices are audible. His hand shoots out to hold my hip, and his warm grip heats my body slowly from the point of contact. A hint of recognition, or possibly bewilderment, flickers across his face. He doesn't push me away, nor do I push him away. I'm too distracted by his touch. In my inebriated state, I belatedly realize that he is Mystery Man. Only just as suddenly as we met, he releases me as if I burned him and leaves with a few determined strides. Meanwhile, my head is spinning from the shots Tegan and I consumed, so I look around for my friend as I head back toward the bar, where I come eye to eye with Nick again. He incoherently whispers something into my ear, and I'm immediately irritated because Nick's smell of liquor and a nauseating cologne is overriding the lingering, appealing citrus scent. When he grabs my waist, I shove his hands away. "Yes," I say, distracted, while continuing to search the room for Tegan. I see her bouncing around on the dance floor and turn back to Nick to say goodbye, but he looks amazed by my answer. I need to stop saying yes and no out of habit just to shut people up and start asking, "What did you say?" like a normal person. "Okay," he screams into my ear. Confused, I ask, "What okay?" He grins broadly. "You can't back out now. You've already agreed to a date." Why can't this guy read body language? I'm definitely not acting interested, am I? He has me questioning myself now. Although one too many shots might have diminished my assertiveness, because ordinarily I'd just tell him I'm not interested. The second Tegan notices me, I wave her back over. She obediently comes my way, probably knowing she has some making up to do after leaving me hanging with Nick, and jumps into my arms. "I accidentally agreed to a date. You better help me get out of it, or you're going on that date with me," I quickly whisper into her ear. I'll handle it," she slurs, but covers her mouth with her hand as her eyes become huge. She holds up her forefinger, signaling for me to wait a second. Is she going to be sick? Do we need to go to the bathroom? Tegan swallows dramatically. Ew, that's disgusting, Tegan. I wasn't really sick. I just wanted to mess with you. She throws her arms around me. I have to use the bathroom now. As she goes, I grab her upper arm to stop her. You were going to help me with Nick. Tegan chews her bottom lip. Yeah, I got nothing now. When I come back, I'll have a devious plan to get rid of Dickie. She giggles ridiculously hard at her own joke. I glance back at Nick over my shoulder, checking to see if he overheard. Since he's still flashing me his teeth, odds are he's oblivious. Tegan leaves for the bathroom, and I'm still stuck with Nick. We stand awkwardly together at the bar, and he constantly touches my arm and hip as he talks to me, but I gently ease his hands off me every time. Look, Nick, I'm sorry, but I'd rather not go on a date. He doesn't reply, and I start to fidget with the hem of my dress. When I peer over his shoulder, I'm met with a set of familiar, alluring green eyes at the end of the bar, which are fixated on my every move with Nick, observing it all. He tilts his head and arches one brow in silent question. Need any help? I nod, and he speaks to his friend who's leaning with his back against the bar. The other guy swivels around to look at me and shakes his head slowly. He's obviously not agreeing with Mystery Man's intention to intervene. Mystery Man ignores his friend and walks right up to Nick and me to place an arm around my waist, tucking me gently into his side so that I'm encased in his one-arm embrace. His breath strokes over my temple as he speaks. I'm taking her for a dance. His deep, throaty voice exudes sensuality, and it fits him perfectly. Then he scowls at Nick, daring Nick to defy him, and his intimidating stance has Nick backing off instantly before he leads us both away with his arm secured around my middle as he shows me an enthralling sidelong grin. Just as I'm about to ask his name, he stops. You're welcome, he whispers against my ear, and again he strolls away. Everything in my world is currently happening in slow motion because of the alcohol partying in my system. I didn't even get his name, but he did cleverly take me to Tegan, who's exiting the bathroom, and drags me back to the bar, where luckily there's no Nick in sight. I say we need one more shot. Tegan's practically hanging over the counter. 2 more vodka shots, bartender. I hope we remember this night tomorrow. I clink my glass with hers, and we toss them back simultaneously. Tegan rushes me to the dance floor to show off her moves, but after that one dance, I feel waves of nausea in my stomach. I don't think that last shot was our best idea. I'm ready to leave. Her nose scrunches up, and she nods her head slowly in agreement. We cling to each other as we trudge to the exit. Tegan, we have to get our coats. I blink profusely to try to correct my blurry vision. Tegan's too tired and drunk to speak in her state. Hurriedly, I seat her on a stool near the line so that I can retrieve our coats. Her eyes close, and I don't want to leave her. I glance around, still holding her up in her seat to prevent her from tumbling forward, and I'm taken aback when Mystery Man appears in front of me. Can I help you, ladies? He seems genuinely concerned, looking past me to Tegan. Tegan, who's suddenly wide awake, gawks at him. Shit, you're hot! And she's out again, face falling forward. I feel the need to apologize, but the corner of his lip quirks up, so I stay silent. Help? He repeats. Yes, please. Could you get our coats while I stay with my roommate? I request hesitantly. Of course. The rich timbre of his voice mesmerizes me. I hand him my token for our coats, and his hand brushing against mine causes a powerful tingling to surge through me. I'll be right back. And off he goes. I assume it's going to take forever because a bunch of people are standing in line, but to my surprise, he's actually back within a minute with both our coats. Wow, you're fast! He holds my coat out for me to put on, and when he touches the bare skin on my arms and neck, I feel that surge of excitement again. We then help Tegan into hers. I'll get you a cab, he comments, giving me no room to argue as he assists Tegan when she staggers to her feet, and I follow as he guides her outside. He puts Tegan into the back seat of a cab and keeps the door open, motioning for me to get inside. Thanks for your help. I prompt him for his name. Luca. Thank you for your help, Luca. You're welcome. Now he wants to know my name. Fallon. Fallon, he murmurs and encloses my cold hand within his 2 warm ones, rubbing it gently. Where do you need to go, Fallon? I can take it from here. I don't want to give a stranger my address. He grins and his brows furrow for a second before I slip into the cab next to an already snoring Tegan. Luca closes the door and hands the driver a 50. Take the ladies home and wait until they're inside their house to leave. He gives too much money for the short 10-minute drive from the bar to our condo on West Jackson Boulevard. While I find it endearing that he doesn't press for my address and make sure he gives enough money to the cab driver, I start to object. "No, Luca, that's too much." "Fallon." He opens my door again, bending down so that we're face to face, and he appealingly brushes back his hair with one hand. "Don't worry. I only want to make sure you get home safely." His stare is focused on my mouth. I want to glide my fingers through his thick hair. His sculpted lips and deep green irises with tiny flecks of gold make me gravitate toward him. The world around me dwindles away as he inches closer. I hear nothing but our intensified breathing while his tantalizing cologne breezes around me. Lowering my gaze, I clutch my purse on my lap to stop myself from pushing my hands into the small V of his dress shirt. With his hot breath on my ear, Luca whispers, "Well, I truly enjoyed your seduction skills. I prefer my women more natural. Your luscious lips don't need red lipstick, Fallon." I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, but I can't refrain from smiling, even though I feel somewhat embarrassed. When I finally do look at Luca, he's already stepped back. After closing the door, he throws me a wink as the cab drives away.
Chapter 2. Luca. I text Adriano to come outside the club as I round the corner and transfer my handgun from the front to the back of my pants. That was a close call when Fallon crashed right into me, and for the first time in years, I was thrown off guard. Unable to move, I kept her still in front of me so that she wouldn't discover or reveal my gun. When I caught her sparkling eyes and lush mouth, the ability to look away failed me. In addition, her smooth legs and curvaceous silhouette made my curiosity prevail. I needed to touch the flare of her hip. Fallon. Her picture doesn't do her justice. In the flesh, she's quite the vixen, yet not. Observing her every move since we spotted her in the club, I saw a calmness in her attitude, an air of innocent mischief in the graceful way she carried herself. A woman intriguing enough to simply watch dancing with her loud friend. However, Fallon doesn't give her address to strangers, and she's careful in her interactions. This could pose a problem for me, since I need to gain her trust. Adriano comes barging out of the club, and I lift my hand to signal him over. "What the fuck was that?" he practically yells. "Tone it down." He steps closer to me. "What the hell was that for?" I shrug. I made contact, didn't I? Adriano perks a brow. "That was my job. Guess she wasn't interested in my ugly muck." Apparently not. She'll take some work, though, but she has made tonight a lot more fun. His expression shifts into one of comical disapproval. "Be careful with that one. You guys were eye-fucking the shit out of each other." Maybe I'd like to do more than that, I say with a deep groan, surprising even myself. "Do someone tonight at the house. We have enough hot brunettes available for you." "Not tonight. We have more work. Come on." Adriano and I travel down the sidewalk toward our second assignment of the night. She didn't want to give me her address, so I have to tread carefully. I'm going to the coffee shop where she hangs out tomorrow. I need some intel, quick. And I'm also looking forward to eye-fucking Mrs. Michaels some more. A few streets down from the club, we see our target exiting a cafe, after we've staked it out for half an hour. The idiot stumbles right into the dimly lit alley to snort some coke. Adriano stays put at the entrance to the alley to cover me as I approach him and I pull my gun out. "Mr. Brandon." A startled Brandon spins around to me with wide eyes when he hears my voice. White powder smeared all over his nose. "D'Emiliano," he spits. The drugs have given him some attitude. When I slowly crowd him, he retreats until his back hits the wall. It's Mr. D'Emiliano to you. I hold my gun up between us, uninterestedly eyeing my piece. "I thought we told you 2 days ago to bring in the payment from your boss to my soldier. James and I have been waiting patiently for you." I don't know anything about a payment," he stutters. Really? And that is, I point my gun to the coke that's fallen on the pavement. Not our money you're generously snorting. This guy is pathetic, trembling and sweating excessively, giving away all his answers with simply his body language. Let's call Giacomo Leggia together then. Maybe your boss can explain what happened. No, he implores. I'll get you the money. I tap the barrel of my gun against his temple twice. It's too late now. You should have used your head before you decided to keep my money. I can have it for you by tomorrow. How stupid does he think I am? I'm going to let Leggia finish his idiot soldier. So I lie to Brandon. I'm in a good mood today. You have until tomorrow. I tuck my gun back into my pants and meet Adriano at the alley entrance. Did you call Leggia and tell him that Brandon is here? Yes, he's on his way. His capo will be here within minutes. Adriano smokes a cigarette as we stand watch until Leggia's capo arrives. The lights of a car round the corner, heading toward us. I greet the capo with a chin dip as he steps out of his car, and Adriano and I leave, content to allow Leggia to take care of his own dirty work.
Chapter 3. Fallon. I wake up feeling unexpectedly well when my bedroom door opens and Tegan places a cup of tea on my nightstand. "Morning," she says cheerily. Her dirty blonde hair looks wildly disheveled, like it's been electrocuted. "Morning. I see someone hasn't been affected by the amount of alcohol she consumed last night. Except for your hair," I tease. A fond smile crosses her face. I bet she doesn't remember how we got home, and she wants to know what happened last night. "I'm feeling surprisingly good, considering I have no memory of how I ended up in my bed. And since it's only 10, I'm thinking it wasn't a late night for us." She looks at me expectantly, waiting for me to fill in the blanks. Sitting up, I sip my tea. "Those last shots killed you. We were home at 3. You were snoring in the cab." "That sounds like me." She combs her fingers through the knots in her hair. "Want to go out for breakfast?" "Sure, let's leave in an hour." "Excellent. And I must warn you, I do remember a guy putting my coat on me. I'll be drilling you about who that was." Tegan laughs as she struts into the bathroom. I shower after Tegan's done with her morning routine and barely have any time to put on light makeup and blow-dry my long hair. I rapidly brush on some black mascara, accentuating my already long eyelashes. And because I never leave home without mascara and earrings, I open one of my 4 jewelry cases and peruse the contents, deciding on my silver triangle cutout drop earrings for today. "Fallon, come on, I'm going to die. I'm hungry," Tegan yells from the kitchen. Okay, I'm done." As I run into the living room while fastening the second earring, she's already at the door putting on her coat. I grab my purse and jacket before we start toward the coffee and pastry shop around the corner. Inside the shop, we take a seat at our usual spot by the window, and I scan the menu. I'm going to order those English muffins with butter and strawberry jam. It's the weekend, so I can have carbs. During the week, I deny myself carbs because I have such a sweet tooth that I need to control my eating habits a little. But this morning, I long for a sweet and filling breakfast. "Good choice. I'm getting them too," Tegan decides. We order the muffins with tea, and as both of us are silently enjoying our meal, a feeling of serenity settles in my soul. I feel at home here in the Loop in downtown Chicago, and while I had a wonderful time growing up in Lake Forest, I always wanted to live in the Loop. Tegan and I grew up together, and when we came to study at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, we first lived in one of the Institute's residence halls. After I earned my master's degree in studio and writing, and Tegan her photography degree, we moved to our condo. Not long after we moved in, Tegan found her job as a photographer at a studio close by. Tegan realized she wanted to be a photographer when we were in middle school. I, on the other hand, wanted to study something different every month. However, when Roald Dahl introduced me to the world of witches disguised as elegant ladies and the chocolate factory that's every kid's dream, books became an integral part of me. Reading is the one hobby that stuck with me, and it not only stuck, it's become a full-blown obsession where I'll cancel appointments to stay home, cooped up with a book. My book obsession convinced me to find a path in life that somehow involved the written word, and this, thankfully, narrowed down my choices regarding my education. I attended the broadest writing program I could find, studio and writing, and that's how I ended up as a copywriter for charity events, where we organize events to raise money for various nonprofit organizations. How's everything going with the yearly orphan event? Are you already working on that project, or haven't you started yet? Tegan has a habit of firing questions at me. We're just in the beginning stages of that event. It's in August, and since it's only February now, we have almost 7 months to organize everything. We're already selling the tables for impressive amounts, so I'm positive we'll raise a huge amount of money. So many sponsors have been attracted to it that we have a surprisingly high budget to work with. Well, in relation to the tight budgets I'm used to, anyway. I think your boss is one of the biggest sponsors of most of the projects, Tegan utters with a full mouth. I think Alex sponsors most of the projects, too. I always thought he was a rich kid, but he doesn't come from a wealthy family. I actually couldn't find any information on him online. I want to know where his fortune comes from. Not everything can be found on the internet, she mockingly declares and finishes her muffin with a few huge bites. Having no retort, I stick my tongue out. Good one. I think there's still some vodka in your system which negatively affects your argumentative side, she jokes softly with a faraway look in her eyes. Probably. It does make me feel better when we blame the vodka. Tasting my tea, I notice Tegan starting to slouch forward in her seat slightly. All of a sudden, a sad expression takes over her face. Fal, I've received an offer to work abroad for a year. What? The studio wants me to work in the European office for a year. One photographer with a long-term contract has left unexpectedly, and they don't want to train a newbie. The Europe office contacted the Chicago studio, and my boss offered me the position. It only came up last Wednesday, and I wanted a few days to consider before I told you. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But because the photographer left so abruptly, they need a new photographer to start as soon as possible. The current project has been on hold for days, and the delay is costing the studio a fortune. I'm simply shocked that she's leaving. Wrinkles crease her forehead. Please say something. I'm surprised. I quickly add, I'm happy for you, of course, but I'm going to miss you. Where in Europe? London. It's for a year, and then they'll review my contract. The studio arranges everything for me, including housing. You can visit me. Tegan reaches for my hand. I look at our hands clasped together on the table, and instantly my eyes water. I'm honestly happy for you, but I'm going to miss you. We've done everything together for years. When do you leave? Still in a minor state of shock, I stare at my muffin, appetite gone. I have to leave in 2 weeks. But Fallon, I'll take care of everything. You don't have to get another roommate. I dismiss her comment. I'm not worried about that. I'm going to be lonely without you at first. I confess my feelings without holding back. We'll talk often. I'll come back here. And you have to visit me in London. It's not like we won't see each other for a year. I feel selfish talking about my feelings right now. We should celebrate. I'm so proud of you. How do you feel? I'm scared, but the good kind of scared. You're the first person I've told the news. It's beginning to dawn on me that it's really happening. I'm moving to London, baby! You're moving up in the world. I want to hear all about it. But first, I need another tea. Earl Grey for you too? I stand up, but then hurriedly sit again. Tegan looks confused and cranes her neck to see what or who caused me to sink back down. I motion my hands up and down frantically. "No, don't look yet," I whisper shout. Her brows draw together. "Okay, what's going on?" "The guy who put your coat on you last night, the guy I was going to tell you about after the shock of your leaving wore off, is standing at the counter."
So?
Clearly, she's still confused. "Well, Coat Guy is Mystery Man, is Luca, who flirted with me when he put us in the cab home." Her eyes widen in intrigue. "Now it's becoming interesting. Luca flirted with the clown?" she teases, unceremoniously loudly. Luca, and everyone else in the coffee shop, turns when he hears the commotion that is Tegan. A lazy grin is directed at me, and I dip my chin slightly in greeting before his attention drifts back to the counter. "Okay, you can look now," I mumble to Tegan. Her head spins around and then back to me.
"I can't see him very well. Let me get some sugar from the other table."
She stands up and discreetly checks out Luca and comes back immediately.
"You definitely had a wet dream about him."
She leans in closer.
"He's your type, the dark hair and green eyes."
I can't deny that. I give her the down and dirty version of our flirting. "First, I bumped into him and accidentally copped a feel. Dear God, he's well endowed. Then he helped me evade Nick and saw to us when we left. He paid the driver and told me that he liked his women natural, that I didn't need red lipstick." I smile because I think that was an excellent move. Tegan claps her hands softly while beaming.
"Seems like Luca has a way with the words,"
she chants. Then abruptly she frowns.
"Where was I when this happened?"
"You were snoring next to me." I touch her nose affectionately.
"How sexy of me. To make it up to you, I'm going to leave you two alone now."
She throws a 10 on the table and gets up to leave. It's very coincidental that he's here now. I practically live in this shop, and this is the first time I've seen him here. She lifts a brow, giving me a "woman, please" look of disdain.
"Don't overthink it. Maybe you just never noticed him before. He'll come to you. I have to leave now or it'll look suspicious. Make me proud."
"Okay, Sherlock. We'll talk more when I get home, right?"
"Of course. I'll see you in a few."
Tegan hurries out the door. I continue sipping my tea and watch Luca, who walks over to my table with a coffee in hand. In the daylight, he's even more irresistibly handsome. He has a commanding posture that isn't intimidating, yet it strangely is, adding to his already ridiculous sex appeal. He obviously works out, but isn't too bulked. Nevertheless, his strength is evident in every move he makes. I'm not usually the type to ogle a man, but even I am not immune to him, and kind of like the fact that he singles me out while several women in the shop are gawking at him as he and I only look at one another. "Good morning, Fallon," Luca greets, his tone husky. "Morning, Luca. Isn't this a nice coincidence?" I tilt my head slightly, giving away my doubt about how non-coincidental this might actually be. "It is." He ignores my inferred suspicion and points to the chair Tegan's just vacated. "Can I join you?" "Please do." Luca sets the coffee on the table, removes his coat to hang over the back of the chair, and takes his seat. He's immaculately dressed for a Sunday morning in his black dress pants and light blue button-up. And he also doesn't look like someone who went clubbing the night before. His wavy dark hair is neatly combed back, and a light beard covers his jaw. His unshaven look doesn't make him look scruffy, but rather dashing. "I hope I didn't scare your friend away." A smirk crosses his face, and he drinks his coffee while holding my gaze over the rim of his cup. But he doesn't wait for me to answer before continuing. "Did you have a good night's sleep? You and your friend were intoxicated." "Quite intoxicated." Yes, we were actually up early. He's silent, as if he's waiting for me to keep going, so I add, we woke up and came here for breakfast. Luca's demeanor slightly relaxes. This guy makes me feel both comfortable and uncomfortable simultaneously. Did you have a good time at the bar after we left? All I want to know is if he hooked up with someone. A crooked smile follows. I actually left right after you. I'm not a clubber. A friend of mine dragged me there. As he leans forward in a slow, controlled manner, his cologne reaches me, and I recognize the citrus scent, just as divine as I remember. Although I am glad I went last night. I was lucky enough to see you 5 times in one evening. He leans back and stretches his long legs. The wooden tables are small and round, so it's impossible to not touch the person sitting across from you. His legs entrap mine, making me heatedly aware of the point of contact. I shift in my seat, inadvertently bumping against him, and while my entire body is slowly igniting, he doesn't react at all. 5? I think we saw each other 4 times. I distinctly recall seeing him when I still had on my red lipstick, when I bumped into him, when he got me away from Nick, and lastly, at the exit. No, Fallon. Luca traces his cup with his fingers and changes his posture, trapping me tighter in his legs and presenting every movement of his body in such a skillful manner that he has me hypnotized. I saw you at the entrance. I saw you with your red lipstick when you flirted with me. He doesn't even attempt to mask his grin. And he's direct. Please don't remind me of that moment. I saw you when you couldn't get away from some guy fast enough and you accidentally copped a feel of me. He raises his eyebrows suggestively. Evidently, he's enjoying mentioning that little fact to me. I had the pleasure of having you up close and personal to get you away from that same guy, and I watched you swaying on the dance floor with your friend. There goes my futile attempt to hide my smile, but my phone that's been lying on the table interrupts us, and we both glance at my screen. I'm surprised when I see Danny's name appear. Danny was my first serious boyfriend. We dated for 2 years when I was 17, and we've barely had any contact since we broke up, so I let it ring and shift my gaze back to Luca. I actually saw you 6 times, he adds while brushing his legs ever so lightly against mine. Let's not forget I put you into a cab. I'm slowly starting to perspire from the innocent touch of our bodies, but the intimacy doesn't seem to be registering with him. Either that or he's extremely smooth, because I can't identify the meaning of his expression. I lean in closer just to have our lower bodies connect more and feel his warmth seeping through his clothes. Lucky you, I tease, but notice a guy standing in front of the window keeping an eye on us. Is that a friend of yours? I point toward the guy. I'm not positive if it's the same friend that was with him at the club. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he sighs. Yes, he's waiting for me. I should go. It was lovely seeing you again, Fallon. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear before he rises. Again, such an intimate gesture that doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. With his coat back on, Luca bends and places a feather-light kiss on the inside of my hand. I close my hand, sealing his kiss in my palm. His chivalrous behavior is setting the butterflies free in my stomach. For the 3rd time, I'm stunned by him. When he exits the shop, his friend doesn't seem to be happy with him, but Luca keeps his focus on me until they disappear around the corner. Once I arrive back home to our 2-bedroom apartment, I throw my keys and purse on the table and drop down on the cream couch next to Tegan. I decorated the entire place with light colors, including cream curtains and white accent pieces that complement the birch hardwood floors. She turns off the television and grabs a magazine from the coffee table.
Someone was shot, found dead, near the club we went to last night.
I distantly acknowledge her news as I remove my jacket. Tegan opens her magazine, and without looking up, she asks,
And?
"And what?"
What did Luca say?
"Not much. He left right after you," I inform. We see each other, flirt, and then nothing. She turns the pages in rapid succession.
That guy, I would do. Just saying.
I ignore her comment. I actually want to continue our conversation from earlier. How long until you leave? Tegan follows me when I go into the small contemporary kitchen to start the electric kettle. She hands me 2 mugs and my favorite tea, Earl Grey.
I'm going to accept the offer tomorrow, she answers. My boss told me that if I do accept, they'll arrange all the documentation quickly and want me on a plane to London ASAP.
After pouring the water and then placing the tea bags into the cups, I stand opposite my friend. "How long?" I emphasize.
Within 2 weeks,
she mutters, turning away from me to throw the tea bags into the sink.
2 weeks?
I shriek while I get the bags from the sink and toss them into the trash can. That's so soon. Although I'm not going to miss cleaning up after your butt. Just throw the bags in the trash when you're finished. It's not that difficult.
Yes, Mom,
Tegan replies, rolling her eyes.
Tomorrow I'll know more, okay? I'll fill you in about everything, I promise. Let's watch movies and order in tonight. I might be feeling a little hungover.
As we take our teas back to the couch, Tegan lies down and I cover her with a blanket. I was wondering how long it would take for you to admit it. I laugh and get my phone from my purse, and when I see the missed call from Danny, I update Tegan. Guess who called me today? Danny. Her head whips around. When? What did he want? I don't know. I didn't answer. I was with Luca. I'm hesitant to return his call because I have nothing to say to him. We didn't have a bad breakup. I just rarely think of him. If it's something important, I'm sure he'll call again. I'm not interested in calling him back.
Good. That guy was so boring. Most boring first boyfriend award goes to Danny.
He wasn't boring, I defend while sitting down on the couch. Just not memorable. My phone chimes in, and I see my mom's name flashing across the screen. Tegan quietly laughs.
It's the same, you weirdo.
Shut it, I mouth to her before answering my phone. Hi, Mom. Hi, sweetheart. Your father and I are planning a vacation, but I didn't know when you were going to come visit us. Where are you going? Your father found a 6-week round trip from Australia to North Asia. It's a cruise from Sydney to Japan and China. My parents travel at least twice a year, so I'm not surprised that they're already searching for somewhere else to go after just returning from Mexico. That sounds wonderful. I haven't made any plans to visit. You guys can book the trip. I'll come either before or after your vacation. My father is mumbling in the background. Okay, sweetie, I'll call you later. We're going to check when the best time to visit Australia is. Bye, Mom. With the knowledge that Tegan will be leaving soon and no plans for the rest of the day, she and I enjoy the remainder of our lazy Sunday by hanging out on the couch and watching movies together. Chapter 4. Fallon. Exactly 2 weeks later, Tegan's legal documentation is ready, and I'm standing at O'Hare International Airport, reluctant to let my best friend go. You call me any time you want to talk, day or night. I take Tegan's hand in mine.
I will, promise. I'll call you when I land. I'm excited and scared at the same time.
That's good. It'll keep you sharp the first few days. Don't ever doubt yourself. You're chasing your dreams. You're seizing opportunities, living the life.
Stop it. You're going to make me cry.
She peers around at the hundreds of people, all going to different places in the world. When I notice her teary eyes, I squeeze her hand reassuringly. You have to stand in line. And don't forget to get some treats to eat on the plane." She winks with a sad yet hopeful smile.
I'm on it.
We hug it out one more time before Tegan collects her carry-on bag and walks through customs, blowing me a kiss. Amused, I catch it and wave. She motions for me to go away, so I mock salute her and turn to go home. Alone. I take a cab back to the Loop, but instead of going to the condo, I seek out the coffee shop around the corner to treat myself to a pastry. It's probably busy this Saturday afternoon. I hope they still have warm muffins. The shop actually isn't crowded, and my spot by the window's free. After ordering my usual muffin and Earl Grey tea, at the counter, I proceed to the table. I want to delay going home to my empty apartment for as long as possible, so I get my e-reader out of my purse because this is the perfect time for my romance novel. Nothing enlightens my life more than reading about fictional love in all its drama and beauty. Sometimes the simple things in life can bring me unimaginable joy. The waitress comes over with my order, but I'm already consumed by my book. Without glancing away from my e-reader, I reach for my tea, but pull back abruptly when I touch a hand. And I look up into powerful green eyes that have been popping up in my thoughts for the past 2 weeks. Sitting across from me, touching my teacup, is Luca. I rest my fist on my chest and expel a loud breath. "You scared me." Tension in the lines of his profile make me wonder if he's upset. "What has you so highly oblivious to your surroundings, Fallon?" I was exaggerating when I said he scared me, although he did frighten me a little. But I'm also pleased to see him again. I point to my reader. A novel. He tilts his head to the side. "I saw. You've been engrossed in that book for 10 minutes. I couldn't get your attention." Just as I remember, he exudes this raw, intense charm. His hair is slightly in disarray, which only adds to his masculine good looks. When he leans his muscular body closer to hand me my tea, I'm aware of his every move. The gentle touch of our hands causes the tiny hairs along my arms to rise. "Let me greet you properly. Hey, Fallon, I've been hoping to run into you again, and I believe my luck has changed for the positive." Luca rubs his hand leisurely over his mouth, hiding his smile in a sensual motion. Crossing his long legs in front of him, he then holds up my phone in his hand. Shocked, I scan the table and realize that he took my phone before I noticed he was there. I was so immersed in my novel that I didn't even see it happen. I charge forward to grab it from him, but he's quicker and pulls it back, eyeing me with both brows raised. "You need to be more mindful of your surroundings, Fallon. If I had dishonorable intentions, I could have stolen it." He begins to type, his number, I presume and hope, into my phone. "I think you're the only person who has any interest in it." I lean forward to check what he's typing. "What are you doing?" Unless he's entering his information, I want it back now. His gaze shoots up to mine for a second, surprised, before he continues handling my device. "You never know who might be interested in your belongings. And since I was stupid enough to forget to ask for your number, I'm now programming my number in here." Do add all your info, all your social media, birthday. I ramble, inquiring about his age without actually asking as I switch off my e-reader, storing it in my purse. "I don't have social media. I have an aversion to it," he replies. "How can you have an aversion to social media?" "It's too much hassle, so I never bothered to create any accounts. Well, personal accounts." There are still people without a social media account? Who would have thought? I muse. "And I'm 29, by the way." He lifts my phone to his ear and announces, "I'm calling myself." By all means. I motion my hand toward him, but he isn't waiting for approval. I thought he'd be 27 or 28, although he did seem older when I first looked up and was met by darker eyes that gave him a disconcerted edge instead of his vivid green ones. As I take a bite of my muffin, which is deliciously buttery, a moan escapes me. Yet I freeze when I note that he's sitting eerily still. "Please stop moaning," Luca speaks quietly. Smiling, I take another tasty bite. But you have no idea how good this is. "I'm getting the idea." And finally, his legs entrap mine just like that first time we met here. I've been secretly waiting for him to touch me. "Here, take a bite and tell me that's not good," I dare him, presenting my muffin. To my astonishment, he leans forward, grabs my wrist, and takes a bite, keeping his long fingers secured around my wrist and his eyes fixated on me while he chews unhurriedly. Now it's his turn to moan. "Good, right?" I wait expectantly for his answer. "You do know good food," he concedes. This time, the intimacy of our interaction does register with him. Slowly, he releases my wrist from his hold, but not my stare. This man is becoming even more dashing, alluring me with his debonair composure. I'm simply intoxicated by him. The smirk pulling at his lips betrays that he senses it too. There's an attraction simmering beneath the surface like I've never felt before. It's burning inside me. Unfortunately, Luca is the first to look away at the snow outside, whitening the streets of the loop. So I finish my muffin and drink my tea. The lack of conversation feels remarkably relaxed, and we're both obviously not searching to fill the silence with meaningless talk. When I sip my tea, he asks, "Another one?" "No thanks, I should go home." Luca cocks his head and mentions suddenly, "I do believe we've established that we're going to have an unconventional relationship." He uses the word relationship fleetingly and without flinching. This guy is constantly in control of his movements, and it's challenging to determine whether he's pleased or not about our relationship. "Why unconventional?" "Because you went to third base the first time we met, before we ever had a date. We're doing things backward." Now he's evidently pleased because a wide grin is being directed at me. "Is this a date?" "Yes," he answers resolutely. "But I will take you out on a proper date, Fallon." I wait for him to continue, but the actual asking me out on a date doesn't happen. So I repeat, "Okay, well, I'm going home." Before I have time to open my wallet, Luca has already settled the check and is holding out my coat for me to put on. "Are you here often?" "I am." I don't elaborate as I turn my back to him and slide my arms into my coat. Let him call me for a date. "Bye, Luca." I offer him my sweetest sidelong smile and take a step to leave, but he halts me with both hands on my shoulders, pulling me back against his well-toned chest, and I get a smirk in return. Bending his head, he grazes the shell of my ear with his lips. "I'll see you soon, Fallon." And he glides his hands down my arms before releasing me. A pleasant shiver runs up my spine while I take the 2-minute walk to my condo with a smile plastered on my face. Once I'm home and faced with a lonely apartment, I sigh, missing Tegan's presence already, so I check the time on my phone. In a couple of hours, Tegan will be landing.
Chapter 5. Luca. I watch Fallon leave the copy shop confidently. It's refreshing to be around a woman who doesn't throw herself at me. She's fucking sexy without even knowing it. She's becoming impossible to resist, and a throbbing down below is pushing me to have her. The last time I was here, Adriano ominously waiting in front of the coffee shop blew my game. I needed to talk to her alone, but couldn't with him here, so I left. And now his unease is growing, because he's sensing that my interest in her is more than professional. But my friend in Capo is in Crystal Lake today, which has given me time to visit Fallon while he's not around. I came in with one goal: get to her phone. Mission accomplished. I didn't even need to talk to her, because she made it too easy for me to access it. As I observed Fallon reading her book, she was unaware of me. So I snatched the phone from the table, searched for information on it, and found one thing of importance that confirmed my suspicion. I could have discreetly put the phone back in its original place, since Fallon was lost in that e-reader. Yet, instead, I sat there for 10 minutes, studying her. How she constantly brushes back her hair behind her ear. How she refuses to stop reading for even a second. How the side of her sexy mouth turns up just a little when she reads something comical. How her face flushes as she, I assume, reads something sensual. One guy passed her, gawking at her beautiful downturned face while she was oblivious. And he was walking up to Fallon when I decided to make my presence known to her. So I shot him a look, telling him to fuck off, and he scurried away. My musings are interrupted when one of my phones vibrates in my pocket. Yes? I need you here. Legia wants to talk to the underboss or the boss. James won't come. Adriano informs me. Which means that I must go, as I'm the underboss of our organization, the Chicago Syndicate. We're the Chicagoan Cosa Nostra, the Mafia. We rule all the drug traffic in the city and the state. The Chicago Syndicate has 4 high ranks. 1, the Capo Crimine, or boss, James. 2, the underboss, me. 3, the head capo, or captain, Adriano. And 4, the consigliere, or counselor or lawyer, Salvatore. As the underboss, I have several capi, so-called captains, working for me, and these capi take care of the actual drug dealings in and around Chicago. The capi have soldiers working for them, who each report to their assigned capo. The capi report to the underboss. The underboss reports to the capo crimine, or boss. And both the capo crimine, or boss, and the underboss keep the consigliere, or counselor, or lawyer, constantly informed about every business dealing. I have more capi working for me other than just Adriano. But as my direct backup, he's our most valuable capo. Whenever I'm indisposed, Adriano is next in command. Therefore, he has more authority than the other capi. One of the most important aspects of our syndicate life is to uphold the facade of being a contributing member of society. None of the high-ranking men have a criminal record. Once you have a criminal record, you can never be anything more than a soldier in any syndicate. And soldiers are never seen in public with made men, which are those in the 4 high ranks: capo crimine, underboss, head capo, and consigliere. These made men are artists, entrepreneurs, politicians, journalists, lawyers, all with clean records and no run-ins with the police or ties to any criminal activity that is documented by the government. That's our strength. Each syndicate regulates the activity within its own state, but sometimes another syndicate can have control of a tiny part in another state, as could soon be the case with Crystal Lake, where Legia, the capo crimine or boss of the New York syndicate, has presently shown some interest. If we decide to sell Crystal Lake to the New York syndicate, we'll still own the veto rights to the Chicago territory, which means that my capo crimine, James, can overpower anything Legia does in Crystal Lake if it affects our business. The LA syndicate, the 3rd biggest syndicate in this country, won't interfere as long as it benefits the status quo. No one is exposed or incriminated or linked to criminal activity. What happened? I asked Adriano, as I crossed the threshold of the coffee shop. Legia wants to renegotiate territory borders. Since we've been discussing cutting Crystal Lake, I thought it might be wise. He answers. I've considered giving up that area because we're encountering too many problems there. It could be a good move. Too many loose cannons are in that territory, and we're having too much trouble running the drug routes there. I'll speak with Consigliere Salvatore about it. In accordance with our syndicate rules, our counselor must be apprised of all business decisions. Salvatore already spoke with James and is going to contact you. Adriano replies, Okay. I'm going to make Legia wait a few days. I'll be at Crystal Lake Tuesday. Set up the meet. I need to check to make sure we didn't overlook anything as to why they might want the territory, although I'm pretty sure I won't find anything newsworthy. Then we'll hand Crystal Lake over to Legia. I'll be in touch later. And I end the call. Stepping into my black Italian car that I've parked a block away, I plan how far I can take this with Fallon. Only James and Adriano know about my tracking her every move. As long as I haven't gained the information I need, I can see her without raising suspicion with James. Adriano is my capo and my best friend, so I'm not worried about him because he's only looking out for me. But James, my capo crimine, I answer to.
Chapter 6. Fallon. I call Tegan the day after she leaves Chicago.
Hi, babe.
She answers on the second ring and yawns loudly into the receiver. How was your first night? I sit on the couch with a cup of tea in my other hand.
Ugh, there were children screaming on the plane, so I couldn't sleep,
she says, grunting. Tegan's not a mommy type.
I was freaking tired. It's almost noon here and I'm lying in bed, suffering from major jet lag. How is it without me?
I snort. The apartment is too quiet without you.
I am a loud woman.
True that, I acknowledge her statement. But you'll never guess who I ran into yesterday at the coffee shop.
A guy?
Yep.
Luca, right?
Yep.
Why didn't you text me the minute you saw him? Never mind. Tell me, she demands.
We talked, but I wasn't in the best mood because I was dreading going home to the condo. You have no idea how lonely it is without you.
Aw, babe.
I was reading at the coffee shop, and he took my phone and added his number. We talked, and he's interesting. There's something pulling me to him, an attraction I can't seem to shake, an attraction I don't want to shake. I flirted with him.
You flirted?
She blurts. I did, and not my infamous horrible flirting. She chuckles.
And? Did he ask you out?
No. I hesitate. He did mention he was going to take me out on a proper date, but he didn't specifically ask me out. He was ever the gentleman, though.
I bet he's jerking off to the thought of you as we speak.
She laughs loudly. Smiling, I hold the phone away from my ear. Shut up. Go sleep some more. I'll talk to you later.
I bet you can't get that mental image out of your head now.
Go back to bed, woman. I click end before she can respond. Unfortunately, Luca doesn't call all week. And now that it's the weekend, I yearn for carbs, so I visit the coffee shop, yet again, and slide into my regular spot. As I turn on my e-reader and glance at the door, I see Luca strolling in. He closes the distance between us surprisingly fast. Fallon. Has he suddenly become a regular here? Hi, you came back for the delicious muffins? I tease. Luca reoccupies his usual seat, squeezes my knee gently, and caresses my thigh, the heat of his hand leaving a trail of desire. Until the waitress interrupts us. He sits back in his chair without breaking eye contact with me. Tea? I nod. Earl Grey. And I do look at the waitress who's doing her best to capture Luca's attention. Even with our intimate pose, she still tries to flirt with him. I watch him to see how he'll handle this. Earl Grey and an espresso, please, Luca says to her, and then his focus is instantly back on me. I've been thinking of you all week. It wasn't easy to refrain from calling you. So, Fallon, who likes good food and books, I want to know more about you, he states in a demanding yet gentle tone. The waitress leaves, but not before sending me an indignant look, and I inwardly laugh at her. I'm actually from around here, born and raised in Chicago in Lake Forest. I moved to the Loop with my best friend Tegan, and I live near here.
Would that be the lovely lady who was snoring in the cab the night we met? His lips curve in a restrained grin. I laugh while taking in his customary handsome attire, a tailored charcoal suit. Yes, that would be her. Not her finest moment. Our drinks are delivered, and we both palm our cups while Luca's legs are contentedly hugging mine. I came here with Tegan to study studio and writing at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and I never left. After graduation, I worked several jobs and am currently a copywriter at charity events. What does a copywriter at charity events do?
Charity Events hosts parties for different charities to raise money and attract sponsors. The company has relationships with several wealthy benefactors, which allows us to host these events without any costs to the charities. They hire us to organize costume balls, high teas, and club parties. The invites to the events are highly coveted and expensive. We usually make a profit solely on the sold invites. With a profit from each event, we pay the costs of organizing, and the rest goes to the charity. Our team is paid by the owner, and 10% of our income is also invested into every event. I catch his eyes thinning briefly. I, as the copywriter, am responsible for all the written communication, letters to our benefactors and charities, invites, publicity ads for the events. Have you heard of us?
No, but I can tell that you enjoy your job.
I do. I tend to get distracted quickly, but I'm happy with this job. It's gratifying to work for these charities, to raise money without charging them anything for our work.
That does sound admirable,
he murmurs as his phone rings, and he takes it out of his pocket, silencing it. Luca, tell me about you. He ponders for a while before starting.
I've also lived in Chicago my entire life. My father was Italian, and my mother was American. No siblings. You?
I shake my head. No siblings either. You speak Italian?
Yes.
His relaxed demeanor has slightly changed.
I grew up on the streets of the Loop, and now I'm a software developer. Security software.
He shifts in his seat as his phone vibrates continuously. Where do you live? Work? I ask, and Luca gives me a curious stare, but I can't tell what he's thinking.
The Black Hall by the Museum of Contemporary Art store. I work for myself, with a partner.
Is your partner your friend who was waiting for you last time we met here?
Yes,
he replies, and steers the conversation back to me.
Tell me, what do you like to do in your free time?
Luca runs his hand through his hair that's falling over his forehead, giving him an appealingly disheveled look. I show him my reader. I have my books. And don't ask me if I like reading, I warn with a smile. My interest in reading goes far beyond liking it. Reading is my addiction. I usually have the ebook and paperback of the book I'm currently reading. From my favorite books, I try to purchase a copy of every paperback with a different cover. I get restless if I haven't read it all during the day. Romance novels are my first love. Tegan and my parents always complain that I'm frequently lost in books. His response makes my heart skip a beat.
When you compare the sorrows of real life to the pleasures of the imaginary one, you will never want to live again, only to dream forever.
This is the moment I realize I could fall for this guy. Of all the books in the world he could have chosen to quote, Luca quotes one of my all-time favorite classics, Alexander Dumas's The Count of Monte Cristo. I gape at him in silence, amazed that he chose to iterate that specific one.
Luca leans toward me. I'm good, right?
Amusement twinkles all over his face, and I can't contain my grin. You were until you added that, I say, referring to his last arrogant sentence. You did happen to relay a quote from one of my favorites. Dumas, we both whisper. Drinking my Earl Grey, I sigh in contentment of my warm tea. Tell me more about you. You talked about your parents in the past tense? For a moment, he's lost in melancholy.
My parents died in a car accident when I was 10, and I was raised by my uncle, mio zio, Joseph.
He huskily says in Italian.
Mio zio resides in Venice now, but he raised me.
As he tells me about his parents, I automatically trace my fingertips over his hand, but stop immediately when I notice my action. Slowly, I look up at him and am reassured when I'm met with an upward curl of his lips, so I continue caressing the back of his hand. I don't comment, only listen as my heart aches for a little boy that lost his parents. No other family? He pauses.
No.
Then he turns his hand rapidly to catch mine, his thumb leisurely circling my palm as his fingers work their way under my sleeve and up my wrist. I suppress a moan as his simple touch causes my breathing to quicken. Are you close to your uncle?
Very close.
His eyes brighten with love.
He was the one who helped me when my parents passed. If it wasn't for him, I would have been put in the foster care system. I miss him when he's so far away. His happiness, and he's much happier in Italy than he ever was here, is important to me. I visit him often.
How often?
I try to visit him at least twice a year.
With the pad of his thumb, he continues to stroke my wrist, every touch sending me spiraling down the path of desire. We talk, we flirt, we seduce one another while it's getting darker outside, the sky turning from clear blue to a dark reddish hue, announcing the evening. After I finish my tea, I say, I think it's time for me to get home, and I grab my coat from the back of my seat.
I'll walk you home, Fallon,
he states, not asks, and he comes up behind me to help me slide out of my seat. Not in the least bothered by his confident tone, I reply, I'd like that. Luca pays the bill at the counter, refusing to take any money from me, and we silently stroll out together toward my apartment around the corner as the cold winter air rustles around us, making me regret that I forgot to wear my scarf. As we stand at the entrance of my condo, I search relentlessly through my purse for my keys, completely frustrated that I never leave the keys in the compartment designed for them, until I finally find them in the bottom. Since Luca's patiently waiting beside me, I invite him in. Would you like to come in for a drink, maybe? He considers my offer and moves closer, our body heat mingling as he hooks an arm around my waist and pulls me flush against him. I look up through my lashes into his eyes, which are darkening with lust, the deep green of his irises overtaken by his black pupils, and his hooded gaze is fixated on my lips. Luca's nose traces my jaw as he takes in a shaky breath.
You smell so sweet.
His controlled, low voice enthralls me, sending hot sparks through my belly as one hand tangles in my hair and tugs my head back to expose my throat. His lips start a path up my neck and over my chin. I'm becoming numb to the cold air as he warms my skin with his kisses. Luca grazes his lips over my mouth, back and forth ever so lightly. Our lips touch gently at first, but the moment our mouths open, we both lose control and our tongues entwine feverishly, the taste of his kiss full of promised desire. He pulls back a fraction, and I immediately close the distance between us, standing on my tiptoes to twine my arms behind his neck and push my fingers up into his hair at the back of his head. Lucas smiles against my mouth before he continues. I think he likes this push-and-pull game we're playing. The kiss is gentle, fiery, and sensuous, sending tingles straight to my lower stomach. He kisses me on my lips, but I feel him all over my skin. Our bodies melt together while our tongues passionately dance, the traffic around us fading away until there's only him and me. The kiss deepens as he presses against me,
causing me to moan, and I feel myself drifting away in the spell he weaves. I suck on his tongue and am rewarded with his low growl, but then he pulls back. "I want to come in, but I have an appointment," he grumbles, disappointed, and rests his forehead against mine while still holding me tightly to him. Regrettably, the world invades our private embrace, and I notice the traffic and people again as I try to step away to regain my focus. That kiss has left me spinning. As our breathing calms down, we're silent, no longer touching, only staring as we're inches apart. Without speaking, I turn to open the door and glance back at Luca, whose eyes still blaze with lust. "I'll call you, Fallon. That's a promise." It comes out in an enticing, threatening tone that makes me yearn for him as he traces the pad of his thumb along his lower lip while he waits for me to enter the building.
"Good night, Luca," I murmur.
Inside my apartment, I drop down onto the couch with my coat still on, tossing my keys and purse onto the coffee table. Smiling, I touch my heated cheek with the back of my hand. After just sitting on my couch for several minutes, I shed my coat and go to the kitchen, opening my fridge to see what I can make for dinner. I should eat a chicken salad tonight after devouring so many muffins these last few weeks. Wanting a distraction from my incessant thoughts, which keep wandering to Luca, I decide to concentrate on my favorite thing: reading. I pull my hair up into a messy bun. Taking my phone off the desk and the paperback version of the ebook I'm reading from my bookshelf, I lie down on the couch, cover myself with the blue fleece blanket that's hanging over the back of it, open my book to Chapter 9, and become quickly immersed in my novel again. After I don't know how long, I receive a text from him.
"Luca."
"Fallon, I bet you're lost in a fictional couple. I want to take you to dinner. Tomorrow at 7?
Since I've never wanted anyone the way I'm starting to want him, I reply instantly. "Fallon." "Busted. I'm currently preoccupied with a hot soldier. It's a date."
Chapter 7. Luca. Fallon's indirectly tied to the Syndicate on so many levels. Alex Gentry, the owner of charity events, is an associate of the Syndicate, which means that he works for us sometimes, although he's not considered a true member. And I wonder if Fallon is being completely forthcoming, if she truly doesn't know that charity events isn't a legitimate company. However, right now, I have more important problems to handle. I know I shouldn't have kissed her, but I couldn't not kiss her. And her soft little moans excited me even more. While I keep telling myself that I only continue to meet Fallon to obtain essential info, my gut is telling me she'll be of no help, and I'm deluding myself. This is becoming much more than just gathering information. She's starting to consume my thoughts, and she's seeping into my psyche. After I leave Fallon's apartment, I regretted not taking her up on her offer. And then I was fighting not to send her a text message, but caved in. I shouldn't have asked her out on a date, and I sure as hell amazed myself when I told her my actual address and about our company, the company that Adriano and I built, Security Simplicity, which allows Adriano and me to simply appear to be two upstanding entrepreneurs. It is also used as a front to launder money for the Syndicate. Turning into the parking lot of the restaurant where I'm meeting Adriano for supper tonight, I cut off the engine and rake my hands through my hair. I've stopped listening to my rational side when it comes to Fallon. As the underboss, I'm treading on dangerous ground if I become attached to her. Opening the door of the Italian restaurant, I see Adriano's already seated in the back booth. "Luca," he welcomes. I nod my head in greeting. "Did you finish everything in Crystal Lake after I left?" He handed over Crystal Lake to the New York Syndicate, and now they can regulate the drug traffic there. Additional investigations surrounding that area came up empty. Legia wants it for no apparent reason. He can have it. "Yes, it's all done. They weren't—" The waitress, a tall redhead, hands us menus. Adriano shows her a lopsided grin and catches her eyes. And the shy little thing doesn't know how to react to him. "I'll be back to take your orders, sir," she says demurely. He continues after Red is out of hearing distance. "They weren't receptive. Where Legia finds his arrogant soldiers, I'll never know. I don't get why Legia wanted it in the first place. Consigliere Salvatore didn't find anything interesting we might have overlooked. They're now solely responsible for any drug activity on Crystal Lake ground, and that place is abhorrent to rule." "Good riddance," Adriano agrees. "I'm getting the arrabbiata pasta." He waves over the redhead. "And I'm thinking of getting her, too. A fiery redhead will do me some good tonight." I'll have the same. I take another look at Red. Good luck. She seems pretty timid to me. She hurries toward us. "Did you make a choice, sir?" 2 arrabbiata pastas with extra parmigiano, I order, and indicate with a swift nod to Adriano for him to play his game with her. I hand her my menu first, and when she takes Adriano's, he holds on to it to get her attention. He winks at her, and her cheeks flush red before she turns away. "Oh, God, she's too nervous. I'm going to the house," Adriano says with a smirk. Our boss James uses a house along the north shore of Chicago's suburbs as our headquarters. It's located in a secluded area without any neighbors in sight, and it also has a strip club where the members can wind down. "Haven't you been through all the women at the house?" I joke, although there could be some truth in that statement. "Probably, but you know who I'm going to the house for." Adriano sits back and is cautious to ask me his next question. "What did you do today, by the way?" I sigh, realizing he wants to know if I was with her. "I met Fallon." He's not even surprised. "You talked to her again. Did you get any resourceful info for us? We need Danny," he reminds me. Danny Mancuso is number 1 on our wanted list. He worked as a hacker for the Syndicate for a few years. The Mafia especially needs good IT men, and Danny's one of the best hackers in town. We need them to hack into every government system that could have important information for us, and to make the people we finish off disappear from every system as if they never existed. Being a hacker for our crime syndicate is a covetous job. The reward is high, but so is the risk. The hacker has inside information on what we do. Therefore, he will never get out alive. He'll always be associated with us. You can only leave the job if you're dead. After 5 years, Consigliere Salvatore found out that Danny had become avaricious. He was programming and leaving behind viruses, so that we had to pay him more to eliminate those viruses before the hacked system detected that we had access to it. Apparently, the monetary compensation wasn't enough for Danny anymore. He was a man looking for prestige and acknowledgement, wanting to move up in rank. But unfortunately for him, a hacker isn't considered a true member and can never be ranked in our syndicate. Danny sensed the net closing in on him and disappeared abruptly. He's a liability we can't afford, and James wants him finished off. He was spotted in the loop, and I found out that the only person of interest he has in that area is Fallon Michaels, his ex-girlfriend. After finding out every piece of information about Fallon, I arranged to meet her in the club. Actually, the original plan was for Adriano to flirt with her, but I decided to take the lead the moment I saw her at the entrance. I talked to her this afternoon. I checked her phone and phone records. She didn't return Danny's call after he called her the first time I met her in the coffee shop. In fact, they haven't had any contact in years. He must be desperate if he's calling an ex whom he hasn't spoken to in a long time. And so far, it seems like she's not helping him hide in any way. I pause, hesitant to tell him everything. I'm going out with her tomorrow. On a date? Yes, I reply evenly. I'm drawn to her. I can't explain it, Adriano. He shakes his head, grinning. Fuck, Luca. Be careful. Attachments are dangerous, especially with her now. I think you need to come to the house with me tonight. I rub my palm over my mouth. Maybe I should. Our food arrives, and by this time, Adriano's anxious to visit the house. Eat up. He points his fork to my pasta dish. We're going to our headquarters. After Adriano and I drive separately to our destination, we each park in the circular driveway of the mundane but fairly large 3-story white brick house. As usual, a prospect is guarding the front entrance that opens into a foyer covered in gray marble tiles. We ascend the stairwell toward the largest room on the second floor, which in essence is just an in-house strip club. Adriano cracks his knuckles for emphasis before he places his hands on the handles of the double doors. Soft music is filling the burgundy-decked-out room where 4 men, Adriano's soldiers, are slouching on the massive half-round couch in the center, each with a girl on his lap. "Have some fun, Luca. I'm going to enjoy Cam," Adriano comments, and wanders to the bar to our left where she's sitting on a stool. Camilla tends the small bar set up on the left side of the room, and is Adriano's favorite girl. She's an exotic Italian with long legs and unblemished olive skin that she doesn't cover with makeup. Adriano and I share a preference for natural-looking women. She's clever and pensive, the only woman here I converse with on a friendly level. Most of these girls will do anything if we throw them enough money, but not Camilla, who's frankly reserved compared to the rest of them. Adriano saw her the first night she was here and forbade any of the other members to touch her. The soldiers and other Capi wouldn't dare to defy Adriano. She's been here for a year, and he's infatuated with her, so he keeps her all to himself. She's in love with Adriano, and I've seen her hurt expression when the men talk about his whorish ways, although I'm not positive if he's actually still intimate with other women. He's not ignorant, and he realizes she's in love with him, but he's adamant about not wanting any attachments. Unfortunately for him, he can't stay away from her. I go behind the bar and grab a bottle of water instead of an alcohol-infused drink. Rarely do I drink, only when I'm extremely wound up and need to calm down. Taking big gulps of water, I spot a brunette walking up to me. Sky. My first few years in the Syndicate, I used to be on this side of the house often, enjoying myself with different women. But meaningless, nameless sex lost my interest as the years went by. I'd still indulge myself once in a while, but I couldn't find satisfaction anymore in any of this. This life of crime, drugs, and violence that Adriano and I would never have gotten involved in if it weren't for the nephew of my boss, James, and the one choice that changed the course of my life, from carefree teenager growing into normal adulthood to a young man being groomed to be in the Mafia. Mio zio Joseph raised me after my parents died when I was 10, and he always tried to make up for the loss of them. Even though we didn't have a lot of means and money, parental affection was in abundance from Mio zio. When his heart failure forced him to cease working, I was just a boy coming into the way of the world, a boy of 17 wanting to take care of his second father. I landed a job at a bakery in the city to help support my family of 2, an American-Italian bakery, run by Alessa Calderone, James's wife. I worked every day after school, and I didn't have any plans to attend college. I lived day by day, praying daily that my uncle's health wouldn't deteriorate. But Zio Joseph was slowly dying, living here in Chicago and cooped up inside the house. I knew that if it weren't for me, he would be moving back to his beloved Italy. On my first day at the bakery, I met Adriano. He was 1 year my junior, and we shared a common teenage boy's interest, like roughhousing, football, biking, and, of course, a responsiveness to pretty girls. Adriano also worked after school, and we became close friends. After working at the bakery for a month, we both noticed there were regular customers coming in. Alyssa catered to a menacing-looking crowd of men in fitted suits with angry expressions covering their faces. Apart from those regulars, the bakery wasn't busy often, but it was still open daily until 11 p.m. We actually never questioned that back then. One night, an Italian boy came running into the bakery when Alyssa was gone, and only Adriano and I were there. Out of breath, he closed the door and looked around, scared. He begged us for help because some men were after him. Adriano and I shrugged and were looking forward to some action on an otherwise dull Tuesday night. So we told the boy to hide behind the counter as we put on our invincible facades. A minute later, 3 men in wrinkled suits appeared. checking the area outside the bakery before they risked stepping inside and drilling us about the whereabouts of the boy. Neither Adriano nor I recoiled. I didn't think they would dare touch us since Alyssa adored both Adriano and me, and all men feared Alyssa. I told them to fuck off, and one of them punched me in the face, ordering me to surrender the boy, or they would light the place on fire. I laughed, standing my ground, even though I was scared and it hurt like hell. But one thing I learned from my uncle was to never show fear. Intimidation preys on fear. I remembered Alyssa telling me on my first day that if the shop was ever robbed, I was to mention the name James Calderone. So I told the 3 men that James was already on his way. This made them back off, and they scampered away. I should have never gotten involved in that situation if I wanted to stay off the radar of James Calderone. The boy was Alyssa's nephew, and he told Alyssa how I saved him. She, in turn, told her husband James, and the truth, as always, got contorted with each passing person, making it sound more heroic than it was in reality. James Calderone came in the next day and promised 2 impressionable young boys money, power, and women. Money for me to send C.O. Joseph back to live a peaceful and healthy life in Italy. Adriano and I fell for his story and became his prospects. We were prospective mafiosi before we even understood what was happening. James had a mandatory stipulation that we attend business college together, always reminding us how valuable business skills are in the Mafia. Adriano and I had inquisitive young minds and breezed through college, living as young princes while money and women ruled our lives for 4 years. Then James ensured membership for both Adriano and me after graduation, when I was 22 and Adriano 21. Adriano and I shared everything from the time we started as prospects to the time we became made men. And as with all prospective mafiosi, we were bound into silence. Omerta, the code of silence and secrecy that prohibits us from disclosing information about the activities of our syndicate by being required to commit murder to prove our loyalty. I witnessed his first kill and he mine. I pulled my trigger the first time on a young associate, who was an informant for the FBI, in an abandoned warehouse on the north side of Chicago that's used by the Syndicate to torture captives. An associate works for or aids the organization, but isn't considered a true member, and may be killed without permission of the capo crimine, or boss or underboss. Therefore, it was a clean, quick, and simple kill, as was Adriano's. But no matter how simple these kills appeared to be on the surface, they profoundly changed both of us, because murdering a person, ending a life, haunts you forever on some level. Though the crazy thing is that your mind adapts. It now justifies the taking of life because they're not innocents. As time passes and you live in a world where every human life is expendable, normal emotions get phased out, and you become detached from the viciousness. For that reason, Adriano and I made the conscious choice to never get attached to an outside woman. Sustaining a relationship with a regular citizen is simply impossible and too dangerous. James was the underboss back then, and when James became the boss of the Chicago Syndicate, I was promoted at the age of 26 from capo to underboss, and Adriano was promoted from soldier to capo. And we became powerful men who indulged in our ranks. However, nowadays, the power doesn't excite me. This world doesn't intrigue me, and the women don't interest me anymore. And the constant worrying, arranging, and scheming simply tires me. Never can I just be. I will forever be on guard with everything I do. Once you're part of the Chicago Syndicate, you can never, ever leave alive. I'm forced to pay attention to Sky when she places her palm on my chest. "Want me to take your mind off things, Luca?" she asks as she entwines our hands, leading me to one of the 3 private rooms in the back. When she holds the door open for me, I step inside the gray-white room and sit on the 4-poster bed in the center while I undo the button of my suit jacket. Sky slides it off my shoulders and I close my eyes. Fallon. Remembering how it felt to finally touch her smooth skin with my lips, I feel an undeniable passion threatening to boil inside me. Still, I try my best to stay in this moment while Sky attempts to comb back my hair that's clinging to my forehead. But I catch her wrist, wrapping my fingers forcefully around it. "Get out," I order in a low voice, and release her arm, shoving her away from me. Confusion is setting in. Fallon is starting to creep under my skin. She's igniting a sensation I'm unfamiliar with, a sensation I'm incapable of rejecting, and I'm going to pursue her.
Chapter 8. Fallon.
Sundays have always been a lazy day for me, and although I did go running this morning, today is no different as I lounge around the apartment and read. Then I paint my nails, toes and fingers, with a vivid red color and start my grooming around 5. Shave my legs, scrub my skin until it feels like satin, blow-dry my hair and curl the ends, which are now flowing in beach waves over one shoulder. My bangs are swept to the side, and I decide on light, au naturel makeup, applying some mascara, blush, and nude lipstick. Standing in front of my closet in my black lace underwear, I look through my dresses and stop at my dark blue one to remove it from the hook. I decide on my strappy black sandals, but I'll also wear my black thigh-high stockings since it's cold outside. My dress has a silver beaded halter top that ties around my neck in a big bow and a knee-length A-line skirt. I top off my ensemble with my white gold diamond studs. I'm buckling the straps on my sandals when my phone rings and I snatch it off the bed. Before I get the chance to speak, Tegan yells, "Hey, babe!"
Hey, babe, what did you do today?
I went shopping. You?
I'm getting ready for my date with Luca.
I sit up without fastening my other sandal.
I told you he'd call.
He didn't call. Well, not to ask me out. I saw him again at the coffee shop yesterday.
I was kind of right,
Tegan persists.
Wanting her opinion on my dress, I tell her, I'm wearing the blue dress with the beaded halter.
The silver beading?
Yes, I confirm.
Fabulous choice. Is he still cute? You usually lose interest once you've had a conversation with a guy.
He actually quoted Alexander Dumas, I boast.
Well, then you have got to marry him, she mocks. Are you having dinner or what?
Yes, dinner. He's picking me up in a few.
Did you shave your legs?
She probes tentatively. I did, but not for reasons you think, I retort in defense.
My girl is going to get laid. Now I'm proud.
Grinning, I ignore her crass comment.
I have to finish. I was putting on my black sandals when you called.
Another sexy choice. I approve.
I'm glad, I reply dryly.
You do realize I'll be texting you throughout the night,
she says in a matter-of-fact tone. Now I groan through my smile.
I know, just don't expect me to answer you right away.
You better. Or on second thought, only answer when the dirty stuff takes place.
Yeah, that won't happen. I won't be thinking of you then.
I add, I hope. And we both laugh.
He's not doing a good job if you're thinking of me then. Go have fun. We'll talk or text. Do things I would do.
Tegan makes a kissing noise.
We'll text later. Bye-bye. I toss my phone on the bed and finish fastening the straps on my shoes. The doorbell rings right on time, and I buzz Luca in. Pitching my phone into my purse, I check myself one final time as Luca knocks softly. When I open the door, my mouth almost hits the ground, taking in the sight of him. Funnily enough, we match in dark blue. He's wearing a navy suit with a white dress shirt, sans tie, that shows off his muscular physique. I shamelessly inspect him from top to bottom. As I look back up, our eyes meet, and I discover that he was doing the same. His hair is neatly combed back, but some strands won't stay in place, and I'm ecstatic that he didn't shave but only trimmed his beard. He gazes at me for a moment longer while I timidly stand there for a second before inviting him in. Luca steps closer to me and bends his head to give me a kiss on my cheek, and the corners of our mouths touch.
You look exquisite, Fallon.
His lips are touching mine, but not kissing me, which feels strangely more intimate than an actual kiss. The heat of his lips ignites my cheeks, and as usual, his scent awakens my senses. Citrus and clean air and all Luca. Thank you. I move my head slightly toward him so that our lips brush against each other, and I feel Luca's smile against my mouth before walking in. It takes me a moment to gather my thoughts and close the door. He stands confidently in the living room. Are you ready to go? Yes. I'm sure my skin must be flushed from the thoughts roaring through my mind. Luca takes my coat off the back of the kitchen chair and holds it out for me, so I tuck my arms in and clasp the buttons. Then he tenderly releases my trapped hair from under my coat and caresses a few strands before letting it fall back over one shoulder. Shall we go? He opens the door for me. Yes, let's go. Once outside, I'm stunned by the sight of Luca's sleek black car when he clicks the device that unlocks it before we get into the immaculate vehicle. Where are you taking me, Luca? I watch him easily maneuver through traffic. A smile tugs at his lips. It's a surprise. As long as there's food, I'll be happy. His gaze stays focused on the road. So easy to please, Fallon. Isn't that a good thing? Depends on the situation, he counters suggestively. I frown and shake my head, and then I watch the city go by while we drive in peaceful silence until arriving at a high-rise. Luca hands his keys to the valet and comes over to open my door, of course. I take in the superb sight as we careen through a crowded lobby with a burlesque-style decor toward the elevator. When I greet a man who's disrupted my line of vision, Luca places his hand possessively on the small of my back, so I tilt my head and raise a brow. But he simply responds with a guiltless grin. The elevator takes us to a restaurant on the 80th floor with the most spectacular view of Chicago. And I realize I've never heard of this place. Not that I know all the restaurants around here, but I would think that a high-class establishment with this view would be more popular. Yet there are only a few tables, maybe 10. The hostess, an Italian beauty, welcomes us. Mr. Demiliano, your table is ready. She takes my coat, and I follow her through the entirely carpeted restaurant, the floor and walls adorned in deep red and gold velvet carpet, providing it a distinguished look. As Luca treads behind me, I melodramatically mouth, Mr. Demiliano, over my shoulder and wink at him. He motions with his forefinger for me to turn around and keep walking while he wears an amused expression. She seats us at the floor-to-ceiling window, and Luca discusses something with her before claiming his chair. Do you like red wine? Yes, I do, I say, and I'm sure I must be practically gawking at the man across from me who exudes confidence and strength in every pose. A waitress hands me a menu while she explains that it's fusion cuisine, French and Italian. Then she leaves us alone. Luca looks at me expectantly. Do you want to order from the menu, or should I ask the chef to make us small samples? You had me at small samples. He momentarily glances at the bar, and I'm amazed when the waitress is at our table within seconds with our drinks, and Luca gives our order. In the meantime, I scrutinize my surroundings. 4 other tables are occupied by couples. 2 men who promptly look away from us are seated at one table, and the man who sits facing me continues talking to his companion, but there's a slight shift in their posture. They have a threatening presence. Fallon. Fallon. Luca distracts me, so I turn back to him. What's wrong? His gaze drifts over my shoulder and then immediately back to me. You know those men? I ask. I've seen them here before. I think they're also regulars. I relax. Oh, okay. I think they recognized you too.
I do come here often.
It's a beautiful restaurant. I've never heard of it.
It caters to just a few clients.
Really? And Mr. D'Emiliano is one of those clients? I tease him.
Fallon. He shakes his head slowly, entertained, and tells me around a flirtatious grin, "Stop saying my last name constantly. You have no idea what it does to me."
I can guess what it does. It's a sexy name.
I lift my brows a few times in quick succession. He laughs as we both raise our glasses. To a wonderful evening.
To a wonderful evening, Mr. Luca.
Throughout dinner, we're relaxed. He feeds me some of his favorite foods, and I have to admit that he has excellent taste. I've eaten the most delectable appetizers: prosciutto with olive and oranges, mushroom tuna, and lobster salad on endive spears. Dessert is a dark chocolate cake. Best dessert ever.
When we leave the restaurant, Luca shows me the artwork in the lobby, but my mind is somewhere else.
During the car ride home, I check my phone and roll my eyes. There are 2 messages from Tegan asking if I've already gotten laid.
Luca's lost in thought until his phone rings, and he silences without reading the caller ID.
Then he pleasantly surprises me by resting my hand on his thigh,
absent-mindedly stroking my fingers while he drives me to the condo and escorts me up to the entrance. "Coming up with me?" I ask reservedly, and I'm a little hurt when he seems to consider my offer instead of answering right away.
But luckily, Luca grabs my keys out of my hands. "Yes, I'd love to come up."
And he unlocks the door. Inside my apartment, Luca removes my coat and his jacket to hang them on the solid wood coat rack before he walks over to the window and peers down at the street, commenting pensively, "In the middle of all the action."
Apparently, it is always busy in this neighborhood.
I casually lean against the wall connecting to the open kitchen and try to act nonchalant. Nonetheless, when his stare pins me to the spot, I feel heated under his scrutiny as the air thickens. "Do you want wine or something else to drink?"
"Not really, Fallon."
Luca saunters over to me, licking his lips while his look is full of lust and fire, eyeing me with a lazy, confident smile that holds no promises, and yet all the promises in the world. I push off the wall, drawn to him, and he catches me when I sink into his arms. His hands palm my neck and hip aggressively as his lips capture mine, and our mouths open instantaneously, our tongues tangling together. Luca's taste of wine has me moaning into his mouth, and passion flares wildly in my lower stomach from his sensuous, skillful kisses, which are tender yet rough. He groans as his fingers dig into my ass, lifting me to him, and I stand on my toes when he molds me against his body. Every part of us is tightly pressed together as we hungrily devour each other, and the tips of his fingers stroke the bare skin of my thighs under the hem of my dress. I feel his arousal growing against the soft flesh of my stomach, and let my fingers weave into his silky strands of hair. He sighs in appreciation and bites my lower lip, then traces his tongue smoothly over his bite mark, never breaking eye contact. We're both panting as he forces me backward and we fall onto the couch, our mouths never separating. Every time I think Luca will end the kiss, he explores me more deeply. In turn, I grind my hips against his arousal and hurriedly tug his shirt out of his pants as he lifts himself slightly off me to help. Our movements are equally frantic, and I bury my hands under his shirt to trace his abs, sides, and back. His hot skin is smooth to the touch, and I feel him shudder under my caress when I dig my nails gently into his back. Then Luca growls while pushing his hardening erection between my legs.
"I've wanted to taste you for a long time,"
he admits, and unties the knot of my halter at my neck. He guides me to sit up as he kneels on the floor between my thighs and rearranges my hair tenderly over one shoulder while he grazes his teeth over my flushed skin. His hands roam over my lower body, bunching my dress in his palms, bringing it over my head as I lift my arms, and throwing it behind me. I'm greeted with an appreciative smirk when he notices that I'm not wearing a bra. Forcefully, Luca cups my breasts while nipping the tender spot where my shoulder and neck meet, and he yanks off my panties in one fluid motion. I smile up at him sweetly as the air hits my naked skin while I sit before him in only black stockings with embroidered lace at the top and my sandals. Luca stills, just staring at me for an endless minute. But then he shakes his head as if he's clearing his mind of an unpleasant thought, and his eyes darken even more, the green entirely invisible. "Sei da motare il fiato." You're breathtaking. His hands sweep over my body, from my legs up to my narrow hips and over my stomach to palm my breasts. All I hear is our heavy breathing. All I feel is his touch on my sensitive skin. My whole body is on fire, and I revel in the allure of his seduction. Luca twists his hand in my hair and pulls me toward him to taste my lips again. However, I lean back from his kiss to undo the upper buttons of his shirt, because I'm naked and he's still fully clothed. While watching me work his buttons, he gently brushes my bangs from my face. The manner in which he's constantly touching me overwhelms me slightly, but I stay focused on the task at hand and push his shirt back over his shoulders, letting it flutter to the ground. Patiently, Luca studies me as I trace the outline of his well-defined muscles and hisses when I unbuckle his belt and palm his hardening length through his boxers. I stroke him a few times before he captures both my legs and yanks me forward. Once again, he's on his knees between my legs so that we're at eye level. Luca forces me to the edge of the couch by grabbing my behind and smoothly sliding me toward him. While digging his fingers into the curves of my ass, he mutters, "Open up for me. I'm going to lick you until you come." And he makes me lie back against the couch with his hand pressed between my breasts so that I'm entirely exposed to him. The coldness of the couch on my back and the warmth of his hands on my body are a titillating contradiction. And when Luca's head lowers to lick my nipple, I sift my fingers through his hair, pushing my breast into his mouth. He sucks hard on the tip and groans while his hand leisurely trails down over my stomach and between my legs. He cups me roughly as he growls and shapes my nipple. The desirous onslaught has me writhing on the couch, impatient to have his lips on my core. Then his fingers caress me, and he eases his middle finger inside me once, twice, before stopping. I thrash beneath his passionate touch while Luca licks and bites his way down my body and seizes me behind my knees to spread my legs wide. As he breathes in deeply, I feel the cold rush of his breath against my inner thighs, making me hyper-aware of what he's doing, and my back bows in torturous anticipation. "Pull your legs up, Fallon," he directs me in a carnal tone. Complying, I pull my knees up to my chest, and Luca secures his fingers around my ankles, holding them firmly in place. Every second, his eyes are fixated on me, and he hisses in satisfaction before he lowers his mouth on me, causing me to moan loudly. Our slow seduction has fueled an unbridled craving for each other. I watch him taste me and am met with his lust-filled gaze. He's been constantly observing my reaction to his enticement, and chills run through my body when he plunges his tongue inside. The pad of his thumb rubs me carefully, yet fiercely, as the tingles start to form in my lower stomach. I'm on the precipice of exploding as he relentlessly fulfills me with his silky tongue,
its powerful circulating motion on my most secretive part, making it impossible for me to keep my eyes open. And as they roll back, my other senses intensify again now that I've shut out the world. I scream and whimper his name before reaching my peak. Luca! Luca! And when ecstasy finds me, I shudder, pulsating with the pleasure he's given me. Then I ride out my orgasm, only aware of my breathing and Luca's continuous groans as he continues to lick me thoroughly until I go slack. He's about to say something, still kneeling between my legs with his hands trailing up and down my thighs, when we're interrupted by his ringing phone. Didn't he put it on silent earlier? It keeps on ringing and ringing, so I arc one brow, hoping to prompt him to speak. Yet he merely sighs and rises to his feet to answer it. Hurriedly, I dress in my panties, pick up my dress, and head to my bedroom. Grabbing my silk robe in the bathroom, I slip it on and meet Luca back in the living room where he's standing by the coat rack with his phone in hand, swiftly typing away. His shirt has been buttoned and tucked back into his pants. One hand combs through his hair, and the change in his demeanor reminds me of the night we met in the club. There's a hard edge to him, a contradiction in his actions and emotions that make him equally desirable, yet unsettling. I take this moment to slowly walk up to him, but without looking up, he says, "I have to go." Peeking at his phone screen, I notice he has many missed calls and messages, and he's clearly troubled about something. "Okay, you can wash up in the bathroom if you want." His phone disappears in his pocket. "No, I want to smell you on me." I flinch at his dirty confession, and the corners of his lips tilt up. "I'm glad you can still laugh. Is something wrong that you have to leave so suddenly?" I ask him hesitantly. An apologetic smile flits across his face before he masks it. "Yes, a situation with a friend of mine." To appease me, he cups my cheeks. "I'll call you." Since I have no idea what just happened, I simply stare at Luca as he takes his suit jacket, which looks to be oddly weighted down, and opens the door. He pecks a gentle kiss on my lips and immediately freezes, making me think that he's surprised himself by initiating the kiss. And then he's gone. Closing the door, I lean back against it while our strange and rushed goodbye doesn't sit well with me. He had a lot of missed calls, and I'm a little confused about why he left so abruptly. Nevertheless, I also still sense his hands all over my body, and glancing at the couch, I can't help but smile. Tegan would be proud of me. Before going to bed, I decide to hop in the shower, but I stop to look at myself in the mirror. My lips are swollen, my hair is a tangled mess, and I have bite marks on my neck. I trace the marks with the tips of my fingers, a tangible memory. At that exact moment, my phone alerts me of a message. "Luca, I'll call you later. I had a wonderful evening with you." Then why leave so hurriedly? That kind of bothers me a bit, but I don't know why. During my shower, I remember I have a busy week ahead, so I text Luca back when I'm lying in bed. "Fallon, I'm actually very tired and wanted to go to bed early. I'll talk to you this week. Night." Silencing my phone, I set it on my nightstand beside my bed and close my eyes, attempting to block out any apprehension I feel.
Chapter 9. Luca. Fallon, I'm actually very tired and wanted to go to bed early. I'll talk to you this week. Night. I read Fallon's text and realized that I need to handle this more delicately. I can't believe I'm remorseful over leaving her and actually give a shit that she could be mad. Instead of pacifying my desire for her, this date has accomplished the exact opposite. I connect my phone to the car charger while I'm speeding through the streets toward the warehouse up north to assist Adriano. The last money drop-off to our Syndicate for Crystal Lake, The territory we sold to the New York Syndicate's boss, Legia, was compromised, and Adriano and I need to find out why. I decide to call Fallon right away, but it rings, and then it goes to voicemail. My agitated state vanishes when I smell a hint of her on me, when I remember her soft skin that feels like satin, and her breasts that fit perfectly in my palms, and I adjust my pants at the thought of how badly I want to drive myself into her. Watching Fallon climb toward release with my lips on her had me rock hard and begging for relief. I smile, reliving how her presence calmed me during dinner. For a guy who can never let his guard down, being with her made me feel peaceful and carefree to live in the moment. Focusing on the road, I reach the old brown brick warehouse quicker than expected, so I decide to handle Fallon tomorrow. Adriano's vehicle is parked to the side. Before exiting my car, I call him to let him know that I've arrived, and take my compact semi-automatic Smith & Wesson out of my jacket before I proceed to the building entrance. Damien, I greet. One of our soldiers on Adriano's team lets me inside, where the scene is set up in the left corner of the warehouse, which has 4 rooms for private handling such as this. But Adriano likes the effect of the big open warehouse area, where his voice can resonate off the walls. And naturally, the first thing I hear is Adriano's voice echoing through the building. "I'm losing patience with you, idiota." A man, face dripping with blood, is strapped to a wooden chair, with his hands tied to the back and his feet secured together. The chair has plastic underneath for quicker cleanup, a job handled by the prospects and soldiers. Adriano's wearing his white latex gloves to prevent leaving fingerprints. He grips the guy's hair, yanking his head back in one quick move, and an agonizing whine comes from our captive. "We've got company," Adriano says to him. The man's eye is almost swollen shut and is already turning purple. He looks at me through the slit of his eyelid. "Luca." Adriano sends me an exasperated scowl. "He's lying and covering for someone." And he forces the guy's head back further, stretching his throat as he towers over him. "I brought in the big guns now, pun intended." My capo's mouth twists into a satanic smile. "You'll be sorry you didn't confess when it was just me." Then Adriano joins me in front of the guy, handing me a pair of gloves. "Name?" I ask Adriano as I put them on. "Jack." Adriano removes his knife from his pocket, twisting it in his hand. My gun is stashed in the back of my pants, concealing it from Jack, and I move closer to him. "Help me," Jack begs. I crouch down in front of him to appear less intimidating. "Jack, I can only help you if you give me straight answers. Do you have a family?" "Yes, a daughter," he stammers. "You can have her. She's young and a virgin." Fucker. It's sickening how quickly men cave under torture. He could have extended his life if he'd wanted to protect his family. I might have had some sympathy then, but this man is only thinking of himself. "I don't want your daughter. You can choose, Jack. I'll ask you one question. If you don't answer truthfully, Adriano will torture you for hours with a blunt knife." Standing up, I take Adriano's former position behind Jack. "Or talk now, and I'll let you go." Jack doesn't make a sound, so Adriano drops to his haunches and cuts open Jack's right pant leg up to his thigh. Then, without warning, he drives his knife into Jack's knee and, ever so slowly, slices open the skin to the middle of his shin. I muffle Jack's tormented screams by roughly covering his mouth with my hand, as his head sways frenziedly from side to side. Red covers his leg and blood pools on the floor beneath Jack's foot. I signal for Adriano to stop. "Ready to talk, Jack?" I remove my hand, and he hyperventilates through his cries yet stays silent. Adriano moves his knife lower, slicing open more skin, and I smother Jack's cries again. "Ready now?" I taunt. Jack nods his head slowly. "You'll kill me anyway after I've given answers." "I might, or not. Do you want to take that chance? Adriano can keep going if you'd like." No, stop. I can't take it anymore. Jack coughs up spit mingled with blood. Adriano steps back just in time so that the blood doesn't splash on him. Revolted, he shoots me an irritated look, wordlessly begging me to finish this fast. Talk. Why were you interfering with the last money drop-off at Crystal Lake? You only get one shot. I warn him. Legia paid me to botch it up. Jack's voice is growing weaker because blood is leaving his body fast. That's all I know. He gave me $10,000 to make sure you wouldn't receive your last payment for Crystal Lake. This is interesting. I released Jack's head, allowing it to slouch forward and address Adriano. Did you find any money on him? I found $10,000 in the trunk of his car, so he could be telling the truth. We still don't know why Legia wanted Crystal Lake. I reach for my gun, but I've left the silencer in my glove compartment. Got a silencer on you? I ask Adriano. You forgot? He counters in disbelief. I was distracted by Fallon, although I never come unprepared to the warehouse, except for today. I lift my brow impatiently. Yes or no? No, not for that one. He signals to my Smith & Wesson. Give me yours. Adriano hands me his gun from the back of his pants and gets his silencer from his suit jacket that's hanging off the back of a chair. I attach it to the barrel of the weapon and stand beside Jack, aiming the gun at his temple. The small part of my conscience that's left feels sorry for ending this man's life. Who am I to be judge and executioner? But I have no answer for that question. All I know is that in this syndicate, it always comes down to you or him. And I'm selfish enough to choose myself repeatedly. Every time I kill, the face of that first associate I finished off pops up in my head. As I pull the trigger, the thwack resounds through the warehouse, ending Jack's agony with one bullet. Adriano removes his gloves and takes 2 dress shirts from a garbage bag he brought with him. My collared shirt has blood spatters, but my pants and shoes are still clean. We change our shirts and ditch the bloodied ones in the bag, along with the gloves. I instruct Damien when he comes up to us. Burn the garbage bag. Dispose of the body on Crystal Lake ground. Damien begins cleaning the evidence, and Adriano and I exit the warehouse. Once we've gotten to our vehicles, Adriano expresses his concern. How do we know it was Legia for sure? We don't have anything to back Jack's story, and you've already killed him now. We lean against his car as he reaches for the pack of cigarettes in his pocket. I went to France Italia for dinner with Fallon. Guess who was there, out in the open, following me? One of Legia's men. I've only seen him once before at Legia's house months ago, and I never forget faces. Legia's up to something. Why else would one of his members follow me? There must have been another reason why he wanted Crystal Lake. But disposing of the body on Crystal Lake property will start an all-out war. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I think he already started the war. So he saw you with Fallon? Yes, he clearly saw her too. And Legia is most likely doing a background check on her as we speak. I say with bite. Luca, this is bringing her deeper into our messy world. What does she think you do for a living? I told her about our company, of course. And you almost blew my cover, by the way. I took both phones with me to her apartment and forgot to silence the disposable one. A wrinkle creases his forehead. You seem agitated, yet not. Tell me you didn't almost. But I was interrupted. Was it with her? He smirks and takes another deep drag from his cigarette. Tell me this. Was it good or not as good as you thought it would be? I slowly nod my head. Never have I waited this long before becoming intimate with a woman. But tonight had already made the wait worth it. It was fucking better. I didn't want to leave. Your timing sucked. Adriano slaps me on my back and barks out a laugh. You're getting attached, my friend. I'm breaking my rule to not get attached, but at this moment, I don't care. I need to be careful because she's smart, and I think she's more perceptive than I initially thought. She was unmistakably upset when I left. That's women for you. Adriano lets out a half-hearted laugh and then puckers his brow. Is she suspicious? I don't think she's consciously suspicious yet, but she did see me silence my smartphone in the car, and then the disposable one rang when we were in her apartment, and she also eyed my suit jacket, which was holding my gun. Adriano flicks his cigarette butt away. I'm just going to repeat myself. Be cautious. If you're not, you might find yourself involved in something you can't dig yourself out of.
Chapter 10. Fallon. I jump out of bed when I open my eyes and see that it's almost 9. Quickly, I read my messages, which are from Tegan and Luca. Luca called right after he received my text last night, and at around 6 this morning, he sent a reply. Luca. Good morning, Fallon. Be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and others have greatness thrust upon them. Shakespeare. Well, he's up early, but I smile while reading the quote from Twelfth Night. Luca knows I collect book quotes and write them down everywhere. Then I realize that I'm sitting on my bed, first thing in the morning, thinking about him. That's what he wanted, and why he sent the message at 6. Remembering that I'm already running late for work, I make a mental note to text him back later and shower in record time. The entire day is busy, and when I arrive home late, all I want to do is eat dinner, shower, and go to sleep. After ordering a deep dish pizza, screw my no carbs during the week policy, I skip the shower because I'm too tired and crawl into my bed. After discussing some more changes to be made on the texts and font of several invites with my boss Alex on Tuesday, he offers for us to have lunch together. So here I am, at the deli across the street as we eat our sandwiches in uncomfortable silence. I've never felt completely relaxed with Alex, partly because he's my boss, and also because he's a distant man. During lunch, we discuss several charities and other events he's working on. However, I notice that he's restless and appears stressed as he shoves his food inside his mouth. Apparently, he has a lot of work waiting for him at the office, because I'm not even halfway through my sandwich when Alex checks his phone and rises immediately. Fallon, I have to take care of an urgent email. Okay, I'll finish and then return too. I want to eat my lunch. Fine, he says curtly. I don't even get to say goodbye before he hurries out of the deli. Anyway, I'm pleased he left because his distressed mood was annoying me. This gives me time to read a few pages, so I get my e-reader out of my bag and become engrossed in an emotional historical romance. Oh no, don't you dare go in there, I whisper-shout. Every so often, I talk to my book characters. It helps me cope with my feelings, and at the moment, I'm pissed off at the male lead. I'm dangerously close to throwing my e-reader across the room. After devouring my sandwich, I order another tea and it arrives quickly. Thank you. I don't even look up at the waitress because I don't want to stop reading for a second. This book is becoming one of my favorites. Still, the shadow that falls over me doesn't move, so my gaze snaps up to a certain tall, striking Italian. Fallon, always with your face in the books. Do you even realize how sexy that is? Lucas says in a throaty voice and bends down to place a featherlight kiss on my lips. Luca, hey. It takes me a minute for me to compose myself. I was going to text or call him back tonight because I was too tired last night. What are you doing here? Lunch. He glances at the time on his watch. Are you on your lunch break? I am. He knows I work across the street, and I believe he scheduled his lunch here hoping to run into me. I was here with my boss, but he had to get back. Some emergency he had to handle. Sit. I motioned to the chair next to me.
His brows furrow as he evaluates the restaurant, but thankfully, Lucas smiles tenderly at me as he sinks into the seat. I was hoping you would text me back. His tone is serious now. It's been 2 days. Don't tell me you're missing me, I ask with a hint of mock disbelief, just to goad him. In response, Luca braces his palm on my neck to bring me closer to him and runs his fingers over my collarbone. Maybe I did miss you. Your taste is addictive. I want more. Then he pulls me further into him by my waist. I turn my head and our noses touch as his breath fans over my cheek. Maybe more can be arranged, I huskily offer and almost press my lips to his before retreating. But I have to get back to work now. Next time will happen on my terms. I attempt to rise, but Luca's hand seizes my wrist to stop me, and with an enormous smirk, he says cockily, I'm calling you tonight. Then we'll see what can be arranged.
Chapter 11. Luca. I needed to keep my distance from Fallon for a few days after our date, so I didn't mind her withdrawn behavior. I don't know if Ligia has ordered his man who saw me with Fallon when we had dinner at Frank Italia to trail her, which is why I had to make sure she wasn't being watched. However, after 2 days of following her to guarantee she was safe, I couldn't resist anymore and craved to touch her when she was reading alone in the deli. I would have planned to see her tonight, but my boss, James, wants to discuss new business with me and Consigliere Salvatore, so I have to stay at our headquarters for the next 2 days. But Friday I'm coming straight back to the Loop. After being a made man for so long, I'm used to traveling back and forth constantly, because the Chicago Syndicate is scattered all over the city. None of us actually lives at the headquarters house, or even close by. And Adriano and I are the only 2 members that reside in the Loop. No one except James, Salvatore, and Adriano knows my home address. And only those 3 men are welcome in my penthouse, although a few non-syndicate-related women have been here for a couple of hours. While I'm packing, I call Fallon. Hey. She clears her throat after she's answered. Did I wake you? She clears her throat again, but her voice is still coarse. Yeah, I fell asleep on the couch. Should I call you tomorrow, then? My tone is soft. I can talk now. What time is it? I glance at my phone for the time. Midnight. It's late. You should go back to sleep, so I'll keep it short. I want to have you all to myself Friday night. To do what? She asks suggestively. God, I enjoy hearing her voice too much, even if it's only for a few seconds. I'm already starting to crave her more and more. To go on another date with me, one that won't be cut short. A door closes on her end, and she doesn't confirm but simply says, I'm in bed now. I growl, thinking of her in bed. I'm looking forward to tasting you again, Fallon, I admit in a low voice. Sweet talk will get you everywhere, she replies, followed by a suppressed yawn. And I'll keep Friday free for you. Then it's a date. I'll pick you up at 6. Good night, Fallon. Night, Luca. An hour later, I'm at our busy headquarters up north. Capi are present with most of their soldiers in the living room, and Adriano is talking to 2 of the Capi, Alessandro and John. I start toward my private bedroom on the 3rd floor. Only James and I have private rooms, which are both on the 3rd floor, and offices, which are both on the 2nd floor in this house. The Capi are allowed to temporarily occupy rooms adjacent to the strip club on the 2nd floor, but the 3rd floor is off limits to them unless either James or I invite them. After dumping my belongings, I meet James in his office. Luca. He motions from behind his desk for me to enter. I close the door and make my way across the room, greeting James with a firm handshake and my left arm wrapped around his shoulder. James has a commanding personality that has also been instilled in me. He's fatherly and intimidating, always calm and controlled, and thinks deeply before he speaks his mind. I take pride in always being controlled as well, but lately I can think of several occasions when I've been confronted with unknown emotions, when I've debated about letting go of my controlled reaction, with Fallon. Sit, son. James's 55 years aren't apparent in his outer appearance, because he's fit and always looks polished in his Italian suits. Only some gray in his hair give away his age. I sit across from him as he resumes his seat. Giacomo Loggia contacted me. He wanted to know what finding Jack's body meant. James's tone is bland, not revealing his opinion about my killing Jack and ordering Damien, our soldier, to dispose of his body on Crystal Lake territory. It was a message that I know he's after us, I disclose. Good thinking. Loggia's always running behind on all the facts. He was so dead set on taking over this small part of Chicago's Syndicate territory that he didn't even think twice about why we would hand it over so easily. He's too volatile, and he's power-hungry and jealous that his syndicate isn't functioning the way it should be. Alessandro's spy in the New York Syndicate discovered that Loggia went on a rampage after he found out that most dealers in Crystal Lake weren't pledged to any Mafia. Since they answer to no one, it'll make it impossible for him to manage the money, and he'll ultimately encounter the same problems we did. He must be driven by his jealousy to take over our territory so carelessly. I want him to know that we're always one step ahead of him. He knows. I've informed him of that in an amicable way. He surrounds himself with incapable Cappy as well. Let's wait to see what he does next. Okay. So what new business do you have? Is Salvatore coming? I lean forward and pour myself a glass of water from the decanter on his desk. Yes, Consigliere Salvatore arrives, disheveled as usual, in his rumpled brown suit. That's his strength, though. With his appearance, people easily discount him, but he's a shark. James, Luca. He sets his briefcase on James's desk and occupies the vacant chair next to me. Now that we're all here, James informs us of his plans. We presently rule the drug trafficking in northern, eastern, and western Illinois, except for that small area in Crystal Lake, which we don't need. There's demand in southern Illinois, so I'm thinking of expanding. Luca, what do you think? I don't know anything about the South. Are there small drug dealers operating there? I'll have to send Alessandro or John to investigate. We can easily regulate uncharted territory. Small-time drug dealers can either be pushed out within weeks or added to our payroll, I advise. James nods his head in acknowledgement and asks Salvatore, "What do you think?" I say let John do some digging around, but we'll need new offshore bank accounts to discreetly manage the cash flow, Salvatore answers. Then let's put it in motion, gentlemen, James instructs.
Chapter 12. Fallon. Luca calls me every night until our date. Sometimes we talk for half an hour, sometimes we talk for only 5 minutes. But I've come to anticipate the evening calls. Promptly at 6 on Friday night, he knocks on my door. Opening the door, I say jokingly, "Did you just stand outside until it was 6 and then knock?" Luca's lips curve up into a crooked grin. "No, I'm simply punctual." "Well, it's creepy," I throw back. Luca's dashing as always in his black jeans and silver-gray button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his handsome features strengthened by the gleam in his eyes. I motion to him in full length and state in a sarcastic tone, "This is casual?" He texted me last night to dress casual. It is for me. I consider my appearance. Dark jeans and a turquoise shirt that hangs over one shoulder with my hair contained in a low side knot. And frown. Luca places his finger under my chin, forcing me to look at him. You look beautiful, Dolcezza. Don't frown like that. I come bearing gifts. Dolcezza? I question.
It's an endearment.
Not baby, I hope. I grimace, genuinely hoping he did not just call me baby.
Thankfully, Luca laughs. No, more like sweetheart.
I like that. Sounds sweet. My words trail off when he stoops down beside the door to pick something up and holds out a square white box. I eagerly peek inside to discover an entire dark chocolate cake, dessert from our first date. Do we have to go out? I'd rather stay here and eat this. And I lick my lips ever so slowly, causing him to chuckle.
You can eat it tomorrow.
He pecks me on the lips and grasps my hips with both hands.
Since it's still a work day. Although I think you can eat carbs any day. And you are eating carbs tonight for dinner.
Fine. Come inside. I welcome him in and put the cake on the kitchen table. Without preamble, Luca walks over to me and frames my cheeks with his hands, tracing my lips with his tongue, every brush igniting that familiar surge of excitement, making me breathe heavily and practically sway on my feet. But unfortunately, just as things are starting to heat up, he pulls back a fraction and says in a low voice, I'm taking you to my place. Pack some clothes. At Luca's penthouse, I change into a comfortable dress while he runs down the street for some groceries. Eager to explore just a bit, I wander around barefooted on the hardwood floors, admiring the magnificent view of the Loop from the floor-to-ceiling windows and his beautiful modern bedroom. His penthouse is decorated in warm off-white and brown colors that must have been done by interior designers because everything matches perfectly. As I head back to the living room, Luke has returned with a grocery bag and is setting it on the solid black granite-top kitchen island. So I join him in the kitchen and look inside the bag. What did you get? I ask. I'm tenderly pushed aside as he rests his hands on my shoulders and guides me to the bar stool on the opposite side of the island.
No peeking. You sit while I busy myself with dinner.
Then he takes out the groceries one by one. Eggs, parsley, bread, and wine. What are we eating?
Pasta, of course.
You forgot the pasta. I lean my elbows on the island.
Luca shoots me a feigned scowl, pointing his thumb over his shoulder.
Next to the refrigerator is a chrome-coated steel pasta machine.
We're making fresh pasta. None of that store-bought stuff in my house. You and I are making tagliatelle.
I thought you were making dinner and I only had to sit here, I tease him.
You are only permitted to help with the pasta. Then you need to sit back down.
Luca gets a cutting board and flour from the cabinet behind him. But I hate cooking, seriously, I confess in all honesty. I never cook. Some people might find this romantic, but I loathe cooking. He studies me as if I've suddenly sprouted a second head.
Hate cooking? Well, you at least need to know how to make one dish, so you're making pasta.
Yes, boss. I salute. Luca winces for a split second. I catch it and stare at him, yet he disregards my inquisitive expression.
Come here.
I stand next to Luca, but he tugs me in front of him, his body heat warming my back as his hand skims down my arm, removing the beige elastic band I always wear, in case I want to put my long hair up, from my wrist.
I never thought a beautiful woman would be prancing around my home barefooted.
He then pulls my hair into a ponytail and presses his lips to my neck. Sighing, I rest my head back on his shoulder. I don't believe that. Plenty of women have been here, I'm sure.
That's not what I said or meant.
Luca takes my chin between his forefinger and thumb and forces me to face him.
Don't belittle this moment. The thought of you waiting for me here turned me on, but my fantasy wasn't as promising as the real thing. You in this white dress without shoes and makeup? just the real you, is enough to make me hard. To drive his point home, he rubs his stiffening length against my backside, and when I bow into him, he takes it as an invitation to run his fingertips along my neckline. I want you so badly it hurts. Luca groans as his breath caresses my cheek and his hands slither to my cleavage, capturing a breast in his warm grip while his lips search for bare skin on my shoulder. What do you want, Fallon? Do I need to feed you first? He asks while kissing my shoulder and trailing his hand down over my hips and thighs. He cups me forcefully between my legs, which open wider on their own volition, and circles 2 fingers over my center. I push back against him. No, I answer with conviction because I want him and don't care one bit about the food. I want to feel all of him. Lightning fast, I'm spun around and smothered with a claiming kiss before he pulls my dress over my head and flings it across the kitchen as if he can't get me naked fast enough. His look is feral as he gazes hungrily at my bare breasts, while I place both my palms on his chest and into the V of his shirt and smile teasingly. He cocks his head right before I rip open his dress shirt, making the buttons fly around the room and clink on the floor. I've always wanted to do that, I say around a smile. My arms twine around Luca's neck when he suddenly picks me up and situates me on the cold counter. Hastily, he unfastens his belt, and I slide his boxers off with my feet as I pump his erection in my hand. Growling against my mouth, he lifts my behind slightly to hook his thumbs into my panties, discarding the last of my clothes, and I continue to stroke him as he bites his way down my throat. Then passion overtakes him, and he grips my knees to spread my legs apart and slices his tongue along my core. Twice, as I grab his hair while he commences to devour me. When I'm writhing on the counter from the sensual onslaught he evokes, he swiftly positions me on the edge, gets a condom from his pants on the floor, and rolls it on. Luca hisses as I center him at my entrance, rubbing the head of his erection up and down, and our hooded eyes lock right before he enters me, stretching me inch by inch, slowly and deliberately, giving me time to adjust to his thick length. He groans, feeling the way I open up to him. Fuck, Fallon, you're so tight. I want to fuck you hard. And his eyes close while he attempts to compose himself. I want you to fuck me hard, Luca, I admit, and lie back on the counter as he rests my legs against his toned chest, kissing my ankle. He makes a low, guttural sound, barely holding his control, and eases in and out unhurriedly while he watches me, allowing himself to enjoy the sensation once he's all the way inside. His movement increases when he hooks my legs over his arms, pressing my knees toward my chest, and starts to ride me. Raw lust breaks free as he kisses me hard on the mouth, jawline, and then nips my shoulder, his powerful strokes enticing me even more. When he grazes a nipple with his teeth, I whimper and weave my fingers in his hair. There's nothing tender about what we're doing, but it still feels intimate to me, so I shut my eyes as he takes my body without mercy until, without warning, he slows his thrusts and hoarsely demands, "Look at me or I stop." Instantly, my eyes fly open to obey him as he stands upright, gripping my waist, and slams me back onto him. And as I continue to focus on him, Luca adjusts my body slightly under his strong grip, arranging me into a position where I can only concentrate on the pleasures of his strokes. Then, in a flood, my orgasm rips through me, the heat burning at my core, fiercely traveling through my entire body. My inner walls clench around his erection, my back arches, and I feel him going in deeper, prolonging my bliss. Luca! I moan his name before I gradually drift back from my high. He then pulls up my legs again, letting them rest against his chest, and his throaty grunt through clenched teeth warns me of his impending release. As Luca's groin is pressed between my legs, all I can do is take what he gives me. I feel his erection growing and twitching as he thrusts a few more times while gripping my hips. "Fuck!" he growls and falls on top of me, his hand on my hip skimming upward to cover my breast, and we lie there panting, gratifyingly exhausted. After several quiet minutes, Luca lifts himself off me, and we merely look at one another. A shared look of contented souls is reflected in our stare. "I was planning to feed you first," he confesses with a mock smile, but I'm still floating back from this unexpected and extremely satisfying momentum that temporarily blocked any thoughts of food from my mind. Luca ghosts his lips over mine, covering my body again with his, letting our flushed skin touch. "If you want to lie here while I'm cooking, I'm not complaining, since I'm just getting started with you, Dolcezza." Luca's eyes cut to my breasts, and his hand wanders down my stomach. But I shove him away affectionately. "I'll get up, Chef. I'm suddenly famished." Before he can make a crude remark, I add, "For food. But I promise you more action if I don't have to make the pasta." Luca rubs his chin as he considers my offer. "And by action, you mean sex?" I laugh loudly. "Yes." "I just had to verify," he jokes. "Deal. Let me help you up." Gallantly, he holds out his hand to assist me. I'm stuck to the counter from our sweaty activity and stand up slowly, allowing my stiff limbs to begin working again. Luca helps me get back into my dress, constantly touching my bare skin before he pours me a glass of red. And after cleaning the counter, he starts chopping the garlic and parsley. "Who taught you to cook?" I ask while he's preparing supper. "Miziho. My first night with him, we made pasta together. I was sad that my parents had just died and didn't want to talk. He understood and just let me make a mess with dough." He sounds so nice. Does he have any children of his own? "No. He had one love, but her family didn't want her marrying my uncle. This was back in Italy. He never married, and as far as I know, he never had a serious relationship while living here." "He lives alone in Venice?" "Yes, but he has many friends and some family members, so he isn't lonely over there." I hear a vibrating sound, and disapproval paints Luca's face as he checks his phone and types a short message. I've already topped off my third glass of wine, and a warm and lazy sensation is filling me. As Luca starts to bake or fry or whatever, I roam around his living room. Only now I see that he has the dinner table set up with candles, and everything is ready much quicker than I expected. Luca plates up the food and holds out my chair for me. "You make a mean shrimp pasta," I say after my first bite. "I don't cook often, so I'm glad you're liking it." I never thought I'd say this, but no dessert for me tonight. This pasta is filling. "I never thought you'd say that either. Are you sure?" "Quite sure. I'm stuffed," I reply around a smile. "By the way, are you busy this week?" "A little. Why?" "Well, when you're not busy, you can come to my place after work if you want. And you can stop by unannounced." "Well, well, I've earned the unannounced visits privileges," he teases, and then he grins wickedly at me. "I will. I'd rather be busy with you than work anyway."
Chapter 13. Fallon. By spring, I've become very attached to Luca, and we've established a comfortable routine. After dating for 3 months, our relationship has progressed into serious territory, and we're committed to each other. We have planned dates and see one another at least every weekend. but I think that I should also surprise him once in a while, since he always lavishes me with gifts, most of which are delivered to my apartment. I've received designer dresses and earrings, but my favorite gift is an Italian necklace with a silver charm, a cornicello, a little horn that's an Italian amulet of good luck. It's supposed to protect me from the evil eye. So I decide to surprise Luca with an unplanned visit after I've had a meeting with a client 4 streets from his penthouse. I try persuading the receptionists to let me go on up, but they're strict here and are unyielding in checking with Mr. Demiliano first. Ultimately, I get clearance to go up, where Luca meets me at the door. "Hey, I was in the neighborhood and wanted to see you," I greet him.
"Fallon, I wish you would have called. I'm actually working."
Displeasure is carved in his features. Stunned by his rigid, unwelcome posture, I attempt to peek into the penthouse. Luca has never been anything but courteous, and his discontented manner makes me somewhat suspicious. Normally, he's in tight control of his emotions, to the point that it's sometimes challenging for me to interpret his reactions. "That's fine. I just wanted to say hi, but I'm obviously interrupting." My instinct is screaming at me to check out the apartment. "I'll just grab a bottle of water and be on my way." A wrinkle appears between his brows. He knows I'm on to him and whatever business is going on in there. I shoulder him out of the way and go straight to the kitchen. There, I'm greeted by the man who was waiting impatiently outside the coffee shop the second time I met Luca. He's handsome, with pitch-black hair and dark brown eyes, but he has a kind, yet naughty, undercurrent about him. His hair is longer than Luca's, curling over his ears. The guy rises from his seat at the kitchen island, and he's dressed in a tailored gray suit, so apparently shares Luca's love for the finer Italian suits.
"Hey, I'm Adriano, Luca's business partner. You must be Fallon. I've heard a lot about you."
Luca is actually busy with work. Adriano's here, and I see the 2 laptops on the counter. "Hi, Adriano. I've heard significantly less about you." And my eyes cut to Luca. Adriano feigns a hurt expression as he says to Luca, who's still not acting like himself,
"Luca, stronzo, you don't tell your girlfriend about the most important man in your life?"
He points his thumb at himself.
"Don't flatter yourself,"
Luca retorts. Adriano disregards him and returns his attention to me.
"Anyway, I am his best and only friend."
He slaps Luca's back.
"I'm the only guy confident enough to be this Mr. Universe's friend."
Adriano's comical attitude has eased the tension between Luca and me.
"If you're my only friend, that means you're my best friend by default,"
Luca points out. Adriano shrugs.
"I'll take that."
Luca and Adriano seem to have an endearing brotherly bond. Smiling, I retrieve a bottle of water from the fridge and hold it up. "Anyone else?" However, when I crane my neck to address Luca and Adriano, I catch a strange look being exchanged between them.
"No thanks,"
Luca answers.
"Excuse me, I'll be right back,"
Adriano informs and disappears down the hall to the guest room. Screwing the cap off the bottle, I take a swig while keeping my stare on Luca. "What's wrong, Luca?" He cocks his head in question.
"Why would anything be wrong?"
I close in on him, standing next to the kitchen island. "You don't like surprises? You haven't even kissed me." A lazy smile pulls at his mouth.
"You came here for a quickie, Miss Michaels?"
"Maybe." Then, out of the blue, heels are clicking loudly on the floor, coming down the hall, and several things happen that bother me. Luca takes a step back from me. Adriano exits the guest room, seemingly contrite, and a woman with a smug look on her face heads toward us. Shocked, I ask, "Who's that?" The woman cozies up to Luca, effectively making me the outsider in this equation. Annoyance reflects behind his eyes. Attempting to defuse the situation, Adriano responds tersely,
This is Gina, a friend of mine.
His irritation deters her from speaking, although Gina, with her clearly fake breasts, painted face, acrylic nails, and plastic high heels, does glower at me. But my glare is pinned on Luca, and I completely ignore her. If she's a friend of Adriano's, why is she being possessive of Luca? Is his annoyance directed at me or at her? Apparently, it's directed at her, because as she touches his arm, he evades her, briefly locking eyes with Adriano to relay something without any words. While all of this is going on, I stay quiet, too curious to see how these men are going to weasel their way out of this awkward situation. Adriano speaks up first.
She's in some trouble, and I told her to come here, but I'm taking her home now.
He's anything but gentle in handling his lady friend and shoves her out of the apartment. The front door closes, and I cross my arms over my chest, waiting for Luca to start talking. He wipes his hand over his chin and confiscates the water bottle I've been clutching to place it on the counter.
Say something, Fallon.
In reaction, I release a deep breath. This entire encounter has me speculating about what's been going on in his life when I'm not around. Who is she? Luca steps forward to touch me, but his hand stops midair when I scowl at him.
She's a friend of Adriano's. She called him while we were working.
He gestures toward the laptops.
Look, we were working, Fallon. Adriano told her to come here. She got here a few minutes before you arrived and was freshening up in the bathroom. Adriano was planning to take her home after we settled one last email.
Why was she all over you if she's just a friend of Adriano's? You know her too?
Yes.
A curt response. You know what I mean. Don't play coy with me now. How well do you know her? I'm asking if he slept with her.
I'm not attracted to her, Fallon.
He doesn't quite reply to my question. No answer is an affirmative answer. Again, he inches forward, and I immediately edge back. Luca's eyes soften in culpability and defeat. I knew by your reaction to my visit that something was wrong, and then I find a woman in your apartment?
Adriano was here too. I wasn't alone with her. Don't make this into something bigger than it is.
Don't make it into something bigger? I felt the tension. I felt something was off, and the way she wanted to mark her territory with you is unsettling. And don't think I didn't notice you dodging my questions until I literally spelled it out for you. My voice mirrors his frustration.
Do you want to know who she is?
His tone rises in exasperation.
She's a stripper. Adriano's the idiot who befriended her. We had business to finish, and it was easier for her to come by here because Adriano couldn't leave yet. This is exactly what I wanted to prevent.
He waves at the distance between us and expels a harsh sigh. Nevertheless, my annoyance level has risen to incredible heights with the stripper confession. This isn't sitting well with me. Have there been any other situations where you didn't want to upset me and therefore you omitted things?
I simply want to protect you from any harm.
Luca's gradually advancing on me and tries to pull my neck, but I shake him off. Harm? What are you talking about? I'm not quite sure you're getting my point. You will not find a random man, someone you don't know, in my apartment when you decide to visit me. I swear I witness guilt and anger battling in his expression.
I'm trying here, Fallon. Don't overreact.
What? Are you serious? You think I'm overreacting? I grind out bitterly. You shouldn't trivialize this. Luca paces back and forth.
Yes. No. Fuck, he mutters.
I'm upset, and I need to be away from you right now. The unsettling thoughts haven't been negated by our talk, and I desperately want to leave.
I'm going home.
Disappointed, Luca implores,
No, stay. Don't go like this.
And he cups my cheeks.
I stop him and lower his hands because I don't want to be softened by his touch. No, I want to leave now. His disappointment fades, and pure fury blisters to the surface at my rejection. He's evidently not used to hearing the word no. Luca grabs my shoulders firmly and crowds me. You're not going anywhere like this. At his directive tone, I raise my brows and become defensive. You don't decide whether I stay or go. I throw the water bottle into my purse and dash out of his apartment, hearing Luca cursing a string of profanities as I shut the door. In hindsight, I realize this wasn't a good idea. One unplanned visit between us has planted the seeds of mistrust in me. Why is he sometimes so closed off and cautious to share things with me? There's a small voice in the back of my head begging to be acknowledged.
Chapter 14. Luca. I fist my hands in my hair, knowing I didn't handle that well. Gina's one of the girls that works at the headquarters strip club. She's as stupid as she is fake, and I cringe at the memory of fucking her. She's one of the reasons why I don't drink too much anymore, and incidents like this are why I don't allow people in my home. Only because Adriano couldn't leave immediately to get her did I allow her to come here. Adriano's soldier was supposed to pick her up and drop her off at headquarters, but we put him on another assignment at the last minute. All I wanted was to finish our business quickly and meet up with Fallon. That plan obviously failed. Adriano left without his laptop, but I'm not positive Fallon perceived that as sketchy. We actually were working and discussing our software development company, Security Simplicity, whose office is located in the Loop. The company develops and implements special requirements software for businesses worldwide. But actually, the software developments are used for the Syndicate to breach firewalls in government systems. Apart from being the owners, Adriano and I are also the investors, which is how we legalize the profit from our drug earnings, making it appear that we're just two noble and successful entrepreneurs. We visit the office to sign documents or prepare for audits, usually twice a week. Every detail has been covered to ensure the company looks legitimate. We have operational, sales, and finance directors who manage the day-to-day business, while we've managed to stay behind the scenes as much as possible. The 3 directors are associates on my payroll, not true syndicate members. To the outside world, we're entrepreneurs who avoid the media most of the time. Not that uncommon. Adriano and I were discussing business when Gina called him, so I made a snap decision for her to wait here because I had to finish updating him. That's when Fallon decided to stop by. And I can't control Fallon, which both irks and intrigues me. She has a mind of her own, a free spirit, that doesn't consent to giving in to me. And because I love a challenge, she's reeling me in. Waves of fury and excitement rush through me at her dismissal of staying here. I need to talk to her. But first, the hindrance named Gina will be dealt with. She made the wrong move in coming between Fallon and me. So I text Adriano on my way out. Luca, where are you? Adriano, still riding around the area. I'm guessing Gina won't be going back to the house. Luca, meet me at the park, all the way in the back. Gina's smugness has vanished, and all I see is fear written all over her face, as she and Adriano pad across the grass. He joins me on the bench while Gina stands in front of us. We both glare at her as I speak. Where's her boldness now? Adriano shakes his head slowly in mock disappointment. Luca, I'm sorry, Gina whines. I wasn't thinking. You know, I thought you liked me too. Holding up my hand, I hush her. Never have I given her the time of day, except for that one time we fucked, which I barely remember because I was too drunk. What's left of my conscience obligated me to let her stay after our fucking, since I was partly at fault. But she doesn't know when to shut her irritating trap. Gina's manipulative and vindictive, and a woman's scorn could pose a problem for me personally. though I'm sure she wants to live, so she'll disappear quietly. She isn't a danger to the Syndicate because she has absolutely no incriminating information on us. "You don't belong with us, Gina," Adriana says. "You're not to come to the house anymore." She trembles and starts to cry. "What about my stuff at the house? I don't have any money." "Your things will be sent to you. Adriana will give you some cash," I explain. "Please, I want to stay with you. I'm so sorry." "You should have thought about that before you chose to interfere in my life," I reply, and dismiss her with a flick of my wrist. Adriano rises and asks, "Will I see you at the house tonight?" I nod before he wraps his fingers around Gina's arm and tugs her with him. Sitting at the bar in the strip club at our headquarters, I'm palming my phone, ready to call Fallon as I wait for Adriano, but I need to let her cool off. Camilla, or Cam as we call her, is tending the bar. "Cam, can I have a water?" She gets a bottle from the fridge behind her and hands it to me. Then she resumes swiping clean the bar counter. "What's on your mind, Luca?" Propping one foot on the footrest, I lean forward. Cam might be able to help me get back into Fallon's good graces. "A woman," I reveal. Instantly, her movement stills at my confession, and her gaze shoots up to mine. "Well, I never. Has a woman finally captured your attention beyond fucking?" "You don't have to work. Sit with me. No one's here anyway." "Okay. Do tell, Luca." She stops across from me. "I need to make a woman stop being mad at me." "Is she special?" "Yes," I admit, and pause, unsure whether or not to tell this to her. I've been with her for almost 3 months. Cam smiles tentatively and stays quiet, allowing me to continue. I'm tainting her with my presence. "How?" she questions. I angle my head sideways. "You know more about what goes on around here than any of the other women, Cam. I see how you're unobtrusively absorbing this lifestyle." "Does she know about this?" Cam waves her hand around. "No. She wouldn't understand. She comes from a completely different background than us. But now she's been dragged in without even realizing." I've said too much to Cam. Changing the subject, I add, "It's her birthday Sunday. I have a gift, but I need something extra." "What did you get her?" "A few books." Cam scrunches her nose up. "Books?" I laugh. "She'll love them." "What does she like besides books?" I try to remember everything Fallon's told me. "Mostly books. Theater, movies," I answer, twisting the top off the water bottle. Cam's eyes round. "I have an idea. Get your laptop. We can arrange everything online. Do you have a budget?" "No budget. Give me your best idea."
Chapter 15. Fallon. I lie awake in my bed as the sun comes up the morning after my peculiar encounter with Luca. That woman in his apartment and the way he and Adriano reacted has me weary. This voice in my head is screaming louder and louder that Luca's holding back from me. Some things just don't add up. But am I overanalyzing this? I might be. That's what I told myself last night. His explanation could be true, or not. Yet either way, I've already fallen for Luca, so I've decided that my questions about him aren't stopping me from pursuing this relationship. While I'm scrolling through my phone, Luca texts me that he's coming over. And not 10 minutes later, I buzz him in and unlock my front door before crawling back into bed, where I'm lounging when he appears in the doorway with a silver box in hand. Tentatively, he sets the box on my nightstand.
"Good morning."
"Morning." The dark circles around his eyes betray that he had a rough night. Luca takes an encouraging breath.
"Fallon, I'm sorry about yesterday. Gina's nothing to me."
I wasn't even worried about the woman, per se. It's the circumstances that had me upset. I believe you, The situation was just awkward.
I truly get that, and it won't happen again.
Without asking, he strips down to his boxers and joins me in bed. I turn on my side, facing him, and he roams a hand over the curve of my hip. Just be honest with me from now on, I tell him. I thought we were committed to each other after dating for 3 months. I am to you.
I promise that I'm devoted to you, Fallon.
The back of his hand strokes down my cheek.
Can we just forget about yesterday?
I trust that Luca's faithful to me because I can feel it in the way he looks at me and makes love to me. He's apologized, and I'm really not in the mood to fight. Fine, I might have overreacted a bit, I admit sheepishly, and he grins at me. And with only a few words, he's somehow managed to make me forget my worries. Can I open my present now, even though my birthday's tomorrow? I ask softly. He nods with a hesitant smile. I sit up, and Luca slips behind me with his arms encircling my waist. Greedily, I lift the top off the box and remove the silver tissue paper. My heart skips a beat. Oh, my. I trace the 3 volumes of The Count of Monte Cristo, each with a different hardcover. Luca's lips press against the side of my neck.
Good?
Amazed, I glimpse at him over my shoulder. Good? I practically yell and point to the books. This will get you laid. With a chuckle, he kisses my cheek. Wait, it can't be a coincidence that you just happened to get me the ones with the covers I didn't have yet.
I checked to see which volumes you had. You told me the second time we met in the coffee shop that you purchase your favorite books with all the different covers, and I noticed that you hadn't completed your Count of Monte Cristo collection yet.
I'm still riveted by my new additions, but my thoughts wander to something else entirely as Luca's fingertips trace the sensitive skin on the inside of my thighs, and he groans appreciatively.
Your skin is so soft to the touch, Dolcezza. You're consuming my thoughts all day and night.
I'm pleased I'm not the only one starting to feel that way. Same goes for you. He lets out a quiet laugh.
I have another gift for you,
Luca whispers while still hugging me to him.
Look underneath the books in your box.
I rummage through the silver tissue paper until I found a black envelope. Tearing it open, I take out tickets to the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway. I've always wanted to see that show on Broadway in New York, but I'm confused when I see the date and time. Are we?
Yes. Pack your bags. We're flying to New York to attend the Phantom tonight.
I shriek in delight and spin around, peppering kisses all over Luca's face. The Phantom is 2.5 hours of sublime theater, and afterwards, Luca and I sleep in the presidential suite at a nearby hotel to spend the next day, my birthday, together. When I come out of the bathroom dressed in only my towel, he's on the phone in the living room with his back to me. Music is playing, but as I step closer to him, I hear his muffled words.
Don't start. I'll take care of it tonight. No, I'll call you later,
he replies in an authoritative tone to the person he's speaking with. I walk up to him and loop my arms around his middle, and at first he tenses up, but then he cuts the call and turns in my embrace, nuzzling my neck.
I already missed your addictive scent. I was waiting for you. I don't like to be kept waiting.
That's how relationships work. Sometimes you wait. You better get used to it. I retort playfully while lacing my fingers through his hair. My nails gently scrape his scalp, making him growl in appreciation. He lifts his head, and he's clearly both shocked and amused, asking with a mischievous smile,
"Is that a challenge, Michaels?"
"Absolutely," I breathe.
"I love a good, feisty challenge,"
he says in a low voice, and then snatches the towel off me,
leaving me standing naked before him. A cold rush of air sweeps over my skin as I take in his dark expression. But the darkness isn't fueled by lust. There's a menacing undertone on his handsome face. "Are you okay?" I ask, concerned. In reply, he hugs my naked form and sucks in a deep breath. "I hate that this weekend with you has been interrupted by a phone call from work."
"Well, you don't have to be upset about it." I try a light-hearted tone as the upbeat intro guitar notes of Brown-Eyed Girl by Van Morrison start to play from the speakers in the room. Without realizing it, I sway my hips to the music, and Luca's hands trail down to my behind. "Do you have to leave now because of that call?"
"No, we can stay in New York for a couple more hours."
"I'm glad," I say, and simply because I love this song, I start singing along. And I twirl around Luca. Standing behind him, I rake my nails over his chest and down his abs to the top of his khaki-brown slacks, smiling at him when he cranes his neck. Yet in a flash, he captures my wrist and swivels me back around to face him. Luca clasps my left hand in his right while he pulls me flush against him, his fingers digging into my hip, and we dance freely together. His hand slides up my side to stroke the underside of my breast with his thumb and then back down my hip. He leads me effortlessly, never missing a beat. We sway together from left to right without breaking eye contact. Our dance has blown away the rigidness in his body, his intensity shattered by little ol' me. I'd like to believe that I'm the only one that reaches him on this fundamental level. Luca impresses me by smoothly dipping me low, my mahogany locks touching the ground. And when he kisses me hard and hungry, we lose control in an instant. He whirls me around and leads me to the floor-to-ceiling window, his chest against my back, and pins my hands above my head. A shudder runs through me as he gazes at me in the window reflection while his palms run down my outstretched arms. "Keep them there," he orders into my ear. My hips are pulled back slightly, and I arch my back in eagerness when Luca's fingertips glide down. Palming my behind, he massages the swell of my ass in both hands, the heat radiating off him absorbed by my back as he leans in close to place a kiss between my shoulder blades. Then he nuzzles his way down my spine as he kneels on the floor, stopping twice to leave a bite mark in his wake, and releases a groan before he starts eagerly licking me from front to back with the flat of his tongue, all the while kneading my behind roughly. "I want to hear you, Fallon." His throaty voice barely reaches my ears over the end notes of Brown-Eyed Girl. Luca tongues my folds, and then he sucks the bundle of nerves into his warm mouth as I arc my back to give him better access. In turn, he pushes a finger inside and leaves another sharp bite on my ass. "Ah, Luca," I whimper and rotate my hips shamelessly to ride his finger. But he stops, only to pleasure me with his tongue again, causing my muscles to tighten. Blissfully, I close my eyes, thinking only of him on his knees behind me. Then Luca stands, unfastening his pants and pushing down his boxer briefs, and he picks me up by my legs, without turning me around, and his strong hands hold my behind up easily. He shifts my body with my knees pushed up and keeps it steady against the window as if I weigh nothing. "It's going to be hard and fast, Fallon," he murmurs against the shell of my ear and pushes into me in one powerful thrust, filling me completely, making us one. My back curves to take him in deep, and I spread my arms wide, palms flat against the window while he whispers dirty words in Italian and takes me without mercy. I climb to release fast with an orgasm that bursts in my lower stomach, shimmering through every nerve. A rasping sound escapes Luca as he keeps up his punishing strokes until he spills inside me and then remains still, his lips grazing my shoulder while our breathing regulates.
As he pulls out slowly and places my feet back on the floor, he tightens a fist in my hair from behind, forcing my stare forward. Then Luca takes my hand, entangles our fingers, and rubs between my legs, tempting and branding me. And I revel in it. "Rub it in, Fallon," he whispers against my temple in a hoarse tone while catching my eyes. His look is blazing with lust, love, and promise. Promise of how I'm his and he's mine. Now I have to shower again. I grin, hinting for him to join me. Naturally, Luca understands me perfectly, so he scoops me up under my knees and carries me to the bathroom. "I'll clean you, my brown-eyed girl." In the bathroom, Luca seats me on a towel on the shiny white counter, and I skim my nails over his unshaven jaw before pulling his shirt over his head. Now we're both naked. "I need to shave," he comments while sliding his palm over the underside of his jaw. "No, don't shave. Do you have a trimmer with you? I like this scruffy yet neat look on you." He checks his carry-on and returns with a trimmer in hand. I tap my fingers on my lips. Can I do it? Uncertainty crosses his face. "Okay, but I'll set the trimmer height and show you how to do it first." Yes, show me," I say enthusiastically, albeit a little stunned that ever-controlling Luca is letting me do this. He plugs the device in and lets it graze over his jaw to precisely shorten the hairs. "That's so easy. Let me," I persuade and lift my hand to the trimmer. Luca hands it over but doesn't release his hold. "Don't go too fast, or too slow. Just be careful." I refrain from rolling my eyes at him. "Mr. Control Freak, I won't kill you with a trimmer." And I tug the device out of his hand, letting it slide over his jaw. But it isn't shaving as effortlessly as when he did it. I frown in concentration, and Luca attempts to contain a smirk. "Don't move your lips," I warn, and finish the job quickly. He checks his reflection in the mirror, smoothing his hand over his jawline. "Good work, Dolcezza." Then he wedges himself between my legs, palming the counter on either side of me. "Are you happy with your gifts?" "Of course I am." I rear back slightly to look up into his earnest face. "All of this isn't necessary to make me happy, though. Don't get me wrong, they're wonderful gifts. But all I want is you. We have to enjoy the little things in life. The musical, this hotel, it's all great. But this?" I reach up and place one of my hands over his heart and my other hand over mine. "Is my happiness. Spending time with you makes me happy." His lips turn up, and while his smile doesn't usually reach his eyes, this time it does. Securely, he enfolds me into the warmth of his arms, and I cross my ankles behind him as he lifts me and steps into the shower. For the rest of the day, there's a restlessness in Luca's behavior, so I ask him several times if we should leave in order for him to take care of his business, but he assures me he can handle it on Monday. He's attentive, but his mind is clearly somewhere else. We eat Spanish tapas at a small restaurant near our hotel, but while we're there, it becomes clear to me that he's even more troubled than I realized. When he visits the restroom, I head toward the glass case at the bar to inspect the desserts. A man at the bar takes this as his cue to flirt with me. "Hello, pretty lady." Even though I barely acknowledge him with a faltering smile, he continues. "Can I buy you a drink?" The guy has a distinctive scar that cuts through his right eyebrow, and his manner simply screams creep. "I'm actually with someone. No thank you," I say dismissively and glance at the restroom. His unnerving laugh washes over me. I'm sure he knows I'm here with Luca because from where he's sitting, he had to have seen our intimate pose at our table. Feeling uncomfortable, I turn to rush back to the table, but the guy abruptly grabs my arm, forcing me to turn back, and then, just as suddenly, releases me. I'm startled, but before I have the chance to say something, Luca's standing beside me. He gives me a once-over and, facing me, takes a protective stance between me and the man. "Everything okay?" he asks me quietly. However, I sense the rage vibrating off him. His customary cool facade falters, and a darkness is threatening to come out, which makes me wonder if he usually masks his true nature from me. "Yes, I was just checking the desserts." Luca rubs his hands up and down my arms to soothe me. Or maybe himself? "Go to our table." His tone is gentle, yet demanding. Still in a daze, I comply and sit down. But because I'm curious to know what's happening, I peek out of the corner of my eye and see the two men in a heated conversation. Luca towers over the guy, speaking to him in a hushed voice. The guy stands up on shaky legs, but Luca doesn't move an inch as the guy tries to bypass him and scurries away. Luca then rolls his neck once in clear annoyance and strides to me. "What just happened?" we simultaneously ask. "I went to check the desserts and that guy offered me a drink. I said I was on a date, and when I walked away, he stopped me by the arm, right before you showed up. I was just startled, that's all. What did you say to him? Do you know him?" Luca relaxes a little. "I told him I better not ever see him near you again. He should be thankful I let him walk out of here. I came back and saw his hand on your arm." He gives me a reproachful look, which makes me defensive. "I didn't do anything to encourage him to start flirting." He sighs in exasperation. "I know." I blow out a heavy breath while stillness surrounds us. Why do I get the impression that we're miscommunicating? "Maybe we should just go now?" I hesitantly suggest. "We'll be a little early at the airport." His eyes snap up to mine. "Don't you want dessert?" "No, I'd like to go home. You've been on edge all day." I rise from my seat. "That's fine. If you want to go, we will." Right after he settles the check, we proceed to the hotel to retrieve our carry-ons and continue to the airport. I'm not sure how our weekend went from perfect joy to annoyed frustration. Obviously, Luke is preoccupied with something that's weighing heavily on his mind. We pick up Luca's car from where we left it at Chicago O'Hare and drive straight back to my condo. But he stops the vehicle at the front entrance, so I assume he's not staying. "Fallon, are you angry?" Luca asks me point blank. "No, I'm not," I admit honestly. "I'm disappointed that you've been distracted today." "I'm sorry I've been a million miles away. I have to be in Belleville for the entire week and won't see you again until Friday." "I don't like that." He squeezes my thigh. "Me either." Luca cups my jaw and presses his lips to mine, his tongue probing my mouth open, demanding me to let him in. "I'm planning to be with you for the entire upcoming weekend," he whispers between kisses. "Call me whenever you want." "I will, and thank you for my gifts." "Anything for you. Good night, Dolcezza." He traces the tip of his nose down my cheek and throat, causing me to shiver, and I run my hand through his thick hair as he kisses my collarbone before I exit. Luca won't leave until he knows I'm safely inside my apartment, so I switch on the lights and peer out the window to wave goodbye as I watch his taillights disappear into the night. The following morning, I'm awakened by a lovely incoming text message from Luca that makes me forget his sometimes distant behavior. Luca. "Good morning, Fallon. There are two ways of seeing, with the body and with the soul. The body's sight can sometimes forget, but the soul remembers forever. Your favorite, Alexander Dumas."
Chapter 16. Luca. 41 minutes flashes on the display of the treadmill when Adriano and I are working out together at the Blackhall Gym on Monday morning, before we leave for Belleville for the week. It's a fully equipped gym that we use often, and it's usually quiet in the morning. Most of my neighbors work out at night or not at all, so just a handful of people are here. Adriano wipes the sweat off his forehead with his towel as his sprint slows down beside me. "How was your weekend? I'm not used to talking to you only once during an entire weekend." Fallon took up all my time. "You were with her the entire weekend? Did Danny try to contact her again?" Yes and no. Danny only called her that one time while we were in the coffee shop, and she never returned his call. This has become much more than an assignment to retrieve information. I've already known for months that she's not in contact with Danny. James wants me to focus on Legia. 2 Cappy had been ordered to find Danny ASAP. "Luca, what now? We don't need Fallon. She has nothing of importance. You think you can build a relationship with her? How many lies have you already told?" His voice lowers. "There's a perfectly good reason why we agreed to not bring innocent outsiders into this." "I can't back off anymore," I answer. "You can, but you choose not to." I stop the treadmill and face Adriano. "What is it with Cam that has you going back to her over and over again? She's the only constant in your life, besides me and your family." Adriano also stops, and we step aside. "That's an entirely different situation." "The circumstances are different. The situation is similar. Why do you need her? You fuck everything in sight with a skirt on. Do you really need to fuck Cam too?" I hang my towel around my neck as we approach the incline bench. "I do, and I don't fuck everything. I flirt with everything. There's a difference, FYI. He smirks before adding, "Either way, I'm an asshole, and I can't stand it when other men eye her. I want her to want me. She makes me, I don't know exactly what." "Human?" I fill in. "Maybe something like that." I'm starting to understand your twisted logic. I can't walk away anymore because I'm in too deep. I need her after I leave our fucked up world at the end of the day. She's giving me back some of my humanity. But I'm also beyond conflicted. Conflicted between being Luca, her normal boyfriend, and Luca, the underboss. With her, I can just be. I have no idea how long this can go on. However, I don't want to end it right now. But she's not ready to learn the truth yet. It'll scare her away. I drape my white towel on the bench before lying on it. Adriano sits on the shoulder press machine across from me, but doesn't resume his workout. I take the dumbbells from the floor, and after 8 reps of the Y raise, I rest. And there are more complications now. He leans against the machine, waiting for me to elaborate. In New York, one of Legia's men was following either me or Fallon. I had a suspicion someone was tailing us, but I couldn't pinpoint anything unusual. The guy was good, because until the last few hours, we were in a restaurant before we left for the airport. I didn't notice anything strange, but after visiting the restroom, I came out and he was chatting her up. I ran up to her so fast. It's been a long time since a situation panicked me, but I can only categorize my reaction to seeing a New York Syndicate member talking to my girlfriend as sheer panic, which was instantly overridden by rage and an obsessive need to protect her. He has a scar on his right eyebrow. I don't know his name, but I'm positive he's a New York Syndicate member. Find out who he is. I'll contact our spy in New York. Adriano answers. The guy was provoking me, telling me how beautiful she is. The moment Fallon went back to her seat, I threatened him to back off. I was so angry that I couldn't think straight, and I lost it. And since I threatened him, he can now report back that she's my soft spot. So I put her in more danger. "How did she react?" he asks. We had a disagreement. It grated on my nerves that she even talked to him. Adriano barks out a laugh. "That girl's bringing out the jealous beast in you." Don't I know it? I stand back up. I need for one of us to follow her, because I'm positive Ligeia will be tracking our moves from now on, if only to rile me up.
You and I can't do it this week. Do you want one of the soldiers to do it?
Adriano inquires. No. They'll ask too many questions. I'm not sure what, if anything, Ligeia will do with the information that I have a girl. But James doesn't know anything. No one knows except you. And I wanted to keep it that way for a while longer, I reveal, not hiding my concerns and displeasure.
What did you tell her about this week?
Adriano and I have business to take care of, regarding settling new drug deals in southern Illinois. I told her the truth, that I had business in Belleville all week. I just didn't specify what kind of business. Who could keep an eye on her for me? Let one of the associates you trust do it. What about the guy who drives Cam around when she buys the club's inventory? I ask.
David? Yes, he's trustworthy.
But he's to safeguard her at all times and at all costs, without her knowing, I order, wrapping the discussion up because we're running late. Are you done working out?
I was done after the treadmill.
Adriano takes his towel in hand. Then let's go. Chapter 17. Luca. After 5 days of missing Fallon and constantly worrying about whether or not anyone would harm her, I'm thrilled that it's Friday night and I'm finally home, so that I can keep her safe myself. I'm crazed with desire for Fallon, and tonight, an important change in our relationship has occurred. I've come to the realization that I've fallen in love with her. Something I never expected, but she's drawn me into her normal, mundane life, and she offers my restless underboss soul some solace. While I'm cleaning up the mess in her apartment, she's nagging me to leave the dishes and join her on the sofa, because she's eager to tell me some news. But when I keep on clearing the dining room table, she grabs a pillow from the couch and throws it at me. "Fallon," I warn, without looking at her. Yet instead of heeding my warning, she chunks another pillow at me. But I duck, and then calmly place the plate in my hand back on the table. In that instant, Fallon bolts down the hall, almost tripping when she grips the doorframe to turn toward her bedroom. But just as she enters her room, I catch her waist from behind, laughing with abandon.
"Luca,"
she utters out of breath.
"I've never heard this type of unrestrained laugh from you before."
She's right. I feel free and uninhibited because of her, and the more I'm with her, the more I want to feel that way. As I sweep one hand over her stomach, the other one sidles up to fondle her luscious breast. Groaning, I palm her throat and lightly trace her ear with my lips. "Fallon, you can run, but you can never hide from me." I squeeze her breast and grind against her ass, our breathing becoming shallow as I guide her forward to the bed. "What do you want to tell me?" I say against her temple.
"I got a promotion. You're groping the new head copywriter now."
"That's fantastic and well-deserved." I reach down and push her skirt and panties off at the same time. Then I rapidly strip her shirt and bra while she faces me to unfasten my pants, before I grab the back of my shirt to pull it over my head. Fallon's nails rake up and down my torso, making me hiss. I love her soft hands always exploring me. Yet I curtail her enthusiastic movement by folding my fingers around her wrists. If she doesn't stop, I'll blow before I'm inside her. "This is about you tonight, Fallon." She shakes off my hands, and I allow her to swivel us around and push me onto the mattress on my back. I'm rock hard looking up at the curves of her sexy body and flawless skin and stroke myself twice to tempt her. Fallon wets her lips and flicks her thumbs over her rosy nipples.
"This is about us."
She pouts her lips, and all I can think about is having those beautiful lips wrapped around my heart-on. I growl in response. Then I scoot back on the bed until my head hits the pillow, point to my face and order. "Then we're tasting each other. Get on here." With fluent elegance like only she possesses, she crawls over me, turns around, and positions herself on my face. Fucking sweet. I've missed her taste, and she moans and throws her head back when I cover her ass with both my hands and trace my tongue everywhere between her thighs. I clutch the ends of her hair, pulling her head back further and making her arch into my mouth. And I continue to pull and release, adding more pressure with my tongue every time, because I want to hear her moan louder. My raging hard-on is flexing against my stomach until, luckily, she starts stroking me up and down, and I let go of her hair when she leans forward to let me fuck her wet mouth. I groan when she circles the head with her tongue and takes me in all the way to the back of her throat while writhing on my face. In primal reaction, I press my thumbs to her sensitive spot as she squirms above me. So I squeeze her bottom more firmly, rubbing harder, and plunge my tongue inside, wanting more. No, needing more. I can tell by the volume of her moans that she's going to come soon. Her fingers secure around the base of my erection as she sucks hard, and my balls tighten. I feel her inner walls contracting and apply more pressure with my tongue, when her violent shudders pull me into a soul-wrenching climax, and I buck my hips up until I'm spent. Fallon pants noisily as she thrashes against my face. My little screamer. I hear her groaning while she licks me clean, her unguarded sexual drive linking me to her even more. I leave a kiss on her center. I love it when you swallow. I confess in a possessive tone. She sits down on the bed beside me and says sweetly with a dreamy look about her, I know. I just came, and I'm still fucking hard for you. I comment in a hoarse voice, sitting up to close the distance between our bodies, and Fallon starts pumping my already hardening length in a surprisingly intimate moment. We share so much through our eyes without speaking our thoughts, and I think she wants to tell me how much I mean to her. Her emotions are written all over her beautiful face, but something's holding her back and she hesitates, so I sink my hand into her hair. On rare occasions, I have true contentment in my smile. Usually, my mood is blackened by a dark nuance that I know she can't decipher, but in this moment, the tinge is blocked out by pure ecstasy. I share my true, gratified smile with her and lean back against the headboard, coaxing her to straddle me. I love you, Luca. She speaks the 3 words I've wanted to hear as she effortlessly slides down onto me. I bring her forward with my fingers weaved in her hair until her lips are hovering an inch from mine. Ti amo. I love you. She smiles widely, her hair curtaining around us, and I sift the strands out of her face and trace my knuckles down her cheek and over her pink lips. Fallon places both of her hands on my pecs, and her eyes penetrate tantalizingly deeply into mine. Then we're lost in a world where only she and I exist. I nuzzle her neck, loving the smoothness of her skin against mine, and affectionately rub our noses together while I absorb her sweet ambrosia perfume. I long for the softness of her hips beneath my palms when she starts to move extremely slowly. All I want is her, every day, every night. Ti amo solo tu dolcezza. I love only you, sweetheart. I bite her lower lip, sucking it into my mouth, and we groan together as she rounds her hips, her head falling back when I grip them and move her back and forth to ride me while I watch. However, I need to see her face as she comes. I need her to see only me as she comes. So I cup the back of Fallon's head and force her to look at me. Stay with me, I command in a voice thick with lust, and push up in the same rhythm to meet her movement. I nudge her sensitive peak with each thrust, and soon the waves of pleasure ripple through her again. As she sobs her climax, my entire body pulsates beneath her in a blazing explosion, and we come together passionately, not once looking away from each other. Now, more than ever, I need to be careful to keep her safe from the Syndicate. No matter what anyone says or does, I'm not about to give her up.
Chapter 18. Fallon.
The wet and wild season of spring turns into an unprecedented hot and humid summer.
Luca and I have become even closer the last couple of months, so he's been spending a lot of time at my place, and nothing odd has happened since the Gina altercation, which has quelled the seeds of mistrust. We decide to spend a weekend at a cottage in Lake Forest. Unfortunately, my parents are on vacation, so we won't be able to see them. During the car ride, my nipples are freaking hard because I'm wearing a thin, white, strapless dress, and Luca has the air conditioner on the coldest setting. I'm cold. I point to my nipples and make sure he notices my sideways grin. Luca glances at me, then back at the road before his gaze shoots back to my chest area and a wicked smile curves his mouth. You have no idea how much I've fallen in love with you. You obsess me a little more every day. I affectionately shove his cheek to force his attention back on the road. All of this just because my nipples are hard? No, I'm just happy that you can let go and be yourself with me. He smirks as his hand grabs my breast underneath the top of my dress, grazing my nipple, and he groans. Plus, I get hard in a split second when you don't wear a bra. I sigh when Luca's touch heats my skin, but I swat his hand away and adjust my dress to encourage him to concentrate on driving, and we manage to arrive at the lake without having an accident. Usually, the lake is swamped with people throughout the summer, and today is no exception. Even finding a vacant parking space seems to take forever. I want to find a place in the shade, so we walk to a secluded area and locate a spot under a tree. After I lay out our towels, Luca removes his shirt and his taut body glistens in the sunlight. Placing my aviator sunglasses on top of my head, I soak in the sight of him, noting that his stare is trained back at me through his sunglasses. His lips twitch as he lies down on the towel, taking me with him, and after removing the sunscreen from the bag, he starts to rub it on my arms and legs. Turn over. Luca spreads an excessive amount on the insides of my thighs and up under my dress to the swell of my behind. You want to come, Fallon? People are going to see. I peek around apprehensively, but no one is actually close enough to witness what we're doing. No, relax. I'm blocking you with my body, and the dress covers it. I'd never allow anyone to see you come. A shudder sparks through me as his eyes meet mine, and I wonder whether that was a threat or a promise. But Luca makes me forget that thought when his middle finger disappears between my legs, rubbing gently in a circular motion for several minutes before he pushes inside. And I respond with eagerness, gasping as he plays with my body while I want more and more. I start to ache for release when he mercilessly carries on, making my toes curl. Shh. When I start to moan, nearing my peak, he smothers my cry with a kiss until it subsides. Then he leisurely massages my behind and back until, deliciously satisfied, I drift off to sleep. When I wake, the sun is hanging low in the pale blue sky, and Luca's not lying next to me. I scan the beach from left to right, but don't spot him, even though it's less crowded now. I check my phone to learn I've been asleep for almost an hour. Searching for my water bottle in my bag, I groan from thirst when I can't find it. It must have fallen out in the car. However, as I'm looking through the bag, I'm grateful to find Luca's car keys, so I pack the towels and head for the parking lot. I choose a different path through the opulent green trees to walk back to the car. It's eerily silent at this part of the lake around this time, and when I hear a rustling behind me, I have the distinct feeling that someone's watching me. As I spin around, I see nothing out of the ordinary, yet I can't shake the feeling that I'm being followed. So I pick up my pace and try to locate my phone in my bag to call Luca, but it's fallen out of its compartment. My rummaging becomes increasingly frantic as unidentified noises seem to be closing in on me. But when I reach the bottom of my bag, I'm relieved to finally touch the smooth surface of my phone and hurriedly contact Luca. Thankfully, he answers on the first ring. Hey.
Where are you? I hiss. We forgot our drinks. I went back to the car, but I can't find my car keys.
I've got them. They're in my bag. I hear the snapping of branches and look sideways and behind me. Nothing.
What's wrong? Luca asks, concerned.
I'm heading back to the car now. I'm walking through the trees and I hear noises behind me. The unease in my stomach is growing.
Where are you? He barks. Why didn't you stay put?
I don't know how to explain where I am. Fallen branches obstruct a clear view of the pathway, and I'm confused about which way to go.
From where we were lying, did you head left or right toward the trees?
The rustling is coming closer, igniting my anxiety, and I break out into a run.
Fallon!
I hear Lucas screaming from the phone dangling in my hand as my legs race toward the parking lot.
Motherfucker!
I'm still not sure which way to run, but when I glance around, I see some vague movement somewhere behind me.
Fallon, answer me! Now! Answer me! Lucas shouts.
I recognize 3 entwined trees to the left and remember that way leads to the lot. I bring the phone back up to my ear. I'm almost at the car. I'm dripping with anxious sweat mixed with the heat of summer.
Where? And don't you dare hang up on me or stop talking, he orders loudly.
I flinch from his harsh tone of voice. To the left of where we parked. Then I turn to the right and sprint straight forward. Breathing heavily, I spot a parked silver SUV in the distance. The parking area. My main focus is on reaching the lot just ahead of me.
I see you, Fallon. Keep coming toward me.
I recognize Luca's silhouette stepping in front of the silver car. He seems so small, so far away, but Luca's an excellent runner and reaches me quickly. He takes me into his arms and places my phone in his pocket as he clutches me tightly.
You're safe, Dolcezza. You're fine. You're fine.
He keeps repeating, more to himself than to me, it seems. Luca then holds me at arm's length and scans me from top to bottom.
Are you hurt?
I shake my head, trying to catch my breath. I was so scared. I show him my trembling hand and let out a weak laugh when I realize that I probably overreacted. I just had this eerie feeling someone was watching and following me. I'm never walking through those trees again. Luca's eyes narrow as he stares behind me and pulls me back into the protection of his embrace, both of us breathing raggedly, our chests heaving in relief.
Come, Dolcezza.
Luca takes my bag and slings it over his shoulder, tucking me into his side and guiding us to his car. I crane my neck to look back.
Don't.
Luca insists and hugs me firmly, his voice unsteady. He must have been scared too. Nothing happened. I'm okay. I try to ease him and caress his stubble-covered jaw. Yet I can't help but notice that this seemed to upset him even more than it did me.
Chapter 19. Luca. I lie awake at 2 a.m. with Fallon in my arms and stare at the ceiling of our rented cottage, still completely incensed about what happened earlier at Lake Forest. She's draped over me, her head resting on my chest, and I hug her securely to me, pushing my lips into her hair. My heartbeat quickens when I think about this afternoon. I should have been more careful. She was having a peaceful sleep at the lake, and people were around us, so she was supposed to be safe. I ran to the car but forgot my keys, and then she called me, saying the words I've been dreading to hear. I'm fuming that she walked via an isolated path, because I've told her before that she needs to be more aware of her surroundings. As I slip out from under Fallon when I hear my phone vibrate, she stirs and rolls onto her other side, but remains asleep. Brushing a hand through my ruffled hair, I get up from the bed as soundlessly as possible and go to the chair where my clothes are folded in a neat pile. There, I fish my disposable phone from my pants pocket and read Adriano's text message. Adriano. Damien has him. We'll be at the warehouse within 10 minutes. You coming? Luca. I'm coming now. Do not touch him. While I'm dressing, my gaze is on Fallon lying on the bed. She's pulled me in deeper than I ever thought possible. Buttoning my pants, I search for my gun out of habit, before I remember I've stashed it in the car. I can't risk her discovering my handgun, although I should hurry. I drop down onto the chair to watch her sleep some more, simply because the rise and fall of her chest has a calming effect on me. She's fine, but for how long? I'll do anything to keep her, and I'm prepared to do anything to protect her. The last few months, I've been putting a lot of effort into gaining Fallon's trust and not having her exposed to anything Syndicate related. That's given us a chance to build a somewhat normal relationship. I've been delegating more work to my Cappy in order to have more free time with her. But this Legia business will force me to be away from her more often for the next couple of weeks. James and I need to know what the New York Syndicate boss is up to. And it's my primary duty as the underboss to find that out as soon as possible. Earlier, I texted Adriano to come to Lake Forest with our soldier, Damien. When I messaged him, they were at our headquarters, which, like Lake Forest, is situated up north, bordering the suburbs, and it isn't far from here. Adriano was to drop everything to locate the man that frightened Fallon. It had to have been one of Legia's men. So the spy we have in the New York Syndicate was ordered to find out which of Legia's soldiers was assigned to Lake Forest today. Adriano had confirmation of whom it was, and his whereabouts within 3 hours. It was the same man with the scar through his right brow who talked to Fallon at the restaurant in New York. I'm certain Fallon wasn't trailed the week I was in Belleville, because my man was shadowing her around the clock. Therefore, Legia's sending me a message by having his soldier follow her when she's with me. First at the restaurant in New York, and now here. Though I'm not sure what the message is yet, I do realize that, for Fallon's safety, I need to uncover it as soon as possible. I silently exit the bedroom, and when I reach the front door, I take one set of keys that hang next to it and sneak quietly out of the wooden cottage. Since Fallon's ordinarily a deep sleeper, I hope she doesn't wake during the night. If she does, then I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Within 15 minutes, I'm at the warehouse, and Adriano and Damien are already inside. Damien lets me in. He's in the first room. His name is Ramon Vasquez. I stride to the room on the right, which has a concrete floor and hideous orange paint that's peeling off the walls, and find Adriano sprawled on a chair beside a square wooden table and a sink to my left, casually smoking his cigarette. In the back of the small 6x5 room, dangling on a hook with his wrist tied together above his head to a steel bar that hangs from left to right, and his feet hovering an inch from the ground, is the man I was looking for, Ramon Vasquez, the man with the scar right through his right brow. I commend Adriano with a swift nod for catching him this fast. Well, well. Ramon, I distinctly remember telling you what would happen if you were ever in close proximity to my woman again. I stand before him with my hands folded behind me for a long minute, while his harsh breathing fills the room. I can see a will to fight in him, even though his body is hurting and his face is beet red from his painful position. I was hoping to get into Fallon's sweet little pussy. He tries to taunt me, but stutters. A layer of sweat gathers in my palms from reining in my fury. Adriano snorts at Ramon's attempts to still act tough, and points with his cigarette toward the tools he has set out on the table. A hammer and a crimper. Next to the crimper is a folded sheer plastic hospital gown, which I throw on to protect my clothes from staining. Then I grab the medium-sized hammer from the table and wrap my fingers tightly around the handle. You just signed your death warrant, Ramon. I was already wound up from this afternoon, and he threw fuel on the fire by speaking about Fallon like that. Ramon's eyes enlarge in fear. No, I was kidding. I was only hired to follow her. Nothing more. I'm sorry. I close my eyes and roll my neck. When I open them again, I can't hold back. Too little. I bring the hammer back slowly to make him aware of how far he pushed me, and then I smash it against his right knee. Too late. I hear the crunch of Ramon's bone breaking as his body bangs against the wall, and his ear-splitting screams echo around the room. Throwing the hammer onto the floor, I drive my fist into his nose over and over, pouring every bit of my wrath into my punches. The blows splinter through my knuckles, and I relish it. His blood splatters on my face, and his head thumps against the wall behind him as it slouches back from my beating. Son of a bitch thinks he can scare Fallon. No one threatens Fallon. Look at me. I fist his hair roughly. Ramon's eyes focus on me as blood trickles from his nose and mouth. Suddenly, I smell urine and look down to see him soiling himself. Don't you wish you knew when to shut the fuck up, instead of provoking people when you are the one tied up? I bang his head against the wall and take the hammer from the floor to prepare for another blow to his knee. Have you had enough? I spit through my tense breathing. But please, stop! He stammers pathetically. When I study his battered face, I lower my arm and decide that he has had enough. For now. I toss the hammer into the sink, turn on the faucet, and scrub my face. Removing the plastic gown, I check to ensure I'm clean of any blood. Am I spotless? I ask Adriano to check me over. He scans me up and down. Yes. Come, I order, and Adriano accompanies me to my car. Leave him hanging there until morning, then burn his body. Let Legia wonder what happened to Ramon. Harsh, Adriano mutters. I glare at him in aggravation. He came too close to her, Adriano. I know, but Luca, I've never once seen you lose control. Tonight, you came fairly close. I brace my neck, trying to ease the tautness. I don't know how to keep her safe without eliminating all the threats. Adriano sighs and drops it, changing the subject. Where's James, by the way? I haven't seen him in 2 weeks. James is too busy with organizing everything behind the scenes for our business in southern Illinois. He and Salvatore have to set up the financial routes. Even I barely speak to him, which currently suits me fine. I don't know how long I can keep our boss in the dark about Fallon, but right now, I have to get back before she wakes up. The cottage is still dark when I return, and Fallon hasn't called me. In total, I've been gone 40 minutes. Slipping back inside, I strip my clothes in the hall and open the bedroom door. She's sleeping in the exact same position as when I left her. Quietly, I fold my clothes and leave them on the chair, as they were before, and step into the bathroom to check one more time for any blood remnants. Then I crawl into the bed behind her warm body, and her hair tickles my nose. She's only wearing panties, and I glide my hand over the curve of her hip, a little too roughly in my still decreasing furious state, as her fragrance evaporates my demons of this hellish night. Fallon rouses and turns, curling into me and throwing her leg over my hip to push her core against my boxer briefs. I feel and smell her arousal, and I harden instantly. Her eyes flutter open. You're horny, she murmurs in a husky tone that makes my erection twitch. So I nudge down her panties to take them off and skim my fingers back up the inside of her thigh to hook her leg higher over my hip as I ghost my lips over her cheeks while she moans. I probe between her legs, circling her wetness with 2 fingers, and Fallon discards my boxers, stroking me with her addictive touch. Grasping her leg that's hooked over me, I gather her closer, rubbing my hard-on over her wetness before I drive inside her in one hard shove, swallowing her cry with a claiming kiss. Her head rests on the pillow on my extended arm, and I cup it to draw her into my kiss while, with my other hand, I grip Fallon's ass to fuck her hard as her nails dig into my chest. Luca, she groans. I close my eyes and visions of the men I've killed invade my mind. So I shake my head to lose the thoughts as I seek to banish my actions of tonight. I breathe my exertion of our fucking and my love for her into the hollow of her neck while thrusting into her sweet, tight body. Luca, Luca. Fallon's hands rest on my chest. Luca, where are you right now? Where is your mind? I keep my thrust brutal with my eyes secured shut. I won't give her up. I need to protect her. The next thing I know, her hands, no longer on my chest, are pushing me away. Luca! Fallon whisper yells. Stop it! 2 warm hands cover my cheeks. Come back to me. Her soft voice breaks my trance, and I open my eyes to meet her worried ones. I freeze immediately, blinking and burying my head in her cleavage as I pull out of her. Fallon hugs my neck and plows her fingers through my hair. Where did you go, Luca? I'm back, I assure, and look up into her face as I brush her hair away with my fingertips. What happened? Her expression is filled with concern. You were suddenly 1,000,000 miles away. I'm scared of losing you, Dolcezza. I've revealed the truth, partly. I'm fine. She takes my hand and places it over her heart. We had a scare today, but I didn't realize it bothered you that much. You should have talked to me. It bothers the fuck out of me. Ti amo così tanto. I love you so much. I press my lips to her hand that's on her heart. It scared me. Me too, initially. And I love you very much, too. But we're together, and I'm fine. And that's what I keep reminding myself. She pauses in thought before continuing. Is something else going on? Maybe I should start telling the truth. But I can't disclose how I handled her stalker, because she won't be able to understand or cope with that kind of violence. Fallon has never been exposed to the cruelty of this world before, so I lie to placate her. I'll keep reminding myself of that too from now on. Let's go back to sleep. My actions of earlier are another vision added to the nightmares that haunt me. Only, my nightmares not only haunt me by night, but also by day. Fallon's in danger 24/7 by association with me now. Tired from worrying, I entwine our legs, and as she holds on to me, I rest my ear between her breasts so that I can listen to her heartbeat while she falls back asleep. I should have stayed away from her.
Chapter 20. Fallon. A shift in our relationship follows. On the days when Luca's out of town, it becomes even more problematic to reach him. He either doesn't answer his phone or it takes hours for him to return my calls, and his absent-mindedness alarms me once in a while. He's woven a carefully crafted facade of quiet confidence, one that's always preserved, except for the few times I catch him off guard. In those moments, I wonder if I'm enough for him. Maybe he's becoming bored with me. But then he manages to make tender love to me, which restores my faith in our relationship. Until I start catching him in lie after lie. Until I realize that our minor altercations when we first met were signs I should have never ignored. Until I realize I never knew him at all. Saturday morning, I'm warming up to go running alone since Luca's away on business. I'm starting at 9 a.m., or else it'll be too hot in the blistering heat of summer. Instead of taking my standard route, I head for the park with my earbuds in and my bottle of water in hand. The park is fairly busy, so I run to a more isolated area and pass by several churches where I decide to take a break. Out of breath, I cool off a little and gulp my water as sweat trickles down my spine. While I'm jumping up and down slowly in my spot, I watch several churchgoers exiting the church across the street and halt promptly when I see a familiar man descending the church steps. I remove my earbuds and quickly hide behind a tree before Luca has a chance to notice me. He's supposed to be out of town. Luca steps aside to let a woman pass and puts his sunglasses on as a priest walks up to him.
He kisses the priest on the cheek and says something in his ear, all the while gripping the priest's head. Then Luca's right hand slides into his jacket pocket. Is he threatening the priest? Luca releases him, and after the priest nods and leaves hurriedly, obviously upset, Luca goes to his car. Like a stalker, I inspect his every move until he drives away. But in the meantime, I'm lightheaded from all the thoughts raging inside me. What's he doing in a church with a priest? Is this the first time he's lied about a business trip? I'm still perspiring, not from my run, but from the shock of catching him, and it takes me well over 30 minutes before I'm standing at my front door, feeling numb. The unknown is hitting me hard. Once inside, I become angry and call Tegan. Dazed, I sit at the kitchen table.
Babe, I was asleep. This better be good,
Tegan answers in a sleepy voice, but I'm silent.
Fal, are you there?
She asks, louder now. Yeah, I'm here. Why was she sleeping? It's midday in London. Isn't it the middle of the day there?
Yes, but I'm lazy.
Fal, what's wrong? I'm not sure, Tegan.
Sweetie, what happened? Are you okay? Are you home?
Typical Tegan, firing a bunch of questions at me all at once. Her concern envelops me in a warm hug, making me feel loved. Yes, I'm home. I'm fine physically. I just caught Luca 20 minutes from here at a church, when he's supposedly out of town.
You caught him? You mean with another woman?
Tegan probes. No, not with a woman. I caught him in a lie. He's supposed to have been at a business conference out of town since yesterday. But I just saw him, this morning, here in the Loop. I can't even wrap my mind around it yet.
That's weird. He told you he would be away for the weekend? What did you see exactly?
Yes, he said he'd be away. I exhale tersely. I was so shocked at seeing him. It blindsided me. I couldn't confront him right there, and now I'm pissed at myself because I should have put him on the spot then and there. I was running through the park and saw him exiting a church. He talked to a priest, and they had what appeared to be an intense conversation. And then he left.
Okay, maybe there's a perfectly good explanation. Is he religious? What was he doing at the church?
As far as I know, he isn't religious. And why would he keep that from me? If he was, I wouldn't mind. I play with the edges of a paperback lying on the table.
True.
Yet my anger isn't dissipating, but increasing. I thought about calling him now to check to see if he'd lie about his whereabouts.
Yes, do that,
she agrees. I wanted to talk to you first before my anger took over. I'm going to shower, and then I'm calling him.
Okay, let me know what he says.
Go back to sleep, babe. Sorry for waking you.
Don't, she warns. You can call me anytime. Look, I don't know him, but from what you've told me, he really loves you. So don't jump to conclusions before you've talked to him.
I make a non-committal sound of disapproval and palm my forehead to lessen the pain of an impending headache. I don't know. Something's off. I'll call you later.
Okay, call me after you've talked to him.
Yeah, I say and hang up. Not a minute later, after I just sit and stare ahead, my phone rings. Luca. I inhale deeply to compose myself. Hey. Dolcezza, what are you doing? He's still in his car because I recognize the background noise. I was just about to jump into the shower. Why? My lip quivers, but I try to sound calm. I have a surprise for you, he states. Okay. I'm back already. Interesting. In town? I'm not divulging that I caught him yet. Yes, I actually had to drop something off near your apartment. I grabbed a quick bite, and now I'm on my way to you. I missed you. I release a sigh, both pleased and displeased. But my mind is screaming at me that he's telling a half-truth while my heart is shouting to believe him. And my heart is dominating my mind. I hate myself for overruling thought. Everything is clouded by my love for this guy. Still, the insecurity and distrust have taken root in my mind. Why did he have a heated tete-a-tete with a priest? For once, Luca's dark mood is emulated by me. If I confront him now, I'm positive he won't be completely honest. My gut instinct is telling me to store this away for later, to not let him know I saw him at the church, to let him think I'm none the wiser. Feeling confused and suspicious, I realize I don't want to see him now. Luca, I already had plans for today. After my shower, I'm going out. He's disconcertingly quiet, letting on that he's surprised by my reaction.
Will you be gone the entire day?
Probably. Most likely considering his reply, after another silence, Luca asks in a severe manner,
What do you have planned?
Not actually having any plans, I utter the first thing that comes to mind that could be remotely true. I'm meeting Jason.
Jason?
He repeats and waits for me to elaborate. I'm going to a new bookstore. Jason, a colleague from work, offered to accompany me. Nervousness fills my stomach when another awkward silence ensues. Desperate to be alone with my thoughts, I continue. I'm sorry, Luca, but I have to shower and leave. We'll talk tonight?
Fallon.
There's a desolate tremble in his voice. Let's talk later, okay? I persist and end our conversation. Then I lean back against my seat as an unnerving feeling cuts through me. I bite my bottom lip in frustration before heading toward the shower. Standing under the scorching heat of my shower for a long time, I let the water cascade down on me, hoping it will rinse away these overwhelming feelings of weariness. But unfortunately, I'm not feeling any better after I've dried off, and shriek when I enter my room naked. Luca's sitting on my bed with his elbows resting on his knees, hands folded together, scowling at the floor. But his gaze snaps up when he hears me. I clutch a fist to my chest. Don't scare me like that! I gave Luca a key months ago, but he's never used it without calling first. Since he doesn't talk, I hesitantly close the distance. We both know something's wrong. Is he lying, or am I misjudging the entire situation and ruining our love for no good reason? Luca palms the back of my thighs, pulling me close, and he leans his forehead against my abdomen. In reaction, I lace my fingers through his hair as he draws in a long, tormented breath and rubs his stubble-covered cheek against my stomach.
What's going on, Fallon?
Luca asks in that desolate tone. You tell me, I counter. His hands on my thighs stiffen momentarily, and he looks up as his eyes narrow in suspicion.
Cosa intende dire? What do you mean?
When Luca's pissed or being passionate, he has a tendency to switch to Italian. I frown at his defensive tone and obvious discontented physical reaction. Normally, he's a master at hiding those emotions. But as I stay quiet, he sighs in defeat.
I have to leave again tonight. I came to spend time with you, and you're mad at me for some reason. Perciò dimmi, cosa c'è che non va? So tell me, what's wrong?
I try to move away from him, but he holds on, so I pry his hands off my thighs. Calmly, I put on my panties and bra before I unleash my anger on him. Why is it difficult to reach you when you're away? When we first started dating, you were always available, or you at least had the decency to text me to let me know when you'd call back. He's stunned by my question.
That's what this is about? I have businesses, Fallon. Sometimes I'm in meetings where it would be rude for me to text. But if that bothers you, I will from now on, he says with guarded gentleness.
His reply doesn't alleviate my reservations whatsoever, so I start pacing in front of him. When we first met, there were several occasions when I doubted Luca's honesty. I found it odd that he isn't on social media. He only has business social media accounts. I found it strange when Gina was at his place and he and Adriano reacted the way they did. And the business trips he goes on are suspect. That voice of doubt is yelling at me to stop being ignorant. Ask him. I try to work up some courage and meet his eyes. Is there something else you're not telling me? Luca disregards my question and stands up in one quick move, clasping my face in both hands, and says, Ti amo, esisti solo tu per me. I love you. You're the only one for me. Speak English, I insist when he forgets to translate for me. You're my pleasure, my sanity, my calmness, my home, my positive counterpart to every negative characteristic I have. Then why do I have this distressing feeling that you're always holding back? I'm not sure, Fallon, but it hurts me when you're hurting. How do I make that feeling disappear? He rests his forehead against mine. I don't know, I reveal honestly and edge backward. Utterly confused about this situation, I need to be alone, so I continue with my lie. We'll have to discuss it later. I have to dress and go. Concern spreads through his entire composure when he sees me shutting him out. Do you want me to leave? Yes, I answer evenly and approach my closet. But his fingers wrap around my upper arm to stop me, and I glance back at him, yet he doesn't say a word. The pain in his eyes wounds my heart. Only that pain is swiftly replaced by his mask, the controlled concealment of his emotions restored. And it's this change in him that has me terrified that something bigger is going on here, so I turn around to my closet. Lucas stands there for several minutes staring at my back before he withdraws from the room, quietly closing the door. I stay home alone the entire day, coming to the conclusion that I have nothing substantial to base my suspicions on. Meanwhile, Luca doesn't call or text. Maybe, just maybe, he's telling the truth? My first mistake was that I never thoroughly questioned him. Time and time again, I failed to press the issue about anything that wasn't sitting quite right with me. Ultimately, I appeal to my common sense and call Luca that night. He answers on the first ring, and I ask him to come home. Within an hour, he's at my apartment. I'm half asleep in bed, lying on my stomach, when Luca enters my bedroom and gently flips me over. His shirt is already off, and he removes his pants and slides into bed next to me in his boxer briefs, facing me. Tentatively, I touch his troubled face. His skin is ice cold, even though it was warm today, so the temperature must have plummeted. I hold open my embrace as a peace offering, and he buries his nose in my neck while entangling our legs. I'm sorry, I mumble. You don't have to be, he replies agonizingly softly. I love you so much. His arms tighten around me to press our bodies closer together, as if we're one, and we drift off to sleep, hugging one another. A few hours later, I wake up needing to use the bathroom and untangle myself from his grip. As I return to bed, I pick up Luca's clothes from the floor to throw them into the laundry basket, and notice that the collar of his white shirt is splattered with brownish-red blotches. My pulse increases as understanding dawns on me that his shirt is stained with blood. Not a good sign. Lucas stirs and sees me with his shirt in my hand. I sit down on the bed next to him and show him the stains. What's this? He avoids my eyes and answers in a sleepy voice. Nothing, Fallon. Did you fight tonight? I cover his hand with mine in reassurance that I won't be mad. However, I do want an explanation. I was upset and some guy was goading me, he admits with a sorrowful look.
Oh, Luca, I'm sorry you were so upset about us. I shouldn't have left things unresolved. Are you hurt? I ease back into the crook of his arm and rest my hand on his chest, although my first reaction of concern is abruptly replaced with more doubt. He's lying. He clings to me, his hand caressing up and down my arm, and kisses me on top of my head.
I'm fine now that I'm with you again. Tu sei il mio mondo. You're my world.
Weren't you supposed to leave town again tonight? I ask, not letting on that I think he's being dishonest with me.
Yes, but I need to stay with you more, Dolcezza.
We lie there quietly, finding comfort in each other's arms, and even though I'm pleased to hear that he's not leaving town again, when I finally fall asleep, my reservations are still occupying my thoughts.
Chapter 21. Luca. Fallon's breathing evens out and her hold on me loosens. She's sleeping. With the tips of my fingers, I trace patterns across her bare shoulders. Today was a close call. The priest Fallon saw me with this morning is New York Syndicate's boss, Legia's priest, Father Eli, who just moved from New York to Chicago. Legia's a religious man who went to Father Eli for confession when he lived in New York. So I paid Father Eli a visit in hopes of learning more about Legia, because the moment will come when he'll try to use Fallon to blackmail me. He's playing a game with me, and she's his leverage. Father Eli is one of several Mafia priests who have their own regulations and can get married. He was easily pressured with money and the threat of exposure of his love for young men, something he desperately wants to keep hidden from his wife and congregation. But my capo, Adriano, can find out the dirtiest of secrets. Since I told Fallon I'd be gone for the weekend, I went to Father Eli and gave him an ultimatum. Get valuable information on Legia. Information that Legia doesn't want anyone to know that will hurt him, or I'll expose the photos I have in my possession of Eli in compromising positions with several underage men. I was supposed to visit the priest and then drive south to meet with James, but I saw Fallon right away when I was leaving the church. I'm trained to notice anything unusual, and someone staring at me and speedily retreating behind a tree is clearly unusual. So I put on my sunglasses to prevent her from witnessing the shock in my eyes. I knew that damage control was needed, but first things first. I had to deal with Father Eli, who attempted to send me away without accepting my offer. They always tell me to fuck off first and then run after me with their tail between their legs. And as my gun was in the inner pocket of my suit jacket, I aimed it at him, giving him 2 weeks to report back. When he agreed and hurried away, I quickly got into my car. I needed to think about how to handle Fallon because this was bad. She's become progressively more distrustful lately. My first plan was to go to her apartment and tell the truth. Well, part of it. But I knew if I suddenly revealed the entire truth now, she'd probably just run away from me, inadvertently putting herself in more danger. Then, once I got there, I was expecting for her to demand an explanation, so I was prepared to provide her some answers. But when she didn't mention that she'd caught me, I was unnerved, and only left because I was thrown off by her secretive behavior, sure that it meant she was growing more suspicious. And on top of that, I couldn't tell what was going on in her head, which doubled my anxiety when she simply dismissed me. After I left Fallon, I contacted James and told him that I couldn't make it to our appointment tonight, and thankfully, he was too busy to ask why. Still confused about my encounter with Fallon, I met up with Adriano, who was having trouble with an associate, and our fight with that associate resulted in the bloodstains on my shirt. I must be more careful in the future, because I never even noticed them. And even though I'm marginally reassured and glad that Fallon called me, her behavior is a sign that it's only a matter of time before she finds out who I really am. I could have stayed away when I first met Fallon, but I didn't do it then, and I'm in too deep to even consider it as an option anymore, although it was never really an option. Unfortunately, Legia has me on edge around the clock. This dispute he has with our syndicate is eating into my time with Fallon, and has interfered with the relaxed life I've built with her, and that's making me hostile. I need some space to deal with syndicate business, because she's starting to cloud my judgment, and for the sake of Fallon's safety, I can't afford any distractions right now.
Chapter 22. Fallon. Luca and I have been dating for almost 6 months, and another shift has occurred in our relationship. He's been distancing himself from me ever since the first time I confronted him in my bedroom about the possibility that he wasn't being completely honest with me. I feel it in the coldness of his kisses. I feel his unfriendliness when he comes home. He's with me physically, but mentally he's worlds away, somewhere I can't reach him. No matter how hard I fight, he's drifting away from me. Nonetheless, I catch glimpses of him when we're making love. But those fleeting moments aren't enough to sustain this relationship anymore. On the other hand, those fleeting moments are constantly pushing me to keep fighting for us, even though I know something's wrong. Something he isn't sharing with me. I ask Luca to join me for lunch on Wednesday, and although he's reluctant to accept my invitation, my obvious exasperation at his refusal persuades him to meet me at the deli. When I duck inside the restaurant, Luca's already waiting impatiently.
I don't have much time, Fallon.
I rarely see you, Luca. You can't spare 5 minutes for me? I slide into the chair. He blows out a frustrated breath.
I can, Dolcezza. It's just a busy time for our company right now.
I get that, and I'm trying to be supportive, but this isn't healthy for us. I'm completely in the dark about what's going on with him.
I'm not in the mood to argue,
he counters in a low voice. Who's arguing? I want us to talk, communicate, I explain.
It's only work, Fallon. We're fine.
He doesn't budge. I stare at him while he avoids my eyes. Sighing, I say, let's order. We eat within 20 minutes and head back out. Luca strokes the side of my face and combs my hair back.
Ti amo, Dolcezza. Non ti preoccupare. I love you. Don't worry.
That doesn't appease me at all. Talking to him when he's not ready is like pulling teeth. The usual sparks of love and lust are now replaced with the thorns of mistrust when we say goodbye before Luca goes away on business again for the next 2 days. When I get back to my office, I diligently work for an hour until my boss, Alex, interrupts me.
Can I see you in my office?
He demands coldly and strides back out, expecting me to follow him. I get my notebook, ready for him to add to my workload. The next night, I'm not feeling any better. I'm emotional, nervous, and a little scared. For once, I'm glad Luca's away on business. He's already texted twice and left one voicemail today to ask what I'm doing. But I'll text him later, because I need to be alone with my thoughts. Though sitting home alone is making me ever more worried. Luca can tell me with so much conviction that nothing is wrong. Everything is wrong. Maybe I should end this now? Maybe I'm not in too deep yet? I'm torn between ending this because of the unknown and continuing in the hopes that I'm mistaken about Luca. Therefore, I'm grateful when I find an old bottle of vodka in the kitchen cabinet that Tegan left behind. Holding it up, I read the label, unsure whether to drink it or not. Screw it. I'm about to open it when the doorbell rings, and I check the peephole before I unlock the door. How did you get into the building?
Neighbor let me in.
Jason shows me his white teeth. Welcoming him inside, I open the door wider.
A friend whom I was going to meet 2 streets from here canceled 5 minutes before our appointment, so I thought I'd come by to see you.
I could tell you weren't in a good mood yesterday, but I was so busy I didn't get a chance to talk to you.
He plops down onto the couch. Getting the vodka and 2 shot glasses from the kitchen, I pour 2 shots. I feel like crap. I don't want to talk. Jason picks up his shot and clinks it with mine. I'm a guy. You don't have to tell me no talking twice. I prefer that too. His lips stretch into a boyish grin. We toss back our shots and refill them immediately. After our 3rd shot, Jason's searching the coffee table. Where's your remote? The alcohol is warming my body and slowly numbing the growing unease in my heart. I have no idea. Give me 1 more shot. You're going to regret it in the morning. You'll be drunk in a few minutes if you continue. He actually makes a good point. This is hitting me hard, and my head feels heavy. Fine. No more shots for me, then. I didn't have dinner, by the way. In that case, definitely no more for you. He's walking toward the TV, trying to locate the remote. Did you freaking eat the remote? He addresses me with his hands on his hips. I never watch TV. Let me find it. I stand up and hold my arms out in front of me to steady myself. Jason laughs at me. You can't even handle a few shots. I smile at him. I already feel a little drunk. I can tell from that ridiculous smirk on your face. I reach him and open the drawer of the entertainment center to rummage around. Do you really need to watch TV? Read a magazine. Grabbing a magazine from the drawer, I throw it at him. He catches it and flings it aside. That's it. Jason advances on me and starts to tickle me because he knows I'm extremely ticklish. Stop it! I yell through my giggles, trying to capture his hands and curl down onto the floor to stop him from reaching my underarms, twisting as Jason lies on my back. Stop! You needed a good laugh to unwind. He's trying to wiggle his hand under my down-pressed arm. Come on, little one. Shut up, I croak between exhausting laughs. Stop! Then suddenly, my front door swings open, and Jason and I turn our heads as one to see Luca running at us. He hauls Jason off me, flinging him aside, and Jason grunts as he falls back onto the wooden coffee table with all his weight. Luca's silently fuming, towering over Jason and seizing him by his shirt with both fists. What is going on here? I snap out of my astonishment, jumping up. No, it's only Jason! And I yank Luca's arm to get him to let Jason go. His glower is in full force and turned on me as he looks down into my eyes. The colleague? Yes, let him go, I plead. Dude, I was only tickling her, Jason pipes in. Luca's grip tightens briefly, and Jason holds up his hands in defense while Luca glares at him scathingly before he shunts Jason away. Leave. Now. Are you okay with that, Fallon? Jason adjusts his clothes. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm so sorry, I say, and nod toward the door for him to get out of here. He walks out as Luca directs his aggravation at me. Call me, Jason mouths before he clears out. Where have you been all day? Luca asks in a dead calm tone as if nothing happened just now. The alcohol in my system is slowing down my reaction time. What? Where have you been all day? He repeats, continuing to scowl at me. Home. Then why couldn't you send a text back or answer your goddamn phone? I was going to later, but... I sigh in frustration. I'm just sad about everything between us, and Jason deserves an apology from you. He'll get one, Luca counters. I need you to answer your phone from now on. Always. Yes, okay. In my foggy mind, I recall that he isn't supposed to be back until tomorrow. Why are you home early? Because I can't function when we distance ourselves from each other. Flashes of anger and sorrow flicker across his face. You distance yourself from me, I murmur. His eyelids drift shut, and he takes my hand and kisses my fingers. When they open, his pupils have dilated, making his eyes terrifyingly indistinct. Luca. Despite my effort to talk, he's off in his own world. His lips crash down on mine as he forces me backward until he pins me against the wall and lifts me up, parting my thighs around him so that I have to hook my ankles together behind his back. His straining erection is pressing against my dampening heat as my skirt rides up my hips. Without breaking our kiss, Luca unbuttons his pants, and arousal floods me when he tears my panties off. Then he slams inside to the hilt, and my back curves to take him in. The fullness of adjusting to him erases the empty feeling that's been lingering since he left, and I gasp in delight. Luca bites my lips and pushes his tongue into my mouth, desperately seeking mine. All the while, my back is scraping against the wall as he vehemently drives into me. Both of his hands powerfully pull my ass to hold me up while my nails dig into his shoulders. My head falls back in sheer ecstasy, and I scream in pleasure and pain as my alcohol-infused body tingles. Luca buries his face in my cleavage with hints of a growl in his rasping tone. He's relentlessly fucking me, and I'm not sure whether his arduous thrusts are meant to punish me or himself. A rush of heat floods my lower abdomen, and I revel in my orgasm when it hits me as he keeps up his pace. Then, mere seconds later, he withdraws and places me on my feet. I need to come on you,
he demands in a dangerously soft tone, and he yanks open my blouse and unclasps my bra. I kneel in front of Luca before I wrap my hand around the base of his hard-on, and he presses the tip of his erection to the swell of my breasts. I pump the silky skin and look up at him as he cups the back of my head with his one hand and steadies himself with his other palm flat against the wall. Our eyes lock as his arousal twitches and he releases on my breasts with a satisfying groan, slowing his movement as he rides out his climax. He then takes his erection in hand and spreads his load over my nipples, marking me, pacifying his jealous tendencies. Worn out from the combination of alcohol and sex, I can barely stay awake. Luckily, Lucas steps out of his pants and picks me up, cradling me to him as he carries me to the bedroom and lays me down on the bed. Gently, he removes my clothes and cleans me with a warm washcloth. I manage to pry open my eyes and watch him tenderly take care of me. As if he senses I'm not sleeping, he meets my gaze. His handsome features are saddened by a grim look, and he tries to smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes.
Dormi, dolcezza. Sleep, sweetheart.
I roll onto my side, and moments later, Lucas slips in behind me, tucking me against his chest. He buries his nose in my hair while holding me tightly around my middle.
Ti amo, amore mio.
I love you, my love. But at this point in our confusing relationship, I can't say it back anymore. Chapter 23. Fallon. The average person lives 80 years. That's 29,200 days. When I come to realize that, an average life in days seems infinitely small. Only 29,200 days. A whole lifetime of memories, of love lost and love found, exists within 29,200 days. Shouldn't I strive for happiness in those 29,200 days? Shouldn't I stop worrying about inconsequential matters? Shouldn't I relish in every moment of every day? I figure that I probably should, so I keep repeating that to myself.
Only my mantra loses its power when every day that voice inside my head screams to be acknowledged. I can't keep deluding myself by thinking that what I'm worried about is insignificant. What may have started as inconsequential has turned into something very consequential, and it's slowly tearing Luca and me apart. Tegan doesn't understand my reasoning because she hasn't gotten to know Luca, and it's frustrating for me to try to get my point across, so I just tell her we're fine. Yet I'm stuck in a cycle I don't know how to break. I've put up a wall of protection, and Luca can't reach me anymore. But the entire situation is about to blow up because my anxiety is reaching a breaking point, and we've both been progressively distant. I arrive home late from work and find Luca pacing around my living room. He hurriedly slips an older style of phone that's not the smartphone he normally uses into his pocket. He has another phone? As I see it, I could react in several ways. 1. I can ask him directly about the phone, which I'm quite positive he'll lie about now because of the way he inconspicuously hid it in his pocket. 2. I can be hysterical and demand an explanation, which I won't get. 3. I can wait until I get my chance to check the phone myself. I choose option 3. Luca strides determinedly toward me as I enter my apartment, studying me intently. "Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for hours."
Annoyance resonates through his entire manner. Instead of replying, I remove my sandals first. All I want is to unwind and jump into the shower after working in the sweltering heat of this August day in an office where the air conditioning is broken. We're hosting the yearly orphan charity event in 2 days, this Friday, and I told Luca that I'd be busy this entire week with last-minute preparations and writing the speeches for my boss, Alex.
"Fallon!"
Luca crowds me. "I told you I'd be busy this week. I didn't have time to answer my phone," I say in a bothered tone. His hair is in disarray, falling over his forehead. He's obviously infuriated. Ominously, he edges even closer.
"I asked you to always answer. I need you to abide by that request. Especially now!"
he yells, throwing his hand into the air. His usual self-control wavers. I don't let him intimidate me. "What the hell are you talking about? Abide?" I spit the word with malice. "Lose the attitude." His breathing is labored from trying to restrain his emotions. As he clenches his hands, his strained biceps ripple through his dress shirt in contained rage. I hold my palms up in surrender. "Let's calm down here."
"Are you leaving tonight or staying in?"
he demands to know instead. It takes me a moment to grasp his sudden change of subject. I'm staying in." To my surprise, Luca heads toward the door, ignoring me as he passes.
"We're just going to leave everything unresolved again, Luca? We always continue on and never talk about this. If you walk out on me now, don't bother coming back."
The threat I don't mean escapes my lips without my thinking clearly. But I'm tired, and frankly, also a little scared.
"I need to leave now so that I can calm down. I don't want to say anything I'll regret. I'll be back later."
Luca opens the door and slips out, leaving me alone with more uncertainty. He has another phone? And why was he so upset about not reaching me? Every question raises more doubt in my mind, and I keep standing in the exact same spot while my brain tries to comprehend what's happening to us. Confounded, I go to my bedroom and climb into bed, foregoing the shower. I can't believe Luca would betray me, but that scenario is becoming more plausible. I don't understand how I can sense that his love for me is so deep, yet we're still drifting apart.
Unless I'm feeling things that are already long gone. Luca didn't come back to my apartment last night. My apartment where we've stayed on the weekends and that I've thought of as our home for 6 months. So much so that everything here reminds me of him. Still, I refrain from calling him. He left to calm down, so maybe he doesn't want me to contact him? Maybe it's over? Feeling miserable, I get dressed. As usual, I go to the coffee shop to buy my Earl Grey tea before taking the 15-minute walk to work, and am reliving the past several weeks over and over in my head while standing in line, wondering if I've missed something or if I've been ignoring signs.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm jarred from my thoughts by a customer behind me. I'm sorry, I comment, distracted, and move forward to order my tea while fumbling for my wallet and my purse, swallowing back a wide array of emotions. The man behind me gently touches my elbow. Is everything okay? I look at him, but can't find any words. Before I can get out my money, he orders a coffee and pays for both of us. Taking our drinks, I go with him to his table, but I don't join him as he sinks into his seat. I'm sorry, I'm having a bad morning. Let me pay you back. Don't worry about it. It's on me. Please feel free to sit if you want, he mentions kindly. I hesitate at first, then decide I should compose myself before heading to work, so I accept his offer. But of course, before I even get the chance to sit down, the door is thrown open, and Luca, with the same furious eyes as yesterday, advances in, stalking toward me. He leans in close to my ear. I need to talk to you. Because of the uncompromising lines of his hard profile and my need to avoid a scene, I agree. Thank you. I'll see you around, I tell the man as I leave the table. Luca shoots him a displeased look. It was my pleasure. He doesn't back down under Luca's glare. I smile timidly at the guy when Luca places his hand at the small of my back and guides me outside. I spin around as soon as I step over the threshold. Happy now that you've marked your territory? I say with bite. His jaw clenches. No, trust me. That was me being civil. Suddenly, a disturbing realization crosses my mind. Were you following me? Luca knows I stop for tea before going to work, but this morning I'm almost an hour behind on my regular morning routine. Yes, he confesses without any remorse. What? I refuse to cry and suppress my hurt and amazement at his confession. You said you would come back last night, and you didn't. I'm going to work because I don't want to talk to you right now. Fallon. Luca's voice softens, and he tries to palm my cheek, but I avoid his touch by taking a few steady steps back. He rushes forward and almost stumbles over a steel chair when he reaches for me, his tightly leashed self-control breaking more and more. No, do not follow me. I march away before I change my mind, leaving him behind. Still aggravated, I arrive at work. Our floor has 5 offices, but most of us sit together in the open space. When in need of privacy, every employee is allowed to occupy one of the offices, and I'm relieved that one of them is available so that I can be alone. It's a simple, understated room, white and gray walls with a black tiled floor. Throwing my bags onto one of the 2 chairs on the other side of the desk, I power up my laptop and take my seat on the leather desk chair. I swivel around to gaze outside. With my hands clasped together in my lap, I peer down to see hundreds of people, all walking in different directions that life takes them. Masses of people who each have their own individual story. Some might be happy, some might be sad, some might be lonely. Among all those people, there's one person standing immobile, looking straight at me.
I need to know what his story is. Everyone steps around Luca, his green eyes that would always capture my attention in a room filled with thousands calling to me, pulling me to him. And the tiny hairs on my arms rise as Luca's stare is locked on me, his impeccable suit in contrast with his anguished gaze. Neither of us relents, both of us observing, thinking, and anticipating what to do now. However, I'm forced to concentrate on work when my boss Alex struts into the office without knocking. I see his reflection in the window, so I swing back around.
"Good morning, Fallon. Tell me the speeches are done?"
He sits in the vacant chair across from me. I open the document in Word and print the 2 speeches I've prepared for tomorrow evening. Handing them to him, I emphasize, "Yes, they're finished."
"Anything else you need to tell me?"
he asks in a mocking tone. "No," I retort curtly. Alex's lips turn up into a derisive smile.
"We'll talk later."
After Alex walks out, I immediately turn back to the window. But Luca is gone. And when my laptop notifies me of incoming messages, I welcome the distraction and focus solely on putting the finishing touches on all the written communication for tomorrow. Then I check the menu items with all the accompanying texts I wrote and send the final menu to the printer. The day proceeds in a blur of last-minute arrangements in need of some extra attention. Tomorrow we'll be at the venue the entire day. I turn off my laptop at 8 p.m. and see that I've missed several calls from Luca and text from my parents and Tegan. During my walk home, I call my parents and my best friend. My parents, as always, encourage me to enjoy the event after my months of hard work, and Tegan needs reassurance that Luca and I aren't fighting. I lie and tell her we're fine because I don't want her to worry on the other side of the ocean. Once I'm home, fatigued, I remove my dress and heels in the living room before I drop face down on the couch and fall asleep without eating dinner. Later that night, I wake, still lying on my stomach, when I hear the door creaking. I turn my head to see Luca standing in front of me, his thick, dark hair combed back. His jaw covered in a neatly trimmed beard, never failing to enthrall me. This stunning man who chose to love me, the only man I've ever loved, is slipping away from me. Apparently, it was all too good to be true. He crouches by the sofa, bringing us face to face, and tenderly tucks my hair behind my ear, coiling his fingers in the strands. Tears are burning to explode, but I hold them in. Despondency is mirrored in our eyes.
"Am I losing you?"
he whispers sadly while ghosting his fingertips down my spine. As much as I want to give him a hopeful denial, I can't. He is losing me, and I'm losing him. Only I'm clearly the one being left in the dark as to what exactly is going on. I don't know. What's happening to us? I'm lost, I say. Luca sits on the couch and motions for me to straddle him, so I climb onto his lap and he cradles my neck in both hands, dragging me close. Guilt sparkles in his eyes, spinning with pain and regret in his dejected appearance. Even though I've grown to love him, I need to take care of myself, so I have to end this carefully. I lean forward against his chest and wind my arms around his waist because the memories we've created together aren't easily forgotten. Luca embraces me firmly, afraid I might pull away. I don't know where we go from here, I admit in a muffled voice. The familiarity of his citrus cologne used to comfort me. Now it saddens me.
"Let me just hold you. Please, Fallon. I just need to hold you."
He kisses the top of my head and rises, so I circle my legs around his hips as he carries me to the bedroom. There, he lays me down on my back before undressing,
and then he slips in beside me under the covers, resting his head on my chest and looping his arm around my middle. I weave my fingers through his hair as I stare at the ceiling and realize that I've finally accepted that voice in my head telling me that his evasiveness is fueled by something far greater than I can fathom. Chapter 24. Fallon. The next morning and afternoon are hectic. We're set up at the venue, a restaurant in a hotel, and our guests will arrive at 6. The event itinerary is simple. We start with a 7-course dinner that we sold per plate. Then an independent filmmaker will present a short documentary he filmed about the increasing numbers of orphans worldwide. And finally, several vacations will be auctioned. The chef and the artists all volunteered, and we paid half price for the venue and the vacations. Apart from the proceeds we'll make from the tickets and vacations, our guests can donate money the entire night. I return home at 4 p.m. to shower and change into my red silk floor-length dress with an open back and a thigh-high split. My hair is in a tight bun, secured high on top of my head. I'm putting my red lipstick into my gold clutch when I hear my front door unlock. I check the time on my phone. 5:15. Lucas strolls into my bedroom and halts to gawk appreciatively at me. Standing behind me, he strokes the back of his forefinger down the exposed skin on my back. Sei bellissima, dolcezza. You're stunning, sweetheart. Are you still coming with me? I thought, with all the struggles of the last few weeks, he wasn't joining me at the event. My plan for us to spend more time apart is backfiring on me. The moment I try to create distance, he ignores it and suddenly has time for me again. Maybe he's on to me. But Lucas simply kicks off his shoes and unbuttons his shirt as he answers, "Of course, I want to be there with you." Since I don't have time to think about this now, I urge, "Hurry then, shower." "I'm going." He removes his pants in the bedroom and heads into the bathroom to shower. I evaluate my dress in the mirror, but my attention wanders to Lucas' slacks lying in a heap on the floor. Should I check them? This is my opportunity. The bathroom door is slightly ajar, fragrant steam rising from the small opening. I hurriedly kneel and search his pockets. First comes out his smartphone, and then another phone. I knew it! Throwing his pants back onto the floor, I take the extra phone and run through the hall and into the living room. It's the one I saw him slipping into his pocket the night he was furious when he couldn't reach me and seems to be disposable. It's a simplistic black cell phone with press buttons and a tiny display, and it's definitely an old model. It doesn't even have a color screen. I tread past the couch to the windows and glance warily back at the hall, even though I can still hear the shower running. With sweaty palms, I hurriedly examine the phone for any useful information, clicking different buttons, but unable to find any contacts stored in it or any messages. But after entering another menu, I discover the messages. They are all from unknown numbers, no names, because none are stored in the phone. One message reads, "Button." I frown in confusion while checking the next one, but I only have time to read part of it. "Make a marriage," before a poised voice interrupts, "What are you doing?" Shocked, I whirl around to Luca, who's at the opposite end of the sofa with a towel wrapped low around his hips and his damp hair sexily disheveled from towel drying. I hate that I have to fight to avoid being lured by his charm. His gaze drifts to the phone in my hand, and his eyes snap back up to mine while he takes a defensive stance, bracing himself for my reaction. An array of feelings including hurt, sorrow, betrayal, and curiosity sting me. In a rush, I try to decide what reaction I want him to see. My curiosity and determination to figure out what exactly has been happening the last couple of weeks wins.
I need him to open up to me. How do I handle this?
I throw the phone at his chest, and he catches it clumsily when it hits him. "You're married? Married?" I yell. Luca's completely stunned. "Fallon, what did you read?" He sounds shaken, but it's well hidden as he peeks at the phone and then flings it onto the couch. "Does it matter? I knew you were lying to me. I've been suspicious for a while." I fist my hands in anger. "What are you talking about?" His lips thin to a straight line. "Don't you dare deny it. I read a message about marriage." My impatient voice rings out as I bring my clamped fist to my mouth and replay the last few weeks and fast forward through my mind. Luca cautiously approaches me and denies. "Fallon, it's not what you think. There's no one else." "Why do you have another phone? Why do you go on so many business trips?" I evade his grasp when he reaches for me, not wanting to be near him, but he continues to try to touch me until the hurt stemming from my shaking body stops him in his tracks. By now, my back is pressed against the window. Luca stands in my previous place at the sofa, dragging his hand through his hair. Sighing heavily, he pleads, "You're wrong. I'm not married." The buzzer rings, signaling the cab is waiting downstairs to take me to the venue. I carefully avoid Luca and walk past the coffee table to tell the cab driver I'll be down in a minute. All I want is to stay home, yet that's the last thing I want. Despite our argument, I move toward the bedroom to fix my lipstick. Luca follows me. "I'll wait here for you," he comments tiredly, seating himself on the edge of the bed as I redo my lips. "Don't bother." I store my phone in my clutch and flee the room. My casual response jolts him, and Luca runs up to me, still in his towel. "Fallon, we need to talk." His left arm shoots out against the wall, blocking my way to the front door. "Not now," I hiss. "I'll wait here for you then," he repeats resolutely. "No," I counter. "You leave my house." Exasperation gleams in his expression. It was his darkening eyes that warned me I should guard my heart from this man. "Fallon, you have to give me a chance to explain. I'll come tomorrow, so—" "You'll answer all my questions?" I interrupt fiercely. "Nothing will be left unresolved. That time is over. I want to know everything." "Yes, I'll be here early, and I'll call you later to ensure that you're home safe." I sigh in defeat. I probably won't answer. His impatience with me is growing. "Answer your phone," Luca demands, refusing to budge. And in a kinder tone, he adds, "I'd do it for your peace of mind if the roles were reversed." I sidestep him to escape my apartment, but Luca's fingers encircle my wrist, stopping me. I barely look back at him over my shoulder. "Good luck tonight. I'm proud of you," he expresses in a soft voice. "I'll give you all your answers tomorrow." Our sad eyes meet before I close the door. Most of the guests are already seated at the venue, and dinner is about to be served when I arrive. The restaurant has 60 round tables decorated with silver tablecloths and centerpieces of painted blue roses. I'm placed with my colleagues at a table for 6 next to Jason, who's looking dashing in his tux. "Everything okay?" Jason notices my distressed state. "Yes, small disagreement. He's not coming." I glance at the empty seat next to me that's reserved for Luca. Jason's brows crease. "He's not coming because of a disagreement?" he asks, not suppressing his judgmental tone. Jason's date, our co-worker Alexandra, overhears him and shoots me a supportive smile. I wave him off. "I don't want to talk about it. Let's enjoy our night." I'm unable to discuss Luca without bursting into tears, so I try to stay in the present when the first course is served. but negativity engulfs me. Doubt is a treacherous feeling. Will Luca ever give me straight answers? Have I fallen for a man who's woven an intricate web of lies to be with me? What's been true since we met? Incapable of eating, I excuse myself from the table to visit the restroom, and Jason follows me. Fallon, go home if you're not feeling well. I'll cover for you if anyone asks, which I highly doubt will happen, because our work is done. We should be enjoying ourselves, and you obviously can't. Go talk to Luca. Jason hugs me, sensing my misery. Eyeing the restaurant, I only hesitate for a second. I do regret leaving Luca and should talk to him now, before he has an entire night to come up with new lies. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Jason. I'm going now. Go back to your date. I watch him return to his seat. Unfortunately for me, Alex is mingling with guests at the front entrance of the hotel, and I need to avoid him, so I retreat from the foyer toward the second kitchen in the back of the hotel. I know, from spending the morning here, that only the main kitchen is being used for our event. I proceed down the hall to open the second kitchen's door and go toward the fire exit, where I press the handle down and exit into the alley, which is barely illuminated by a flickering light. I step outside and hear a faint thud, and in reflex, my gaze snaps to the back of the dim alley. Everything happens in fast forward from this point on. 2 men are standing threateningly over a body as it slouches down next to the dumpster, and one of them has a gun in hand, angled at the person falling to the ground. At that exact moment, the door behind me slams shut, and both of them discover me and start moving in my direction. Gripped by waves of panic, I frantically search the door. No handle. It only opens from the inside. Now the men are maybe 10 steps away, so I set off down the street. My heels are clicking urgently against the asphalt, and I don't dare to look back. Terrified, I lose my footing and misstep halfway to the street, falling with my palms flat in front of me and scraping my knees open. I push myself back up as quickly as possible, but before I'm able to dart away, I'm raised off my feet with an arm around my waist and a hand sealing my mouth. I scream futilely, and the guy jerks my face to the side while I struggle in his hold, kicking out into the night air. Still, he drags me easily toward the back of the alley and stops at the dumpster, joining the other man, and I notice that they're both dressed in designer suits. My stomach heaves from the pungent smell of trash and blood, which is seeping from the victim's torso onto the ground. And to my astonishment, I recognize this dead man. He stopped by work often to visit Alex. The man restraining me leans in close to my ear. Stop struggling. The disgusting stench of liquor on his breath enhances my nausea, yet I signal that I'll stay quiet, nodding my head to them. He moves his hand an inch away from my mouth, and the other man arches a brow, waiting for me to start screaming again. The one behind me kicks the back of my knees so that I collapse forward, the impact with the concrete scratching my already bloodied knees. The other man yells, "Get a grip, asshole. I'm getting the car. Don't hurt her anymore. We have to take her with us now." And he runs down the street. The guy that reeks of liquor rounds me and palms his mouth in frustration while pointing a gun at my forehead. His eyes are trained on me as he clutches his hair and suddenly backhands me in my face, the force of the blow resounding through my head. Then I'm propelled into unconsciousness when the butt of his gun knocks me out cold. Chapter 25. Fallon. I'm startled by angry male voices that sound far away, yet I fail to open my eyes because my eyelids are too heavy, as if they're sewn shut. No matter how hard I fight, they stay closed. So I focus on the voices, but it's almost impossible to concentrate in my groggy frame of mind. No, stay conscious. I can't feel anything. Not my hands, not my legs. But I'm awake. I'm sure of it. Again, I will my eyes to open. Nothing. My frightened state is increasing as the seconds tick away, and I'm stuck in my head with only my thoughts. Then I faintly hear the male voices again.
When will she wake up? She's been out for too long.
Maybe we shouldn't discuss that here and now in case the girl can hear us. And I'm very close to shooting you because I ordered you not to hurt her.
Can't we just dump her body somewhere?
Oh, God, no. Who are these people? Where the hell am I? Are you fucking kidding me? We don't know who she is or what the fuck she was doing there. We need answers before we make another move. And you made the situation worse.
Damien, I have to admit, she's a cute little thing. Gets my juices flowing. Can't we have a little fun with her?
No! Do not touch her until I figure this out! The voices become shushed. Frank, go see who's at the front door. I hear footsteps of someone walking away, and a door slams, startling me once more. Fucking little shithead! Silence stretches on until I suddenly feel a warm gust against my ear and someone whispers, "Did you just move a girl?" Before I can react, everything fades to black and I lose consciousness again. I wake as coldness surrounds me. My head aches as I try to move, and I grimace when I pull on my bound left wrist, which is painfully cuffed to the bed railing above me in this small room with off-white walls, no windows, and a light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The bed is in the corner against the wall, and there's a door a few feet away on my left. Sitting up, I drag the cuff to the middle of the railing as black spots overtake my eyesight for a moment. My dress is torn, and my knees are covered in dried blood. An almost imperceptible noise in the upper left corner of the room catches my attention. It's a camera that turned when it sensed my movement. Unexpectedly, the door flies open and bangs against the wall. It's him again, the guy that hit me. He staggers into the room, drunk. I swallow back the lump in my throat as his predatory walk ignites my anxiety and his daunting smile makes me shiver in fear. Instantly, I scoot backward on the bed, even though I know I can't hide.
You look scared, little lady.
His demeanor is blazing with malicious intent. I am scared, but just stare at him. I won't let him goad me, although I want to cry because I know he's going to touch me. There's nothing I can do, but I'll fight him any way I can.
I think you need a good fuck. You are messing with business that has nothing to do with you, and you caused me trouble. You owe me.
I don't acknowledge his words and attempt to sit still as a statue while he towers over me and tilts his head.
I like my women to scream. I think you would scream when I fuck your ass, wouldn't you?
He insults and fists my hair, hauling me up. As I'm being forced to lunge up, the cuff on my left wrist rattles against the bed railing, and I purse my lips together to keep from screaming because of the pain burning in my scalp. I'll not give him that satisfaction. In my mind, I pray that this is just a horrible nightmare, that I'll wake up any minute now. But I know it's not. This is my reality. This is happening. The tears I've been desperately keeping inside wet my cheeks. I need to fight him. The smell of liquor lingering around him tells me he's quite drunk and obviously can't access his full strength, because after a few seconds, his hold on my hair loosens involuntarily. But he quickly recovers as I make a fist with my right hand. I will fight him. With all my power, I punch his nose, driving him backward. His hand goes up to his bleeding nose. "You fucking little bitch!" He spits and comes at me full speed. We stumble back onto the bed, and my head collides with the railing, making me so dizzy that I momentarily see dozens of black and white stars. But determined to fight him off, I start thrashing like a madwoman, hoping to exhaust him in his drunken state. With my left hand restrained, I scream and kick, aiming for his balls, but I miss since he's holding me down on the bed. "Stupid bitch!" He hits me in the stomach, and all the air is ripped from my lungs as I gasp for the breath that's been beaten out of me. Leaning the weight of his entire body on me, he presses his arms on mine while he sits astride my legs, and I turn my head sideways to ensure that the blood that's dripping from his nose doesn't land in my eyes. All the while, my insides are wrenching with terror, and my left arm is bent in an awkward position because of the cuff as throbbing cloaks my wrist, arm, and shoulder. He then presses harder on my cuffed arm, and I cry out in excruciating pain, which miraculously spurs me on as I don't allow myself to wallow in it. "Get off me, asshole!" I maneuver my entire body and refuse to lie still. Although he's much stronger than I am, his drunken haze has made him weaker, and I wriggle one leg free from underneath him by frantically jerking my hips up and down. Strands of hair obscure my view when the last pins fall out, and I harshly blow them out of my face as I keep shifting my body uncontrollably until I manage to push off the bed with my right leg. When I look down my side, I notice his phone dropping out of his pants pocket onto the bed, so I hurriedly hide it under the covers with my leg. Finally, he's growing much weaker, and the pressure he's putting on my arms lessens while he's trying to kiss my neck. So I cock my right leg and lift my hip from the bed, throwing him off me, the back of his head hitting the concrete. "Fuck!" he yells. In turn, I'm frozen in shock, afraid I've caused even more trouble for myself. "I will have you later," he threatens and gets up, rubbing his head, and slaps my face with the power of his fury. I recoil from the sting and keep my body still until he disappears. I force myself not to move for a few moments to make sure he doesn't come back, counting to 30 in my head, trembling throughout. I'm hurt. I'm crying. I'm terrified. Every area of my skin is covered in sweat, and I can't think about anything but using the guy's phone to call for help. After reaching 30, I roam my hand over the sheets to try to find it, until I remember the camera in the room and vainly breathe in to calm myself. I roll onto my right side, blocking what I'm doing from the camera while ignoring the pain the movement causes in my cuffed left arm, and as inconspicuously as possible, continue to search for the phone. When my fingertips touch something hard, I grab it, bringing it as close to my body as possible. It's a smartphone with touchscreen, and I hold it near my eyes and press the numbers with my thumb, misdialing repeatedly with my incessant trembling. I almost get the numbers correct on my third attempt before I hear a noise outside the room. Someone's coming. The door creaks open, and I immediately let the phone slide out of my hand onto the pillow and plant it under my hair as I lie there with my back toward the door. Shit. Did he see the phone? Did he see me move? Footsteps approach the bed while I'm sweating profusely and using all my power not to shudder in fear. He's coming back for his phone. "Can't let you have my alcohol, bitch." I hear the slosh of liquid in a bottle. He's standing behind me and taking a swig. The guy who tried to assault me has returned, but I don't remember him coming in before with a drink or a bottle. Nevertheless, I'm motionless, with my eyes sealed shut as my tears trickle down. Please, please, please leave. I've been holding my breath since he came back. He must have seen the phone. He's toying with me. Anxiety almost swallows me whole when there's no movement. After what feels like an eternity, but must be mere seconds, he finally strolls out. The door closes, and I let out the air I've been holding, my breathing erratic from the panic boiling in my blood. Yet again, I force myself to wait before grabbing the phone. My vision is blurred from my tears as I sit up, facing the wall, and press the last number of the person I want to reach. Please hurry and pick up, I murmur with an unsteady voice, continuing to disregard the pain in my restrained arm. When I hear the ringtone coming from outside the room, my entire body stills. Confused, I look at the phone and then bring it up to my ear again. Somehow the ringtone becomes clearer. Then the door unlocks and the ringtone is now in the room with me, so I spin around with the phone pressed to my ear, and my world stops. The adrenaline that's been shooting through my veins since the drunk guy entered the room recedes. Every molecule of my existence is drenched in stunned silence. Time moves on, but stops in my mind while I'm wearily trying to understand what's happening. As I face the person darkening the doorway, the phone slides out of my hand and drops to the ground with a loud crash. And the ringing of the other phone stops that instant.
Chapter 26. Luca. Gravel crunches beneath the tires of my car as I approach the circular driveway of our headquarters, feeling exhausted. For a few minutes, I merely glare at the house. This place, this life I've wanted to keep hidden from Fallon. I do have the entire night to prepare myself, but hate that she didn't want me waiting at her condo, though I have no idea how I'm going to reveal everything tomorrow morning. How do I tell Fallon the truth? When everything one wants slowly slips away, a person can amaze himself by how far he'd go to keep it. She's everything I want, but she's the one I deceived most. It was the only way to keep her safe, away from my merciless world. On the drive back here, I relived our argument repeatedly. There was something strange about her reaction, and it's still bothering me as I pass the guard at the front door, who dips his chin to greet me. As I move through the hall, I hear a commotion coming from the basement, and a door slams. Can't these guys be quiet for one fucking minute? I need to wind down in seclusion, so I ignore the sounds and march up the grand stairs, in search of Adriano so that he can brief me on his soldier's assignment from earlier tonight. Chances are, he's enjoying himself with Cam. I visit the strip club to check out what's going on there. Pushing open the door, I see Adriano getting a lap dance from a topless woman, not Cam, on the sofa. As I lean against the doorway, the woman, seeing me first, looks up from his groin and freezes. I jerk my chin toward the other exit, silently demanding her to leave, and she scrambles away. Adriano slowly buttons his dress shirt. Buonasera, Luca. Care to join us? Us? I ask, frowning. He scans the empty room and snorts. Well, I guess the men have each retreated to a private room. Adriano, I calmly say, come to my office. I want details from Damien. Now. While walking to the other side of the second floor, Adriano calls Damien and then informs me when he hangs up. He's coming. He was in the basement. Damien was making that noise. You didn't talk to him yet? I'm annoyed that Adriano didn't debrief his own soldier, but I don't show it. No, he didn't call in, he confirms. We enter my mahogany-furnished office that contains a desk, which is situated in front of the window and holds my computer and 2 laptops, 3 padded chairs, and a beverage table in the corner next to the door. I strip my charcoal suit jacket and hang it over the back of my desk chair before sitting down.
What's wrong?
Adriano asks, as he falls into the seat across from me. My friend obviously senses my mood. We'll talk later. I open my laptop, type in my password, and immediately access the live feed of the entire house. What's going on in that basement? Damien appears in the doorway, visibly distraught. He's been sweating, which isn't a good sign. I lean back in my chair and signal for him to sit. What happened? Both Adriano and I stare at him, Adriano with an irritated expression and I with a blank one. Damien, what happened? I evenly repeat. He slides onto the seat next to Adriano.
We killed the associate, but there was a witness.
This is not good. Adriano's getting more wound up by the second, so I discreetly lift my hand toward him, signaling him to cool down for now. Damien continues.
She saw the shooting, and then Frank panicked and kicked her. I ordered him not to touch her while I got at the car, but he hit her at least one more time, because she has a bruise on her face. I just wanted to pay her off, but Frank made everything worse. I haven't left him alone with her since then. He's fucking trouble, man.
Damn it, Damien. A woman? What exactly did she witness? Adriano interrupts.
The kill,
Damien confesses. Adriano and I briefly glance at each other, both realizing the enormity of this screw-up.
What did you do with her?
Adriano questions.
I brought her here. I had to think quickly. Frank screwed up.
Did Frank kill his target? I need to know if we've bound Frank into silence. If he killed the associate, he can never break the code of silence and secrecy. Omerta. Without facing murder charges. In other words, we have him by the balls then.
Yes,
Damien answers. Good. We tested Frank on his skills in espionage, obedience, and discretion. He succeeded, but with the most important skill that's required to ensure a membership in our syndicate. Killing without mercy, and without any witnesses, he failed. Did you dispose of the body, or did you focus all your attention on the witness? I scowl at both Damien and Adriano. Adriano introduced Frank as a prospect and thought he'd be a valuable member.
Body is disposed of and crime scene is clean. She's the only loose end. I'm sorry I brought her here.
Damien apologizes in a weak voice. You should be. My tone isn't giving any indication of the thoughts roaring through my mind. Stroking my fingers over my chin, I ask, what was your plan after getting her here?
I don't know.
He takes a deep breath. Damien's concealment of information is starting to worry me. Tell me exactly what happened. What are you withholding? I demand to know. He brushes his hand over his forehead.
I smelled booze on Frank.
Adriano and I share a surprised look. That he even had the nerve to show up on assignment drunk. He was drunk? I probe.
I think so. His aim was unsteady.
Damien replies.
You fucking moron,
Adriano yells.
Why didn't you call me? And where the fuck is Frank? Frank knows he's in big trouble,
Damien explains quickly.
I wanted to go ahead and end him after he needlessly kicked her. When I came up from the basement, he was sitting in the living room.
From this point on, I let Adriano handle his soldier, anxious to check the basement feed. I peer at my laptop and see that there's a woman lying on her back in one of the rooms in the basement. I zoom in, and my blood turns ice cold. My pulse pumps furiously in my ears. Sweat immediately forms on my forehead as I gaze at her. Adriano's shouting becomes distorted and fades away as I'm focused on the screen, and everything else goes black instantaneously. There's a bruise on her face, below her left eye. Her dark hair is a mess, and her beautiful red gown is dirty and ruined. Frozen in place, I gape at Fallon and blink a few times, hoping my eyes are deceiving me. But I'm positive it's Fallon, lying unconscious on the bed, and they fucking shackled her. My two lives collide. My heart is being held in a death grip that's smothering me until, ever so slowly, all my senses come back to me, and yelling assaults my ears.
Idiota! Idiot! Get Frank, now!
Adriano is still reprimanding Damien, who hurries out of the office. Adriano shifts his attention to me as I undo the top buttons on my white dress shirt to relieve the suffocation I'm feeling. My fist tightens on the desk as I'm transfixed by the sight of Fallon's unconscious body on my screen.
Luca, what is it?
Adriano hesitantly asks. Completely incensed, I bang my fist on the desk. Then I jump up and say, "It's her. She's the witness." And I grit my teeth, violently shoving the laptop screen toward him. His eyes widen the moment he recognizes Fallon.
Oh, shit.
I charge to the table next to the door to get a drink. Taking the top off the decanter, I pour a shot of whiskey and toss it back, grimacing as the liquid burns down my throat. A million thoughts race through my mind while I think about how to ensure that neither she nor I is endangered further. Since Frank is becoming a liability, I order Adriano, "Go meet up with Frank and Damien."
I told you this would bring trouble,
he mutters as he gets up to leave. I stop him by his arm and look him dead in the eye. "Make sure no one has access to Fallon until I figure out what I'm going to do." Adriano returns my steady gaze.
I can change the code of her room after I've found Damien and Frank. Until we've talked to them, we can still hold off on asking questions. But Luca, think good and hard before you do anything foolish. As your capo, but mostly as your friend, I'm advising you not to act on your anger now.
Sighing, I let him go. As soon as the door shuts, I release a tormented breath and grip the glass in my hand, while rage crawls over my skin, faster and faster. All I can think about is the vision of Fallon chained to the bed downstairs. With a growl, I hurl the glass across the room where it hits the wall and splinters into 1,000 pieces. This night has gone from bad to horrific, starting with Fallon finding my other phone and concluding that I'm married, which resulted in her not wanting me to accompany her to the event. I was supposed to be with her tonight, but I couldn't press my luck. She was already too suspicious of my behavior the past few weeks, and that damn message ruined everything for me. Of all the possible outcomes, I just never imagined Fallon would end up being a witness. I told her over and over to be more aware of her surroundings. So what the hell was she doing in the back alley alone? I'm furious at her, at myself, at Damien, and most of all, at Frank. Actually, I'm not furious at her. She was never supposed to know about or become involved in any aspect of my syndicate life. However, we've been falling apart for weeks. It was really only a matter of time before she found out. When she wouldn't answer her phone, I'd risked everything and put all business on hold to personally guarantee that she was safe. I'd become agitated beyond reason when she didn't instantly answer or text me back. And we fought often about that. But it was for her safety, because I still hadn't found out why Legia had her followed. In the end, everything I've done has been a desperate attempt to keep her love for me untainted. But it's just managed to drive a wedge between us. This power struggle with Legia has taken up almost all my time, forcing me to be on more business trips away from Fallon, which has only increased her distrust. The image I built around myself to keep her love was already filled with cracks, but the cracks have now expanded into one huge fracture that I might not be able to repair. I pinched the bridge of my nose as I dropped down onto my chair, my undeviating stare honed in on that room in the basement that holds the only positive thing in my life. When Fallon's body stirs, I zoom in to trace my fingertips over her contours on the screen, eager to touch her in any way possible. Her legs twitch, her head jerks, and her eyes open and blink to adapt to the light in the room. Then her petrified expression shatters me irreparably. Unable to look at her and think straight, I walk over to the window and rake my hands through my hair, clasping my fingers behind my head. I could let her go right now, since my boss James doesn't know she's here yet. Only Frank, Damien, Adriano, and I are aware that we have a captive. But I'm sure she'll go to the police, so I have to expose myself to her, knowing full well that she'll leave me after that. All of a sudden, disorder on the laptop screen catches my attention. Hurriedly, I angle it up to get a better view and grip it harshly. "Motherfucker!" I bellow. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Fallon is wildly pushing Frank off her. The sheer rage boiling inside me bursts into flames, so I storm out of my office, inhaling deeply and reminding myself not to raise suspicion with anyone. Yet I can't slow down, even though I'm risking everything as panic and dread fill me. I'll fucking torture Frank. Pins and needles are cutting through me, and as I sprint through the long hall, the house seems to have gotten bigger. Adriano blocks my path when I reach the first stairwell. "Cosa è successo? What happened?" "Get the fuck out of my way!" I yell, and jostle him away with both hands. But before I descend the stairs, I look back at a stunned Adriano. "Go close my office door. Subito. Now." I race down the stairs but halt midway when I see James at the bottom. What's he doing back already? He wasn't supposed to be in until tomorrow. Grasping the railing, I'm frantic and ready to blow. Stay calm. I brace my neck as my head pounds in agitation. "James," I greet as steadily as I can, meeting him at the bottom of the steps. James studies my nervous state. "Do we have a problem? I overheard Damien in the living room." James points his thumb over his shoulder toward Damien, who seems contrite, standing in the doorway. Shit. James knows we have a captive. Now I can't release Fallon tonight. I glance to my right and notice the door that leads to the basement closing. Someone just walked in or out. No problem. I'll fill you in tomorrow. James is engrossed by his phone screen as he distractedly says, "Fine." But then his head snaps up. "Are you okay?" Sweat trickles down my neck. "Yeah, just tired as hell." "Me too. I'm going up. Let's meet at 9 in the morning." I nod as he ascends the stairs, but then the front guard enters the house, so I have to wait until he disappears into the living room, because no one can see me going down to the basement. I need to avoid questions until I've come up with a plan. Fuck, I grind out. The guard shuts the living room door behind him, finally leaving the foyer empty, and I run down to the basement where Fallon's in the last room. Ignoring my ringing phone in my pocket, I race to her room and key in the code. Thank God Damien and Frank didn't change it. I open the door and see that Frank's gone, and Fallon has her back to me with a phone pressed to her ear. She swings around, her gaze meets mine, and the shaken expression on her face tells me that she's the one who is calling me. When I inch closer to her, the phone she's clutching slips out of her hand and falls to the ground. Fallon's clearly in shock as her fearful eyes follow my slow movements, then dart to the phone and abruptly back up to me. She's going to reach for it because her instinct is telling her correctly that I'm not here by accident. Is that Frank's phone she's managed to get hold of? We both dash for the phone, but I snatch it up before she touches it, and I lock us inside the room for privacy. "Fallon," I approach her as I would a scared child. "I'm here to help you." Her look of terror and confusion magnifies as I swallow back my fury when I observe blood on her nose and mouth, my chest heaving from the anger simmering below the surface at seeing her in this condition. I didn't get to her in time. Her entire body is trembling. What's happening? Why, what are you doing here?" How do I get her to trust me? "Fallon, I didn't have anything to do with you being here. I didn't know it was you in here until a few minutes ago." She keeps staring at me, every negative emotion imaginable written on her face. "You're bleeding," I say quietly, proceeding forward. Don't come near me, she warns in a broken voice. Annoyed, I drag my hands through my hair. You're bleeding. I want to check your injuries. There are dark stains by her knee on the fabric of her dress, and I need to examine the bruises on her face as well. Fallon touches her nose and looks at her bloodied hand. With her bottom lip quivering uncontrollably, her mouth drops open, but nothing comes out except for an almost imperceptible gasp. Sighing, I try to urge her into action. Fallon, we don't have much time. Why? What? I don't understand anything. Are you getting me out of here? She asks in a nervous tone. I see her mind struggling to put together a scrambled puzzle, of which she's missing all the essential pieces. She knows I'm part of this, somehow. Her fear is tangible in the vast silence while she waits for my answer. Ultimately, I close the distance between us and splay my hands on the wall on either side of her head. Listen to me carefully. There are cameras watching this. Don't let on that you know me. That won't work in your favor. She recoils, thinking I'm threatening her. Good. I need her fear to force her into submission now. You're part of this? Her voice is infinitely small. No, not the way you think. I can and will help you, but you have to trust me for now. I ease back to watch her reaction. At that point, Fallon either goes into shock or she has more severe injuries, because 1 minute she's staring straight ahead at the door, and the next she faints. What the fuck? Just in time, I catch Fallon and lay her on the bed, lowering myself beside her to check the blood around her nose. Frustrated that I can't find where it's coming from, I wipe the already dried blood away with my sleeve. Thankfully, I don't see any fresh blood, so hopefully she's just in shock. Still, my barely contained rage storms within me when I stroke the welts on her cheek. Luca, I'm coming in. Adriano keys in the code and hands me a first aid kit. The camera is turned off in here, and the house is almost empty. I'll stand watch at the basement door. I accept the kit, never looking away from Fallon. Grazie. Thank you. Adriano goes to stand guard, and I begin to clean her face, neck, and hands. Then I hike up her dress to tend to her battered knees, gently swiping the cuts and applying antiseptic. When I'm almost done, she stirs, twitching her cuffed left arm, and rejoins the conscious world. A deep sense of sadness overwhelms me when the expression on her face tells me that the last couple of hours are flooding her memory, and realization of her situation is setting in. What happened? She asks. You passed out for a few minutes. How are you feeling? Luca, what's this room? What's going to happen to me? Please tell me. I'm scared. The anxiety in her voice is rising. Tell me how you're feeling first, Fallon. Confused. Physically. How are you feeling physically? My head and knees hurt, and my cheekbones too. I got a blow to my head, but the pounding has let up. With all my power, I keep my fingers clasped to prevent from reaching out to her. Relieved that no other part of her body hurt, I provide her with answers. I'm not married. You misunderstood that message on the phone. Make a marriage simply means a business merger. And I pause to take in a deep breath to finally reveal the truth. I'm part of the Mafia. Fallon simply gasps. I'm the underboss of the Chicago Syndicate. You witnessed a hit, and my men are never allowed to leave witnesses, so they took you, not knowing who you were to me. This part of my life is dangerous, and I've been protecting you from it. Protecting me? How? By lying to me from the start? Protecting me or yourself? It's always been about protecting you, Dolcezza. When I attempt to touch her, she flinches, and it's obviously out of sorts, because I can't believe her next question. Are you going to kill me? Those words saw at my heart. All the trust we've built in the last 6 months vanishes because of this one night, because of these couple of hours that had probably guaranteed my loss of her. No, Fallon. I need to find a way to get you out of here.
How do I know this isn't a ruse? How can I trust you?
Her tone is painted with hostility. The entire night is weighing heavily on my mind, and I don't have time for her defiance now, so I counter. You have no choice, do you? Distress colors her eyes again, and she's smart enough to keep quiet now. I know you must have many questions. Ask them now. Adriano's guarding the basement, and since the house is almost empty, I want to be honest with Fallon, in hopes that I can offer her a sense of security. So I sit down beside her on the bed.
I don't know where to begin.
She pauses to form her question.
Where am I?
You're still in Chicago, about 1 hour from the Loop. I don't tell her she's up north near Lake Forest. This is the basement of the house we use as our headquarters. Fallon licks her dry lips.
Was everything between us a lie?
No. My work was partly a lie. My feelings, never doubt those. I reply curtly, while I'd rather explain it all in detail, but time is pressing. She never breaks eye contact, yet the tremor in her speech is a constant reminder of her fear.
Who are you really?
I rein in my emotions to lay it all out for her methodically. I'm only willing to disclose this information once, in order for her to understand the seriousness of her situation. I'm part of the Chicago Syndicate. James is the capo crimine, the boss. I'm his underboss. We rule the Chicago drug underworld. James and I have capo regimes that work for us. They handle the day-to-day business. All the copy report to me, as the underboss, and I report to James, the boss, what we call the capo crimine. Adriano, my friend you've met, he's one of the copy.
Syndicate?
Mafia. Cosa Nostra. We prefer the term syndicate. Stunned, she tentatively probes.
So you don't have your own company?
I do have a company. What I've told you about my software company is true. I wait to check her reaction before adding. But that company is used to launder money, too.
But what exactly do you do for this
syndicate? I fill in her words. We regulate drug routes. I can't reveal everything, Fallon. It's for your own safety that you don't know the details. Her hand covers her mouth as a tear streams down her cheek. Then her gaze snaps to mine.
Are you his son? This James's son?
No, we're not related. Contrary to common belief, ranks and affiliations are not hereditary in the Mafia. None of us are blood related. Fallon shakes her head slowly while considering what to ask next.
I have so many questions now, but everything is blurred. I'm too scared of what's to come. What's going to happen to me?
First, I need you to fill in some blanks about earlier, Fallon. Do you know what time you were taken? And what were you doing in that alley? I demand my answers, and keep my voice even to not betray my disapproval.
How do you know I was kidnapped from the alley behind the venue? What time is it now?
Focus, I remind her sternly. I told you my men were the ones who took you. I already spoke to them. That's how I found out you were the one taken captive. To address her other question, I glance at my watch. It's almost 10 p.m. She's being visibly cautious, and I'm thanking God that she's always been easy to read. I wait patiently for her response, although I can't resist touching her anymore. When I lean forward to massage her cuffed wrist, her eyes narrow, but she allows my caress, so I cup her cheek, my thumb stroking the purple-covered skin. In this vital moment, we stare at each other, both realizing our entire relationship has changed forever. Never will we go back to simply being Luca and Fallon. Never will she trust me again. Never will I have her full devotion again. Fallon breaks from the intensity of our stare and faces the wall. Without looking at me, she speaks.
I wanted to talk to you, so I decided to leave the event around 7, maybe 7:30. Alex, my boss, was crowding the front entrance.
which is why I used the back exit. I opened the door and saw 2 men shooting another man. They saw me, I ran, fell, and scraped my knees. One of the guys caught me, hit me, and knocked me out with his gun. I crack my knuckles as she summarizes the events of this awful night. I heard the 2 men talking about how they'd screwed up when they thought I was still unconscious. When I woke up, the guy who hit me came in here and tried to attack me. His phone fell out of his pocket without him noticing, so I snatched it and hid it, and my first instinct was to call you. At last, she faces me so that I'm able to see her disillusioned look. Fucking Frank will feel my wrath. Although I'm infuriated with Frank, I'm secretly proud of Fallon. She's obviously telling the truth, because her story lines up with what I witnessed on the camera. Somewhere, she does still trust me. But her innocent eyes, which are usually filled with so much love for me, are now haunted by hurt. I'll kill Frank for ever laying one hand on what's mine. After a tense silence, Fallon asks, "Luca, can you undo the cuff? It cuts into my skin." I clench and unclench my fist to refrain from removing it. I want to so badly, but she wants to be released so that she can fight me. I know this. She's just learned disturbing news and is trying to manipulate me in order to escape. The human mind will always think of escape in these circumstances. So I stand back, bracing myself for her anger. I can't. I'm sorry, Fallon. I need to find a way to get you out without endangering you further. Fallon's amazed by my reluctance. Are you going to just leave me here? The incredulous scowl she shoots me powers me backward. I have to get out of here before I take off the cuff and create more problems for us. Luca? Fallon scrambles up on the bed and lunges at me. With her left arm attached to the bed and pulled behind her, she touches my chest with her right hand. Luca, you can't leave me alone here. What if he returns? What if someone else comes in? What am I supposed to do? I'm so scared. Please don't go. I cover her hand on my chest. No one will come in here. I can promise you that. See that camera? I point to the camera in the corner. I'll watch over you every minute, Fallon. You're really going to leave me alone here? She cries, clutching my hand. Please don't do this. I blink back my emotions because my control is slipping, and I cradle her face in my hands. I promise I'll come back as soon as possible. Don't let on that you know me, okay? She rests her forehead against my chest, and I inhale my Fallon to soothe my nerves. Her right arm loops around my waist, tugging me to her. Please don't leave me alone. Her anguish is like acid pouring over me, her fear scalding my skin. Still, I stay strong and kiss the top of her head, removing her hand from my middle as I reluctantly vacate the room. Luca, no! After closing the door, I can still hear her yelling my name repeatedly, while anger and guilt consume me. Chapter 27. Luca. Minutes later, Adriano and I are back in my office, where I switch on the camera feed in Fallon's room. She seems so small and frightened. I'm furious about this entire situation, and rub circles over my tired eyes, and then I chuck Frank's phone onto my desk as I rebuke Adriano. You sent Damien with Frank? Why weren't you with them? You, as the capo of your soldiers, should have been there to prevent this. Now my hands are tied, and either way, I'm fucked. I have no idea how James will react when he finds out I've been dating Fallon behind his back. And why the hell did Damien agree to bring her to our headquarters? Your men screwed up. Luca, if this was any other girl, you wouldn't be this upset. He replies in an even tone. Damien didn't screw up. Would you rather they'd killed her there on the spot? I sent Damien because he's my first soldier. He'd carefully assessed all of Frank's other skills, and this was the last test he had to pass in order to become an official member of the Syndicate. Well, Frank fucked up. Do you think I'll agree to his membership now? I'll never allow it. And do you know what else he did? Adriano sits down as I rest my palms on my desk, constantly checking my screen. He attacked her. Adriano's expression hardens. When? Right before I ran downstairs. Frank has proven to be a liability. Do you realize how ignorant he is? He's not capable of being a soldier. I want him out. I point to Frank's phone lying on the desk. He lost it when he struggled with Fallon. I'll take care of Frank. No, I will take care of him. He touched her. He beat her. I can't even express how enraged I am, how badly I want to unleash my fury on Frank. Luca, we don't torture one of our own. You know the rules. We don't take any chances. Just finish him quickly, and then we can come up with a plan for Fallon. Frank is the least of our worries. Despite Adriano's logical advice, I'm torn between the need to hurt Frank and the need to prioritize in order to regain some control of the situation. The memory of Fallon fighting to avoid being beaten, of Frank on top of her, is running on repeat in my brain. But I'm the underboss of this syndicate, and although I long to torture him, I must abide by the rules. And Frank was almost in. Adriano's right. We have to end Frank and focus on Fallon. My need to control this situation prevails. I know. I finally agree, clenching my jaw. Adriano, check one more time to make sure everyone has left. I steadily give my order, even though I know Adriano, as my only friend in this organization, must know I'm all but calm right now. My capo has always stood behind me. He's the only man in this ruthless world whom I trust indisputably. Of course, I also trust James, but not as much as I do Adriano. I will, but this will probably not bring the outcome you're hoping for, Luca. Is she worth it? Without a doubt, I retort. Why? What is it about her? The memory of seeing her for the first time in the club, with her full, soft mouth, her petite frame, and her striking brown hair flowing around her flawless face comes to mind. With her innocence, the quietness that surrounds her character, she enticed me like no other woman has ever done so before. I don't know, but she makes everything worthwhile. Look, I don't have parents or siblings to center me like you do, Adriano. But Fallon does that for me. She calms me. It's something indescribable, and I need her at the end of the day, when I leave this syndicate behind. This is nothing like my previous relationships. I can't even tell you when I became attached to her. Everything ran so smoothly those first few months that suddenly we were happy to spend every weekend together, doing absolutely nothing. Simply being with her was enough for me. She's probably the only person besides you that makes me smile. She's become my solace. And after only 6 months, I can't imagine a life without her anymore. But I've known all along that everything would change if she learned the truth, because I don't know if she could ever accept all of this. She still has an innocent view of the world. And I'm afraid of losing her love, but don't say it out loud. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Damien and Frank really fucked up. Where's Frank right now? I ask. Passed out in the living room. Damien's making sure he doesn't leave the house. I watch the security feed. Fallon is laying down on the bed and is staring directly into the camera, straight at me. Her eyes, troubled with a mixture of anger, fear, and disappointment, make me question my sanity while mulling over my options to ensure that she can at least sleep tonight. I'm giving her a sedative, I comment. Meet me downstairs in 10 minutes. We'll take care of Frank tonight. Opening the desk drawer, I take out a sleeping pill, which I crush and stir into a glass of water in the kitchen. With the glass in hand, I return to Fallon's room. She struggles to sit up, hopeful that I've come to end her nightmare, but I'll destroy her hope within a matter of seconds. Drink this. I don't want you dehydrated. The mattress dips as I sit on the edge. She simply eyes the glass. I don't want to. Fallon seems to surprise herself with the venom in her tone. Because I don't want her up all night worrying, I persist. It's only water, Fallon. You must be thirsty. After moments of nothing, she timidly gulps it down, and then she doesn't spare me a glance as she lies down with her back to me, and her cuffed left arm in an extremely uncomfortable-looking position. I long to soothe Fallon and want to gather her in my arms, but she's erected an invisible barrier around herself. At least the pill will allow her to sleep the entire night. Without another word, I lock the door with the new code, making certain no one can access Fallon's room, and I go toward the living room on the first floor in search of Frank. Just as Adriano's placing a black plastic bucket of ice-cold water on the coffee table next to Frank, who lies passed out on the black leather couch, I join the scene. Adriano drives his fist into Frank's face, and disoriented, Frank almost tumbles off the couch, touching his bloody nose.
"Fucker, what?"
He stops mid-sentence when he observes Adriano's seething expression. Without delay, Damien and Adriano take hold of Frank by his upper arms and jerk him up.
"Stop it!"
Frank protests. Damien twists Frank's arm back as Adriano mirrors the action and clutches Frank's neck, hovering him above the bucket and plunging his head in. Frank's body spasms, and his head bangs against the side of the bucket as Adriano keeps him under water and then brings him back up. Frank gasps for air.
"Damien, no!"
"Shut up," Damien roars.
"You fucked up. Now you pay."
Water thrashes over the rim when they dip him in again. I move to stand in front of Frank and gesture to Adriano to haul him up. As Damien and Adriano comply, Frank spits out water and sucks oxygen into his deprived lungs. "Look at me, Frank," I command.
"I don't know what I did wrong,"
Frank sputters. "For one, you never force yourself on women. 2, you never touch what's mine. And the woman you kidnapped is mine." I reach for my gun that's tucked in the back of my pants. "Let's play a game." And I attach the silencer, which I also had on me, screwing it on while I say calmly, "Run." The two men let Frank go, and he flees toward the back exit. "Well, at least he's smart enough not to run straight into the chest of the guard at the front door," Adriano points out jokingly, before we follow Frank's tail through the state-of-the-art kitchen and out the back. The garden perimeter of the house isn't fenced, but there's nowhere to go. There are no other houses for miles, and Frank's sprinting toward the river. "This guy runs like a drunk girl," Adriano continues to insult Frank. "He's not even that far away yet." I disregard his comments and hold out my firearm, needing retaliation for Frank hurting the woman I love. Then I aim at his knee and pull the trigger. Frank falls down with a loud scream of agony, and we approach him, the three of us towering over him as he lies on his side in the dry grass, clasping his ass. "Uh-oh, in the butt," Adriano mocks and slaps me on the back. "You took nip it in the bud too literally. Your aim is off, Luca." I shake my head at Adriano's light-hearted ways, even in the worst of circumstances, and admit dryly, I was going for the knee.
Please, give me a second chance. Arr!
Frank yelps when Damien pins him on his back with the sole of his shoe. I look Frank in the eye. Another man lost in this cold-blooded world. Targeting for his heart, I release 2 more bullets and end him permanently before my rage gets the upper hand. "Throw him into the river. You know the drill," I order Damien and add, "Do you have Fallon's purse?"
"Yes. It was this tiny thing with only her phone and keys inside,"
he informs. "Bring it to me when you're done here," I say, and retreat to the house. I'm not going to my penthouse as long as Fallon's in the basement. And keeping my promise to watch over her, I bring my laptop with me to my private room on the 3rd floor. There, I toy with the idea of moving Fallon in with me since the house is deserted, but decide against it, not knowing her current frame of mind and if she might try to escape. My strategy materializes in my head while I lie awake after hours of insomnia. I don't trust anyone in this business except Adriano and James, but no one in this syndicate will dare touch Fallon if they know that she's my girlfriend. Now that I've had time to think about everything that's happened and organized my thoughts, I'm starting to realize that the biggest problem here is probably Fallon. How do I convince her to trust me and stay with me? But regardless of what Fallon might do, I need to confide in James. So I decide that my first order of business tomorrow will be to tell James about my relationship with her. It's only a matter of time before everything comes out anyway, and it's best to have him in my corner. It was only because I knew the importance of capturing Danny. Anything and everything would be risked to silence him, that I didn't already let James in on my involvement with Fallon. However, I can now conclude that Fallon will be of no help in leading us to Danny, nor is she essential in our quest for him. What also has me worried is New York's Syndicate boss, Ligia. After openly taunting me for weeks by having Fallon followed only when I've been with her, he's been quiet over the last week, which is unlike him. So Fallon's already an indirect part of this syndicate because of her affiliation to me. I just need to make sure she doesn't contact the police. She can go home, and I'll give her time without letting her out of my sight. If I keep her here, she'll hate me forever. Setting aside all my worries, I trudge down to the room where we're keeping Fallon and key in the code. I'm the damn underboss of this syndicate, and I want her in my bed, not in some cold basement. Thankfully, Damien handed me the key to the cuff before he left, and after I enter the room to find Fallon fast asleep on the bed, I free her wrist, setting her up to cradle her in my lap as she struggles to wake up. Sifting her hair out of her face, I revel in the feel of my Fallon. Her perfume is different. Her usual sweet smell is faint, a faded remembrance of her before she was brought into my corrupted world. She looks up, and by the devotion in her eyes I can tell she's too drowsy to recall where she is. Desperate as I am to give her some sense of security under these shady circumstances, I smile at her. She wets her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. Don't feel good. I'll take care of you, Dolcezza. Sleep. I swallow back the brick that's lodged painfully in my throat and kiss her forehead. I hug Fallon to me tightly, not knowing if it might be the last time I'll ever be this close to her again, without the animosity emanating from her. Pushing my lips into her hair, I leave several hard kisses while breathing her in, as the fear of losing her love grows with every minute of every hour. As I sit with Fallon in my arms, I'm confronted with the blemishes on her smooth skin. My Dolcezza, with an admirable spirit to fight despite her fear. Her bruises will heal. The cuts on her knees will heal. But the scars on her soul and mind have just begun to form. And those scars will become deeper and deeper with time. Those scars are now feeding her hatred for me. Yet I'm desperate to avoid the day when all that's left is pure hate and contempt for what I allowed to happen to her. Cautiously, I carry Fallon to my room and lay her on the bed. After I run downstairs to get a glass of water and some fruit to take back up with me, I lock the door to my private room, storing the key in my pants pocket. Then, from the top drawer of my dresser that's positioned next to the door, I choose a clean white t-shirt and boxer briefs to change Fallon into. Raking her hair back from her face, I touch her lips, before I slide under the sheets next to her and grip her hand, entwining our fingers. She's sleeping peacefully, and tranquility fills my veins now that she's with me. Though I don't know if Fallon will ever be able to trust me again, and I don't know if she can accept my lifestyle, even in time, I'll do anything to keep her safe. I'm not deserving of her love, but I want it. I need it, and I will not give up on us.
Chapter 28. Fallon. I'm in that dream state where I slowly sense myself waking. Warmness surrounds me as my spirit rouses, and Luca's familiar scent fills my lungs. Pushing my nose into his chest, I grimace when I feel pain. I try to roll onto my back, but Luca holds me to him, so I look up, and his eyes are intently analyzing me.
Confused, I glance around, taking in the black and white colors of an unknown room where we apparently slept together on this king-size bed, and my memory overflows with my situation. The shooting. 2 men took me. Luca's part of the Mafia, the Chicago Syndicate. I'm being held captive. Again, I make an effort to move, without success, and I tense up in Luca's embrace. Calm down, Dolcezza. You're in my room. You're fine. How are you feeling? That's a good question. I was in a basement when I fell asleep, and the fear that crippled me last night is less distinguishable this morning. As last night replays in my mind, I still can't understand what exactly happened. And I hate that he makes me feel safe. Luca sits up, and I gasp when the skin on my knees tightens. He tries to pacify me by gently sweeping my bangs to the side. We need to clean you, Dolcezza. I twitch away from his touch. Please don't call me that, I say as I begin to make mental notes. To my left is the door, probably locked. Next to the door is a black dresser with 5 drawers. Straight ahead is an ensuite bathroom with an adjacent walk-in closet. To my right are 2 huge windows, decorated with floor-to-ceiling curtains. Fine, he comments as he stands up. We have to shower. Are we just going to play happy couple? Come, he urges, guiding me to the enormous, spotless, white-tiled bathroom with a toilet, 2 sinks, and a shower with 2 shower heads. Uneasily, I stand in the middle of the room and catch my reflection in the mirror, not recognizing my face with its pale skin and a purple bruise. I hesitantly touch the swollen area under my eye. Luca places his hands on my shoulders. Go ahead and get in. Afterward, I'll take care of your wounds and we'll talk. Talk? I need to escape. I want to shower alone, I whisper. Fine, but the door stays open. Please, I'd like some privacy, I plead to no avail. Shower however long you want, but the door stays open, he tells me in an authoritative tone he's rarely used with me before. Then he pauses, searching for his next words. Look at me, Fallon. I'm not going to hurt you. I'll clean your injuries after you're done. Luca wants to add something, but decides against it. The silence is weighing around us, and neither of us moves. Eventually, Luca reaches into the shower and turns on the faucet. He expels a heavy breath and leaves the bathroom, keeping the door ajar while sitting on the bed, facing me. That's all the privacy I get. I self-consciously strip out of the shirt and boxers with my back to Luca, shielding my nakedness from him as much as possible. Stepping into the shower, I shriek when the hot water connects with the cut skin on my knees. Are you okay? Luca asks, concerned, reminding me of when he was just my boyfriend and not some Mafia underboss. But I don't speak. The steam of the warming water is clouding the shower stall, yet Luca and I can still clearly see each other. His eyes are strained with repentance. Mine are teeming in tears. With simply his stare, he forces the happy memories we've created over the last 6 months to the surface of my mind, which only adds to my inner turmoil in this moment. So I tear my gaze away from him and scrub my body clean while trembling. The physical pain isn't as bad as it was, and the bruising on my face is more uncomfortable than sore. Standing straight under the shower head with my head tossed back, I let the droplets rinse my face and tried desperately to achieve some calm to arrange my thoughts. Luca's part of the Syndicate. I've been kidnapped. What will happen to me? What will happen to us? The last question pops up and instantly certifies my resentment. I will not think about us. There is no us in this situation, and very least important is my love for this man. What's most important now is for me to focus on getting out of here. Luca has already started to provide me with answers, but pushing my confusion and anger aside is easier said than done. So many emotions swirl chaotically in my tightly wound body. I blow out a puff of air and turn off the faucet. Boxer briefs and a clean white t-shirt have been placed next to the sink for me to wear. When I've dressed and returned to the bedroom, Luca's rummaging through one of his drawers.
Sit down on the bed,
Fallon. He comes over and crouches before me to apply antiseptic to my knees and cover them with bandages. Quietly, he uncaps arnica cream, and I close my eyes under his affectionate touch as the pad of his thumb gently wipes the lotion over my bruised skin. I hear him heave a sigh, but refuse to meet his gaze, as he's too close, and my hurt and fear are far greater than this lone bruise implies.
I'm going to shower quickly, and then I have to take care of some business before you and I can talk.
My eyes fly open. You're leaving me alone again?
Yes, but just for a little while. Listen, you're safe in this room. Do you understand?
I simply stare at Luca. Think. Being alone is perfect. It gives me time to find a way to escape. Yes, I answer to appease him and don't move an inch from the bed as Luca showers and dresses. I lean forward to watch him in the big walk-in closet, just in time to see him stash a gun in the back waistband of his pants. He has a gun? Did he ever carry it when he was with me? He comes out of his closet wearing navy dress pants and a white dress shirt without a tie.
Are you hungry?
I shake my head, ignoring my empty stomach as he stops in front of me and I have to look up at him.
Try to drink the water and eat the apple or orange.
He motions to the nightstand.
I'll bring more food later.
Luca laces his fingers through my still wet hair. As much as I want to pull away, I let him.
Nothing's going to happen to you, Fallon. I'll explain everything tonight.
Then he retrieves the room key from his pocket and slips out, obviously upset about our current situation as well. There's an uncomfortable distance between us. It's giving me the same feeling I've been experiencing all week while we've been falling apart. Immediately, I jump up and press my ear to the door, listening to his receding footsteps, and push down the door handle, but of course it's locked. I race to the other side of the room and check the window frames, unable to find any way to get them open. There isn't a single handle on either of them, and nothing to see outside, only land, trees, and a river in the distance ahead. No neighboring houses. The sun is hanging low in the baby blue sky, so it must be early morning. I look down and see that we're pretty high up, definitely not on the first or second floor. It's impossible to jump down anyway, so I give up my effort to open the windows and rummage through the dresser drawers. The first one is filled with men's underwear. The second has first aid kit material. The other ones are empty. Next, I search the bathroom, but come up empty there as well. I don't know what I expect to find, though. Maybe a weapon to defend myself if needed? The walk-in closet is my last hope. It's a small room with several of Luca's tailored suits hanging on the rack. Shirts and pants are folded in square compartments next to the suits, and 2 pairs of shoes are on the floor. I check all the pockets of every suit jacket and pair of pants. Nothing. Disheartened, I collapse back onto the bed and glare out the window. What to do now?
Chapter 29. Luca. I hear Fallon running to the door as soon as I lock it behind me. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I compose myself after having to deal with her cold behavior. She needs time to process everything. After my discussion with James, I hope to tell her that I'm taking her home. I need to convince James that she won't contact the police. A soldier or I will guard her at all times until I've gained her trust again. And she will trust me again. I'll make sure of that. I still feel her love for me through the animosity and mistrust, so it hasn't been overpowered by her current hate for me yet. On the second floor, I knock on James's office door.
Come in.
I open the door, closing it behind me, and approach James as he stands beside his desk. James.
Good morning, son.
James pours me a cup of coffee and sets it on his desk as he unbuttons his tailored suit jacket.
Let's cut right to business. We have a busy day. Have a seat.
Sitting down, I take my drink, and James leans back against the edge of his desk.
Luca, I need to commend you for being on top of everything these last few months, while I've been arranging our new ventures in southern Illinois. I'm, as always, content with your smooth and swift execution of all businesses and liabilities.
I rest my ankle on my knee. Thank you. Then I decide to cut to the chase. I have to talk about a private matter first, though.
Sure.
I met a woman. James smiles. You know of her, too. James' brows knit together. It's Fallon Michaels.
Danny's girl?
I grit my teeth. She's my girl. But yes, Danny's ex-girlfriend.
And you've been dating her?
His lips thin into a hard line for a brief second. Yes. Initially, it was only to find out if she'd had any contact with Danny. She hasn't. There hasn't been any communication between Danny and Fallon, except for that one time she received a call from him, which she never returned. She's of no importance in regards to catching Danny. I look him in the eye, and instead of disgruntlement, I believe I recognize fatherly pride. So I continue. But there's a complication. She witnessed a kill last night by accident. Frank screwed up and kidnapped her. Adriano and I took care of Frank after he tried to attack her in this house, and she's up in my room now. She didn't know about the Syndicate until yesterday, but after her initial shock wears off, I know I'll be able to persuade her to avoid contacting the police. She loves me, and I love her. James slides into his chair, not betraying his emotions as I place my coffee on the desk.
I'm not happy you didn't tell me about her from the start.
He pauses and cracks one knuckle.
But I do get it. I never told you how I met my wife, did I? Alyssa was a friend of one of my girls, and when I saw her, I was a goner. I was in a situation similar to yours, and I didn't tell anyone about her because I thought it was the only way to keep her. To this day, she doesn't know everything about what I do, but over the years, she's found out things that made her question her love for me. Luca, not every woman is cut out for this world. Is she trustworthy? Can you vouch for her? I protect Alyssa by keeping her in the dark, but Fallon has now been exposed to our syndicate.
Leaning forward, I vouch. She's trustworthy and smart. It'll take time for her to trust me again, but she won't go to the police if I ask her not to. I relay all this as if it's a done deal, even though it's not. But even if she does go to the police, many of Chicago's officers are on my payroll. I can make her statement disappear if that's required. James starts to toy with a pen, tapping it on the desk.
I trust you. If you believe she's worth it, then you have my blessing. She's your responsibility, though, he stresses. From now on, she'll be under the protection of the Syndicate. Our members need to be informed that she's in a relationship with you. So I presume she's coping well with all that happened last night?
She is, I lie.
Good, good.
James nods and adds.
Do you know I call you son because you are a son to me, Luca? I've always wanted you to find someone. A good woman will make this life bearable. We can be ruthless men. That doesn't mean we don't deserve the love of a good woman.
I just don't want all of this to change her, I admit, rearing back in my seat.
It will change her. This life changes everyone. However, you can still be happy with her. I had a suspicion you'd met someone. There's been a distinct change in you, and it hasn't been a negative one. But I am disappointed you didn't entrust me with this earlier. I would have backed you. I've chosen you as my underboss for a reason.
There was so much going on, James. I wanted us to focus purely on Southern Illinois.
Well, make sure it doesn't happen again. And you must settle things with Fallon.
I'm taking her home tonight.
Good. It's definitely better that she's not here. I wouldn't want Alyssa here. Since the drug traffic is set up in the South, Danny is now our #1 priority.
James reminds me. Someone must be helping that hacker hide. It's like he vanished from the face of the earth.
Did we contact all associates?
James asks. All of them. There isn't any trace of Danny Mancuso.
Is he being protected by the feds?
He muses aloud. No. I shake my head in denial. We have men everywhere, even in the FBI. While I'm still brainstorming about Danny, James suddenly announces,
We have a meet with Legia in an hour, by the way.
Why?
I have no idea. You know how it goes. If a meet is requested, I must go. If it's not important, we'll leave. I don't trust Legia. He's frustrated with Crystal Lake.
I'm thinking he resents purchasing it, and then remember that I need to update James regarding Legia, so I mention. Legia knows about Fallon. He had someone following her after she was spotted with me. He has a hidden agenda, but I can't figure out what he's up to. In reaction, James's hand clenches in anger.
He also had Alyssa followed this week. Legia's a jealous, power-hungry idiot, and his syndicate isn't thriving because he makes ignorant decisions like buying Crystal Lake, which is an unprofitable area. At least his underboss, Biagio, is smarter than he is. Let's keep an eye on Biagio. It's only a matter of time until the New York Syndicate implodes, because none of them look after each other.
James then stretches and cocks his arm to check the time on his watch, and rises to his feet.
Let's go. We have to drive to the city.
I need someone to look after Fallon, and as a precaution, let's take Adriana with us to the meet with Legia. Is Salvatore coming here or meeting us there? Our consigliere and lawyer, Salvatore, always accompanies James and me to meetings.
Salvatore's meeting us there. Get Adriano and meet me at the car in 5 minutes.
James clears out of the room, and I walk out behind him, stewing over what to do with Fallon while I'm gone. Damien could stand guard at Fallon's door, but I wouldn't want to risk him having to go inside. It would scare her to see him again. So my only other option is Cam, who's ascending the stairs when James heads down. I wait for her at the top. Cam, I need your help. Fallon's in my room, and to keep her safe, she's locked in. Long story. Adriano or I will tell you everything tonight. Cam looks appalled, but I don't have time to ease her into it. I really need you to do this for me, Cam. Fallon's fine, but she needs food today. I have to leave now, and I don't want to send one of the men to her. Understand? She glances at me uncertainly, obviously hesitant to get involved. Okay. Get savory food. One thing with no carbs and some chocolate pastries. Take it to my room. Can you do that? I'm entrusting you with her. Just leave the food in my room and then lock it again. Here's the key. Understood? Yes, she replies, and accepts the key before I carry on down the stairs, as Adriano appears from the kitchen eating a sandwich. Let's go. You're coming with us to meet Legia, I instruct him. Right now? He asked, with his sandwich hanging out of his mouth. Yes, but first, talk to Cam quickly, I order. You have to fill her in on the situation with Fallon later. But for now, explain what's needed to calm her down, because she's going to give Fallon food today. Fallon will ask for Cam's help, so inform her of what to do. I will. Don't worry about Cam. Adriano eases my apprehension. New York Syndicate's boss, Giacomo Leggia, has reserved an executive hotel for a meet, which is highly unusual. Meetings are normally held in cafes or restaurants run by our associates. Consigliere Salvatore awaits us in the lobby of the hotel, and we go straight to the room. Leggia's underboss, Biagio, welcomes us into the living room seating area, and we're not searched for weapons because we all know that none of us would take the risk of using his gun in this hotel. We're on camera, and the reception saw us walking in. I'm positive every one of Leggia's men is packing a piece, however, as are we. Leggia is sitting in a chair with 2 men flanked on either side of him.
James, Luca, Salvatore, Adriano,
Leggia says in a fake hospitable voice as he remains seated.
Giacomo.
James shakes his hand. Then James and I sit across from him as Adriano and Salvatore position themselves behind us.
So, gentlemen, I have an interesting offer for you.
Leggia starts. James and I wait for him to elaborate.
You're not curious?
He asks.
I'm not in the mood to play games,
James says calmly.
What do you want, Giacomo?
Leggia motions to his underboss.
Get the boy.
But Biagio disappears into the bedroom.
Drinks, gentlemen?
Giacomo offers.
No.
All of us declined. We don't ever accept drinks at meets. You never know what poison might be added to them. Within seconds, Biagio comes out holding a blonde, surfer-type hacker, Danny Mancuso. His hands are tied behind him, and his mouth is sealed shut with a piece of duct tape. His eyes round in horror as he takes notice of us. Meanwhile, James and I avoid eye contact. We never give anything away at these meets.
I seem to have found your hacker. Word on the street is that you're quite determined to get him back.
Leggia's looking from me to James. How long have you had him? I question, in a bland tone. Giacomo's attention cuts to me.
A few days. As an offer of my friendship, I'd like to propose a deal.
I'm afraid I foresee where this is going, and I'm balling my hand into a fist to cover up the outrage that's starting to crawl over my skin.
I have something you want, and you have something I want.
Leggia shoots me a snide smile while he adds,
I know Miss Fallon Michaels is in your hands. I'll trade you Danny for Fallon.
Addressing solely me now, he inspects my reaction before moving his focus back to James. I keep a straight face, masking the pure fury that's scorching in my blood. He's finally using her as leverage. I knew it was only a matter of time before he'd use her against me. James asks,
What do you want with the girl? What I want with this girl is of no importance,
Leggia retorts.
I have the guy you want.
What you want with the girl is important to me. I'm not into human trafficking, Giacomo. However, I do want Danny, so I'll think about it and we'll get back to you. James gets up and signals for us to depart. Leggia is speechless by James's dismissal of his proposal. Adriano, Salvatore, and I steadily followed James. But I look back at Leggia before shutting the door, and he holds up his drink to me with a derisive sneer. We're quiet as we get into the car. Adriano steps on the gas while I'm in the passenger seat, silently fuming and having difficulty containing my reaction. I'm losing control over this fucking situation. Fallon's being pulled into my world. yet away from me instead of toward me. "Do you have Fallon Michaels?" Consigliere Salvatore starts asking questions first. "We do," James answers from beside Salvatore in the back seat. "What's he playing at, Luca?" He's trying to drive a wedge between us. Ligia thinks I haven't told you about Fallon. He's still one step behind, thinking he can use her as leverage to hurt me, to indirectly hurt you, and create dissension within our syndicate. He can't take us on as a team, so he needs us to fall apart first. I answer tersely, without facing the back seat. "I think you're right," James agrees. "How did he know we had her?" "He must have had her followed last night," I say. "Someone fill me in," Salvatore interrupts. "Fallon is Luca's woman. She's syndicate protected now," James explains. "What does Ligia want with Fallon?" Salvatore asks. "He doesn't want anything with her," I explain. "He's only using her to stir up trouble between James and me. Ligia knows I'd never allow the trade, and I'm sure he thought James would agree immediately. James recognizes the war raging inside me, so he suggests, "We'll discuss this later, gentlemen, after Lucas calmed down. Adriano, we need to make a stop to pick up a payment." And he shows Adriano the address on his phone, while the only thing I can think about is getting back to Fallon and keeping her safe.
Chapter 30. Fallon. All I can do is lie in Luca's bed and repeatedly go over last night and the last few weeks with Luca. If I hadn't gone into that alley, if I had just stayed inside the hotel, if I had listened to my instincts from the start, I wouldn't be in this situation. If I had just called the police with the phone that fell out of that guy's pocket. If. Deep down, well, not even deep down, I knew something was wrong from the start. Luca's vagueness regarding his business trips, the different phones, catching him with the priest, his hot and cold demeanor at times. I freaking knew this was not good, but I let my physical attraction to him win over my common sense. But I couldn't have ever imagined he'd be a part of the Mafia. Does he kill people? I want to believe he won't harm me, but this is a world I don't know. How does he function as the underboss? What does it mean to work in the underworld? Drugs? Human trafficking? Murder? Have I been blinded by love for this entire time? He deceived me, but I allowed him to feed me lie after lie and ate it up. His intensity shone through the first time I met him. The darkness hidden behind his facade is of a corrupted man. But this corrupted man has a gentle side that I fell in love with. I didn't fall for the man I thought I knew. I fell in love with the facade. But right now, I need to focus and get out of here, so I keep reiterating those words when my mind wanders to what-ifs. Denying my tears for now, I angrily wipe my eyes with the back of my hand, grimacing when I rub the bruise under my eye too roughly. When I hear a key turning in the door, I jolt up. A tall young woman with an auburn bob walks in holding a tray of food. She smiles at me shyly as she sets down the tray on the nightstand and flinches slightly when she sees the bruise on my face. "Are you okay?" She makes an effort to close the distance between us before she stops mid-step. Another woman is here? Do I take the risk of asking for her help? The risk being she could tell Luca or someone else in this house, and that might cause even bigger problems for me. But of course, I take the risk. "Who are you?" I shift closer so that she can clearly notice that I've been beaten. "You have to help me get out of here." Sadly, shock is all I'm getting in return. "Did one of them hurt you?" she asks. "Who are them? Luca and James? The other men who brought me here?" "Yes,
2 guys kidnapped me yesterday." Her perfectly shaped brows wrinkle in thought while she studies me.
"What's your name?"
"Fallon."
"Luca's girlfriend?"
Who the hell is this? I thought Luca said no one could find out I'm with him. More lies from Luca, perhaps? "Yes. Who are you?"
"I'm Camilla, or Cam. You're here for your own safety." She waves toward the tray. "I brought you drinks, a chicken salad, and a croissant."
I don't want any food, so I point to the bruise and battered knees. "Look at me. I'm not here of my own free will. They took me last night, and one guy even tried to attack me." She frowns, clearly not believing me. What did Luca say this place was? Headquarters? Is she staff or something? She can't be part of the Syndicate with that reaction. "Are you part of the Syndicate?" Legitimate confusion marks her reaction.
"Syndicate?"
Okay, so apparently she's not part of the Syndicate. "Listen to me. What do you do here? They kidnapped me. If you don't help me, you'll be an accomplice."
"Adriano would never allow that," she refutes.
Adriano? Why would she mention Adriano? "Are you Adriano's girlfriend?" A sadness glimmers behind her eyes. There's evidently some history there.
"No," she resolutely answers. "I work here. I told you you're here for your own safety."
"That's not true. They took me."
"But you are Luca's girlfriend, right?"
I sigh heavily. "Yes, but look at my appearance. You must know something suspicious is going on here." Camilla snorts. Maybe she does know more about this Syndicate.
"I see that."
She palms her forehead and turns away from me. After a stretch of silence that feels like forever, since Luca could come through the door at any second and ruin my chances of persuading her to help me, she edges back to me.
"Don't talk too loudly. Someone's manning the bedroom door," she murmurs. I nod my head.
And she adds in that hushed tone,
"I work here. There's a bar downstairs. I've never discovered anyone being held captive here and was only asked to give you your food. I don't know what to do. Do Adriano and Luca know what happened last night?"
"Yes, they know," I retort hurriedly. She steps back and just stares me down before, unexpectedly, she spins around and is out the door so quickly that when I try to open it, it's already locked. I slam my palm against it in frustration. Marching to the nightstand, I grab the food tray and fling it against the door in defeat. All I want to do is go back to the safety of my own home. Too many confusing thoughts are crowding me. Do I trust Luca or don't I? I can't take that risk again, but at the moment, he might be my only option for getting out of here.
Chapter 31. Luca. As soon as we arrived back at the house that evening, I dashed to the second floor with Adriano to find Cam, who's visibly upset, behind the bar. "How did it go with Fallon?" I asked, and hold out my palm for my keys. Cam hands them over as her eyes dart back and forth between Adriano and me. "Not good. She's hurt." "What did she say to you? Did she ask for help?" I probe. I'm almost positive that Fallon must have asked for help, and Cam's answer will let me know if Fallon has gotten to her. Cam knows insignificant matters of our business, but she's never been involved in any syndicate activity until today, so I have no idea how she feels about all of this. "She didn't ask for help," Cam replies unwaveringly. I believe she's lying, so I signaled to Adriano to follow me out, so that I can share my thoughts in private. There's a very small chance that Fallon didn't ask for help, but I can't imagine her not acting on her first instinct to escape. You need to talk to Cam to make sure she's telling us everything. I'm going to check on Fallon. Nodding once, Adriano heads back into the strip club, and I proceed to my private room where Damien's sitting in a chair guarding the door. "Did she eat?" I ask.
No. She had a tantrum. Threw the food all around the room. At least it was all wrapped in paper and plastic," he jokes, not sensing my dark mood. He didn't protect Fallon last night when Frank hit her, and he should be thankful that Adriano reminded me that he's one of our best soldiers and convinced me not to retaliate against him. "You're treading on very thin ice," I warn him in a low voice. "One more screw-up from you, and you're done." "I apologize."
"Go away." Unlocking the door, I find Fallon lying on the bed in her favorite sleeping position, on her stomach. I take Damien's chair into the room and place it by the window, facing the bed. After checking the bruise on Fallon's face, I let my fingertips trail over the slant of her neck. The swelling has subsided, and since she's lying with her knees touching the bed, the scrapes must hurt less too. I skim my fingers over the soft skin down the small of her back and push the shirt up until, no longer able to stop myself, I bend forward to place a kiss above her behind and rest my forehead on her lush body. I tightly shut my eyes and whisper her name in the dark to no one. Fallon. Having her this close and yet so far is tearing me apart. I'm too fucking conflicted most of the time when it comes to Fallon. Her association with me has changed her life and will affect her future. She offered me love, and I put her at risk in return. When she stirs under my hand, I hear the tiniest, gentlest moan come from her lips. All the blood rushes from my brain. As much as I want to fuck her, I know that chances she'll slap me are almost definite. "Fuck," I mutter harshly. I can't take her home now. She's in more danger there because Legia's started.
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
the war. Quietly, I strip to my boxer briefs and sink down on the chair, plowing my hands through my hair to temper my rage over Legia's proposal. Trading Fallon for Danny. Legia is a great threat to us, and I don't know what James will decide. I resolve that my new plan with Fallon is going to be full disclosure. I'll fill her in on everything tomorrow. Everything. She has to know how much danger she's in, or else she'll never agree to stay here. But I won't pose it as a question. If she realizes she can leave, she'll take that option. Abruptly, Fallon's eyes open and land directly on me with a faraway look as she sits up and speaks. I read once that the first 24 hours of being kidnapped are crucial. Most people who aren't found in those first 24 hours are never found. My 24 hours are up. And then she glares at my naked chest. I'm trying my best to protect you. I defend, not moving a muscle. Then explain it to me, Luca. I think you owe me that. Keeping me in the dark is only scaring me. Her emotional turmoil is evident in her lithe frame. She was lethargic this morning and was obviously angry this afternoon when she threw the food around the room. And now she wants answers. But silence is all I can give her in return, because she's acting suspiciously strange, not like herself. Adding to her odd behavior, Fallon gets up and discards her shirt and boxers right in front of me. And confronted with her sweet body that's captivated me ever since we met, I can't help but reach out to stroke the soft skin of her stomach with my knuckles, regardless of her actual intent. Fallon straddles my lap, and as our bare skin connects, I ache to bury myself inside her. But instead, I clutch the armrests of the chair firmly to keep from touching her, allowing her to play her game. Is she going to seduce me in the hopes that I'll release her? You love me, Luca. Not a question, but a statement. She rubs herself over my boxers while streaming her nails up my chest, over my shoulders, and down my arms as she rotates her hips and moans quietly. I'm hardening underneath her and hold in a deep growl while our eyes are steadfastly fixed on each other. Which one of us will end this game first? Fallon pries my fingers loose from the chair and places my hands over her beautiful breasts. And falling for her seduction, I grip them without losing eye contact. Then she nudges down my boxers slightly, exposing my already raging hard-on and grinding her wetness all over me. Fuck. I want to lose myself in her warmth. I squeeze her breasts hard as I watch her sliding over me. But when I glance up, I'm confronted with our situation and bitterly thrown out of my need to fuck her. Her eyes aren't filled with lust. Instead, she's staring at me with a calculated look. Oh, there's the look I was expecting. Having enough of her game, I cup her ass, standing up as she winds her arms around my neck and throw her back on the bed. Instantly, I cover her body with mine and widen my legs, forcing her knees apart, and growl while pushing against her center as my blood keeps rushing south and I try to clear my head. But I swear I hear her moan as well, making it almost impossible for me not to let lust take the reins. Planting one hand next to her head, I trace my other palm over her knee and slowly up the inside of her thigh until the tip of my thumb flicks her core, and she whimpers again, startling herself as we watch each other. At this point, I don't think either of us knows what we're doing anymore. She wants me to fuck her so that she can hate me, and I'm annoyed by her hostile manner. So I take her chin between my fingers and thumb and capture her mouth with mine, prodding my tongue between her parted lips while panting furiously, showing her that she still belongs to me. But when I pull back an inch, keeping us face to face, and see that her calculating look has been replaced by anxiety, I'm scalded with guilt. So I let out a heavy sigh and decide it's time to put an end to our emotional tug-of-war. As I rest both elbows next to her ears, still lying atop her completely, I respond to her earlier question. I do love you. I'm risking everything to keep you safe. You just need to validate that all I want to do is hurt you, because I'm part of a mafia that did this to you. But I'm still Luca, too. You want a good reason to end this relationship when all is said and done? But I'm not like that guy who forced himself on you yesterday. You're not? What is he? Isn't he one of your men? She spits and wriggles her body. But I remain unmoving. He was, I answer. Her eyes turn to slits. Did you think I'd allow someone like that in our syndicate? You know nothing of us. And you don't know me at all if you think I'd tolerate someone forcing himself on a woman, let alone you. He's been taken care of. What does that mean? He isn't among us anymore, I state. Stupefied, she goes still underneath, although I'm sure I witness a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face, and she understands that I mean we killed him. You don't seem saddened by that, I comment, taunting. As long as we only kill bad men, it's fine. He hit me, she cries, and stops sharply after the realization of her reaction sets in. Fallon didn't deny my question. Point made. So I drop it because I'm fucking exhausted after one final attempt to speak my mind. And by the way, you are the one who will regret it in the morning if we fuck. And I won't do that to you. At last, I roll off Fallon to lie beside her, adjusting my boxers as she turns onto her side with her back to me. Disregarding her attempts to block me out, I spoon her and hook my arm around her waist, pulling her to me, situating us into my favorite position. Naturally, she makes an effort to scoot away, but I hold on to her resolutely, and for the second night in a row, I'm unable to find solace in sleep.
Chapter 32. Fallon. A ray of sunlight illuminates the room. I've been awake for hours, and so has Luca, I think, but we're still in the exact same position with him plastered at my back while the events of this weekend continually torment me. Luca's right. I wanted him to be forceful so that I could hate him. My mind is angry, but my heart still loves him, and my body still wants him. I don't hate him, though. I hate that I felt relieved after hearing that the guy who hit me has been taken care of. I detest that in my confused state, I mistakenly thought I could seduce him into letting me go. The sheer fear I felt that first night has been quelled by Luca's presence, and I dislike that fact because I'm skeptical about whether or not to trust him. He's been lying to me for 6 months. There's something much bigger going on. I've known it for weeks, but I didn't listen to my gut instinct, and I've already been held here for 2 nights. But tomorrow is Monday, and if I'm not at work, thankfully, people will start to ask questions. My worries are temporarily suspended when Luca breaks our embrace and moves to the edge of the bed, stares ahead for a quiet moment, and then says,
I'm going to tell you everything. You need to listen and understand what I've been doing and why it's important for you to stay here with me.
I sit up and clutch the sheet over my naked body, concealing my cleavage.
Luca sighs. You have to listen to me, okay?
I don't think I have a choice. Okay. Turning sideways, Luca gazes at me and begins.
Danny used to work for me.
My ex-boyfriend? Danny Mancuso?
Yes.
Luca swallows heavily. For the Syndicate or your company?
The Syndicate,
he replies.
Danny was our hacker. He betrayed us and has been hiding for months. I've been looking for him ever since. I found out he was somewhere in the loop, and a quick search showed me his only connection there was his ex-girlfriend. You.
My mouth drops open at his revelation. I knew Danny was a hacker, but I never imagined he'd be working for the Mafia.
A horrible feeling of dread overwhelms me. Wait, so you planned to meet me? He holds up one hand. Let me finish, then you can ask all your questions. I was following you that night at the club, yes. I wasn't supposed to make contact, but you literally made contact with me. I wanted you from the moment I saw you there, Fallon.
And he shifts closer, but I'm too shaken to move away from him.
On our first date, I saw that he tried to call you. Your phone rang when we were talking.
I'm searching my mind about our first date. When did he call? When we were at the restaurant?
No, our first date was the first time I met you in the coffee shop, he comments matter-of-factly.
He sees that as our first date? Danny did call me, but I never contacted him. So it wasn't a coincidence when we met at the coffee shop either?
No, I followed you. I knew your routine and that I could find you there in the mornings. After that first time, I realized you would be of no help in finding Danny, but I was attracted to you. I didn't want to walk away after I met you, and I fell in love with you, Fallon. But I knew I needed to keep you safe because your being linked to me would put you in danger. It has put you in danger. One of the other bosses, the boss of the New York Syndicate, has been out to get James and me. He has a guard spying on me when you were with me, so at times I've had someone watching over you to make sure you were safe when I wasn't with you. This other boss, Ligia, has been waiting for the opportunity to use you against me.
I'm silent as his stare bores into me. As if my life is ending, every piece of information flies through my thoughts. Because he was looking for Danny, he met me. He's an underboss of a powerful and influential syndicate. They must be powerful because they're functioning completely under the radar. He kills people and deliberately kept his criminal life a secret by stacking lie upon lie while letting us grow closer. What have I gotten myself into by getting involved with this guy?
But that's not all, as Luca continues. At Lake Forest, there was a guy following you. Remember you had the feeling that someone was trailing you when you walked back to the car? It was Ligia's man, but he's been taken care of. I also know you saw me at the church when I was supposed to be on a business trip. The priest I was talking to that day is Ligia's priest. I've been gathering information on Ligia to make him back off.
I didn't even realize how much I've been at risk. And he knew all along that I'd spotted him at the church? All the pieces are starting to fall perfectly into place. That's why you called that day and showed up at my apartment unexpectedly. You already knew I'd busted you at the church.
Yes, I was expecting you to start questioning me about the priest. You didn't ask, though, and I didn't know how to react in that moment. You've been slipping away from me for weeks, Fallon. I felt the disconnect between us,
Luca says in a vulnerable voice. I'm tempted to soothe him like I've always done before, but I remind myself that I'm still a captive here. None of this is right. I felt like you were slipping away from me, but I never had you to begin with.
That's not true.
He waves his hands around, starting to get annoyed about having to defend himself. He's definitely not used to explaining his conduct.
This doesn't define me. I'm still the Luca you fell in love with.
How can you say that? My tone rises as I let the sheet flutter from my grasp while I lash out with excessive gestures too. Of course this all defines you. Do you even realize how differently you think from normal, everyday people? No, you don't. Yesterday, you just pragmatically confessed that you killed another person. I'm not used to being around people who kill, for God's sake. I've never been subjected to criminals or any criminal activity. I'm a simple girl who never thought she'd become mixed up in this mess. You have no idea how it all affects me. You live in a completely different world than I do. People are dispensable in your world of violence.
A world outside the law. A condescending snort escapes him. The law? The law is also us. The Syndicate is everywhere.
I could go to the police as soon as I escape this house, I blurt in anger.
We have people on the police force. You can't go to the police because the Syndicate will know, he says.
Is that a threat?
And what would you accomplish by going to the police anyway? They'll draw up a statement and never look at your case. And the guy who assaulted you has already been dealt with by me. Don't people go to the police looking for justice? Looking to have the accused punished for his crime?
His logical explanation disconcerts me, and I have no response.
Luca leans forward, his palm right beside my hip, yet he doesn't attempt to touch me anymore.
Your boss, Alex, is also connected to us. He's been borrowing money from us for his charity, so he's also embezzled money from said charity. You were already indirectly tied to the Syndicate before you even met me.
I scrub my palm over my forehead.
This has to be some kind of nightmare I'm about to wake up from.
The sheet has fallen into a pool around my hips, and I tug it up again. Luca keeps speaking.
If I let you leave now, I don't know how to protect you. And one more thing. Legia has Danny. I was planning on taking you home last night, but Legia wanted a meeting with us. He had someone watching you Friday, and he knew you were taken by our soldiers. Legia's determined to break the Syndicate apart because he wants more power, the kind of power and influence James has. He's offered to trade Danny for you.
With that last confession, I jump from the bed. Terror has found its way back into my limbs, and oxygen isn't filling my lungs as I gulp for air.
Luca immediately mirrors my action and cups my cheeks in both hands.
Look at me, Fallon. Breathe calmly, in and out. Nothing's going to happen. Breathe, Dolcezza.
Luca inhales and exhales slowly with me until my gasping subsides. My panic gradually regresses as time ticks by, and I rest my forehead on his chest, but pull back instantly because I don't want any of his comfort.
What does this Legia want with me?
Nothing. He's only out to rile me up.
Luca guides me backward to sink down on the bed.
I wrap my trembling, naked body with the sheet when he squats in front of me.
James and I will find a way to eliminate Legia,
Luca tells me.
Suddenly, a thought arises. What about my parents? Are they safe?
They're fine because your father's a lawyer. Legia isn't stupid enough to have a civilian lawyer involved in this. That will create too many problems.
This is so much information for me to take in. The situation is an even bigger mess than I ever anticipated. His rival has Danny and wants to trade him for me, which would make me a captive of the New York Syndicate's boss. The enormity of my dire situation dawns on me. I fell in love with a man I don't know at all. I fell for what I thought he was. I'm in way over my head in a world I never realized existed so close to me. And he brought me into this treacherous world. You never once said you were sorry. I catch his pained eyes.
Sorry for what?
For bringing me into this.
Would it have made any difference?
I avert my gaze. No.
For your own safety, you need to stay here a couple more days. Fallon, do you trust me?
No. However, my best option is to let Luca believe he's convinced me. Hopefully, Camilla will have to bring me food again today, and I can try to talk to her once more. I don't know. I'm hurt, disappointed. I'm mad at you. This is all too overwhelming and so surreal. But I'm trying. To my complete amazement, Luca rests his head in my lap, and I tense while he obviously tries to manipulate me with sweet talk, which, granted, would have worked in the past.
You know what attracted me to you? Your serene appearance. In that club with your loud-mouthed friend jumping around you, you carried yourself with grace and a quietness that was simply stunning. His words have lost their intended goal after everything I've discovered, so I avoid touching him. Stop. I don't want to hear this. I'm inclined to believe him, and yet I'm inclined to distrust him. He looks up at me. What are you thinking? Have you told me everything? Yes, full disclosure. I took a risk here, too, by telling you. I vouched for you. If you go to the police and anyone in this syndicate finds out and tells James, you and I and your family could be in far greater danger. The first tear I've shed since I learned the whole truth leaks down my cheek. This is such a clusterfuck, I know. Am I to stay in this room? I'll let him believe I'll be cooperative. No, I'm trusting you not to run. But do know there are guards, Fallon. You can't just walk out the front door here. I figured that. And after this business with Legia is over, am I safe to go home? Is my family safe? Yes, but your life will forever be connected to me. I'll look after you. That's what I'm afraid of. Is that a threat or a promise? Luca winces. Not a threat. Should I confide in him? No. If I can walk around, I can find Camilla and she might help me. How many people are in this house? Not many. I'll make sure as few people as possible will be here as long as you are. No one will bother you. If you want to leave the room, you can. If you want to stay, I'll bring everything you need here. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what I want. Just then, my empty stomach rumbles. You need sustenance, Fallon, he urges. You have to eat something. Fine, I snap. He's a syndicate underboss who kills and has lied to me from the beginning of our relationship. I don't trust him, and I need to get out of this mess in one piece.
Chapter 33. Luca. Fallon has fallen back asleep after our talk, as I'm still perched on the edge of the bed, watching her. There's an elusive undertone in her behavior that I can't decipher. She's hiding something from me, and I'm not sure about how to interpret her simple acceptance of the situation. Last night, she was all over the place, and I was bracing myself for one hell of a battle with her this morning. Yet, apart from one outburst, she seems quite composed. Nonetheless, I despise myself for bringing her into a world filled with insecurities and lies, but I'd do it all over again if given a second chance. There hasn't been a moment I've considered walking away. I realize now that I never stood a chance of resisting her. Her beauty attracted me, her innocence countered my ruthlessness. Her body challenged my passion. Her humor addicted me, her disarming touch fed my love for her. I had forgotten what it was like to live in a world where the Syndicate doesn't exist. And even though I can and will never leave the Syndicate, maybe in time she can accept it. Unfortunately, I have other matters at hand too. So I shower and dress in record time. In the walk-in closet, I remove the fake back of the top compartment, next to where my suits are hanging, and take my Smith & Wesson out before I leave Fallon, who's still sleeping, and making my way to the first floor. Downstairs in the kitchen, I get yogurt and fruit for Fallon to eat, and find Adriano searching the fridge for food. "Did you talk to Cam?" I ask him. He comes around the kitchen island to grab a green apple from the bowl of fruit. "Yes. She was a little upset." "What did Fallon tell her?" "I don't know. Cam was being very secretive. She acted distant and said that Fallon didn't say anything. By the way, she knew of Fallon. Well, not by name, but she knew you had a girlfriend." Adriano's inquisitive eyes rest on me. That's because Cam helped me pick out a birthday gift for Fallon. "She wants to see and talk to Fallon to make sure she's okay. I obliged her and told her it would be fine. Adriano smirks and pleads. I can't deny Cam anything. You have to help me out here. I don't know if it's smart to let them talk. Fallon's erratic right now. Yesterday she was afraid, then apathetic, and then angry. I was expecting the range of emotions again this morning, but she was accepting of the situation. It was peculiar. I told her all of it. The Syndicate, Danny, the trade. To reclaim some trust, I gave her free passage through the house. Now she's sleeping, thankfully. I'm not keen on letting her out of the room in her current state. She's confused and scared about accepting her situation. I nod absent-mindedly. I'm taking this food to Fallon, and then James and I are going to discuss a course of action regarding Legia and Danny, so I'll fill you in later. I'm leaving the key inside the room. I don't think she'll venture out, but if she does, follow her every move. And have Cam buy her some books, romance novels. Will do. Adriano replies as he takes a bite of his apple. Fallon's still sound asleep when I slip back inside my room, so I set the food on the nightstand before I go to meet James in his office 1 floor down. He's sitting behind his desk, and I claim my usual seat opposite him. Do you have a plan yet? I demand to know what he has in mind. He's silent before he carefully touches the issue. Luca, I think we need to trade. No! I lunge up. A trade is not an option for me, James. He holds his palm up and points back to the chair, so I plow down. Calmati, Luca. Ascoltami. Be calm, Luca. Listen to me. The only way to get Legia to agree to another meet is if we trade Fallon for Danny, and we need a meet to take him out. Legia wasn't expecting me to take the time to think about his offer, and I only did that for you, Luca. But, son, we have no choice here. He's up to security since yesterday. Prolonging the inevitable will cause us more trouble. Danny has too much insider information that he can, and will, share with Legia in exchange for the right amount of money. Legia's taking a huge gamble with this offer. He's waging war with all of his power against the fixed hierarchy, and the LA Syndicate and I want him out. He's too big of a risk and an immoral capo crimine. He's not suited to be a boss, or else he would have never tried to come between you and me with this trade. Our rules state that the syndicates are obliged to work together, not fight against each other, and Legia has broken that rule. This will be it. Fallon will never forgive me. She'll never let us have a life together again beyond these walls. She's going to throw a fit after I only just regained an ounce of trust back. She will be at risk, and I don't like that. I fist my hair, feeling torn. I don't know if I can do this, James, and you can't do it without Adriano or me. We're your best men. Kill Legia without having the trade take place. James says in a low voice, How? He's in public constantly now, with security, where he knows I won't target him. We'll protect her. I don't know how we can protect her, and that pisses me off. But James is my superior, and I'm to obey. I grate my teeth and ask, What's your plan?
Chapter 34. Fallon. We live with the choices we make, and all those, sometimes seemingly insignificant, choices affect everyone and everything around us. We love and hurt each other. However, there's always that one person with whom even the magnitude of the hurt doesn't lessen the intensity of the love. I'm afraid Luca is that person for me. Because even though I chose to believe him and he chose to lie to me, there's still a huge part of me that wants to trust him again, that doesn't want to let go of our love. Yet the extent of his lies and the precarious position they've put me in are quashing that love.
Feeling deflated and empty, I stare at the unappetizing fruit and yogurt on the nightstand after Luca has stepped out again. Although I'm starving, I'm unable to eat. Every bit of information is flying through me in fast forward, and I lie there, unmoving, for hours and hours, with nothing but a blur of memories, until I decide to take a shower to kill some time. As I'm standing under the hot stream of water, my head is starting to clear. I need to stay focused, and like yesterday, I remind myself of that over and over. Stay focused and get out of this mess.
So far, Luca has tried to comfort me into a false sense of security before telling me that some other Syndicate boss, Legia, wants to trade Danny for me. And while Luca hasn't harmed me physically, I can't afford to trust him again. Dressed in a clean pair of boxers and a t-shirt that was left on the comforter, I settle on the edge of the mattress, gazing at the door with sweaty hands. I could walk around, find Camilla, but I'm anxious about running into someone. What would I say? Maybe this is a test Luca set up? All of a sudden, the door opens and Camilla has returned. Exhaling a long breath of relief that it's not Luca, I tentatively smile. Camilla closes the door quietly behind her and joins me on the bed after she places a book on the dresser. "Hi," she greets hesitantly. "I'm sorry for bolting out of here yesterday. I didn't know what to do." Yet she must be inclined to help, or else she wouldn't be here having this conversation with me. Unlike yesterday, I don't bombard her by desperately begging for help. No, I'm approaching her calmly today. "I understand." I point to the book, which is the historical romance I was reading before I was taken. Luca knew that, and I suppose he ordered her to get me a copy. Does he think this will make me feel better? "Luca asked if I could bring you some romance novels. Then he suggested that I get you that one," she explains with a bemused expression. I don't even understand what's going on in Luca's head, so Camilla must be even more mystified about what's happening. "Did he hurt you last night, Fallon?" she asks with her brows drawn together. I could lie and say yes in hopes of convincing her to help me, but the earnest look she's sending me prevents me from being dishonest. "No, not physically," I answer. "Did he tell you anything? How long until it'll be safe for you to go home?" He told me, and it's even more complicated than I initially thought. Camilla, I don't know when it'll be safe for me. I'm some kind of bargaining tool for a trade to another Syndicate Mafia boss. I reveal what he told me, omitting some details. Camilla's stunned into silence, and I power through because this woman is my only hope. "I don't know what exactly your role is in this house, but I have a feeling you're caught up in this mess just as unwillingly as I am. Maybe not as deeply, but you can't possibly condone all of this," I ask. Camilla stands up and starts to pace. "Of course I don't condone this." She tucks her hair behind her ears decisively. "I've heard the term syndicate, but didn't realize that's what they call themselves. Shit, I can't pretend nothing is wrong like Luca and Adriano do. Until now, as long as they kept me out of their business, I was fine. However, since they dragged me into this and neither are telling me the truth, I feel obligated to help you. Yesterday was just—" Her lips tremble as she blows out a puff of air while inching toward the window. "Too much for me. I haven't slept because I was worried for you. Adriano's refusal to explain and the way he was drilling me last night was weird. I don't know how or if I can help you." I immediately move to the window to join her. "You must be scared too?" "I am." She avoids my gaze and keeps looking outside. "I guess I underestimated the ruthlessness of Adriano and Luca.
Of course, I realize they must not be on the up and up, but I never heard or saw anything hinting that they're part of some influential mafia. I thought I knew Adriano. I can relate to how she feels, and I think that she and Adriano share a past. What is it between you and Adriano? She snorts to conceal her wounded heart. Nothing. Well, nothing for him. I'm wondering how a beautiful woman like Camilla ended up here. Camilla, why are you here in this house? How did you meet Adriana and Luca? Last year, James offered me this job after I was fired from a restaurant because of him. I've overheard drug business only twice. These men are usually really tight-lipped. How old are you? I wonder, and blurt it out. 27. You? 26. As we stand shoulder to shoulder, observing the garden perimeter, she turns her head sideways to catch my eyes. Look, I want to help you, but I have no family. My life has actually been better since I started working for Luca and Adriano. I'm hesitant because as much as I want to help you, I'm left wondering what would happen to me out there. She nudges her chin to the world outside the window. From what you've told me, they're apparently extremely powerful. Yes, I think they're very dominant in the underworld. But Camilla, I promise you that if you help me, you won't be alone. And I mean that. I have to find a way to escape. Camilla doesn't nod or consent, but a ray of hope is starting to shine through the dark. Silence stretches on as we're probably mirroring the same thought. How did we end up here? How was the Phantom? Camilla suddenly asks. What? The Phantom of the Opera. How was it? I went to the Phantom with Luca for my birthday weekend in New York. How do you know about that? You seem to know a lot. You knew I was his girlfriend, although he told me no one in the Syndicate knew of us. No one else did. Only Adriano and me. I helped him pick out your birthday gift. I see. She has a friendly bond with Luca, then. Maybe she can fill in some gaps for me, because I've started to doubt everything about our relationship. And last night, I remembered the first incident that triggered my suspicion months ago. The day I surprised Luca at his penthouse and that Gina woman was there. Do you know Gina? As if she's tasted something vile, the corners of her mouth tilt down. Yes, but how do you know her? Who is she? One of the strippers here. There's a strip club here? Luca told me Gina was a stripper, but the strip club Gina works for is in this house? You mean the bar downstairs? Yes, she confirms. Does she still work there? Did Luca sleep with her? I ask all at once because I'm too curious not to. No, she left out of the blue a couple of months ago. And yes, he slept with her. Only once, though, as far as I know. She was always all over him. But Luca isn't often in the bar, not to be entertained by any of the women, at least. I make a disgruntled sound and stop my line of questioning because I don't want to know any more. Feeling drawn to her like a kindred spirit, I inquire about Adriano. And what about Adriano? Is he at the strip club often? Adriano's a man whore, she mumbles, and luckily then makes her first offer to help me. We need to think of a plan, Fallon. Excited, I agree. But since it's already nighttime, Camilla has to work at the bar, and the house is filled with men. So we decide to wait until tomorrow morning to try to escape. Therefore, I'm forced to spend another night with Luca in his bed, being held captive by my own boyfriend.
Chapter 35. Luca. I jolt awake after my first deep sleep since Friday, the night Fallon was taken and brought to our headquarters. Today is Monday, and the trade will take place Wednesday night at midnight. As I roll my head to the side, she comes into my line of vision, sleeping on her stomach. I sweep the back of my hand over Fallon's spine. Mostly she sleeps, and I'm thankful for that. But she's too timid to wander around the house and doesn't talk much, betraying her fear, which concerns me. I'm seriously beginning to wonder if she could ever accept this life. I rub my hand down my face and check the time on my watch. It's already 10 a.m. Leaping out of bed, I shower and throw on my suit in a hurry. On the second floor, I sit down behind my desk in my office and retrieve Fallon's tiny purse from the drawer, taking out her phone to message her work that she's sick. A message I would have sent earlier this morning had I not overslept. The display informs me that Fallon's received 3 messages. 2 from Tegan with nonsense about her dates over the weekend, and 1 from her colleague Jason, sent this morning around 9. Jason: "Babe, you okay? Alex told us you're sick at home. I'll call later. Feel better soon." Perplexed, I lean back in my chair and check her missed calls from today. There's 1 from Fallon's boss, Alex. Why would Alex automatically tell people she's sick when he doesn't know the reason for her absence? She could simply be late. This is odd. Something is off, and I'm not liking the possibility of what this could mean. With my personal phone, I call Adriano and tell him to come to my office right away while I scan the emails on Fallon's cell. Nothing out of the ordinary stands out. It's mostly work-related communication and some emails from Tegan and Fallon's father. Adriano appears in the doorway, and before he can greet me, I fill him in. I was going to call Fallon in sick at work, and I discovered that her boss, Alex, already told her coworker she wasn't at the office because she was sick. He frowns in return. "That's weird. Let me see the message." I hand Fallon's phone over, and he has the same puzzled reaction that I experienced a minute ago. "I need to talk to Fallon," I comment. "I think you do." He tosses the phone back to me, and the sympathy reflected in his eyes confirms to me that he suspects Fallon might be playing us for fools. I race upstairs, sensing in every bone of my body that she hasn't been truthful with me. Lately, I've noticed a sudden change in distance from Fallon a few times, especially during the last week, but I thought it was the result of my demanding work schedule. I've been preoccupied with keeping track of Legia for weeks, and that's put a strain on our relationship, because I've avoided her so I wouldn't have to continue to lie to her. Only I suck at avoidance when it comes to Fallon. When she'd call, I'd want to see her immediately. When I'd see her, I'd want to instantly bury myself inside her. When she'd come and I'd witness her writhing in ecstasy underneath me, I wouldn't want to leave the comfort and pleasure her presence and body offered me so willingly. When I was with her, she'd draw me into her calm, simple, and happy life. But now, I'm worried that last Friday, along with whatever happens in the next couple of minutes, will put a definite end to how we were. I've uprooted her peaceful life, and before I've even relayed one word about Jason's message, I predict that this will tear us further apart. When it comes to us, I have no control over where our relationship is going anymore. Silently, I open the door. I didn't lock it, because I promised her yesterday morning that she could walk around the house if she so pleased, and find Fallon standing by the window, face tilted up toward the sky.
Dolcezza, cosa sta succedendo nella tua testa?
Sweetheart, what's going on in your head? Fallon swings around when I bang the door shut, holding her phone up in order to dissect her every move as she approaches, and expects me to hand it over. Yet, as usual, I'm first distracted by the captivating pull she has on me. She's always been most beautiful in the mornings, without any makeup. Her long dark hair flowing over one shoulder, and her sultry bedroom eyes, combined with her wearing my t-shirt, enchant me. However, the underboss in me keeps his head cool, for now. I extend my arm, holding her phone up out of reach as she stops in front of me. I'm secretly begging for my instinct to be wrong this once, and I succeed at keeping any angry emotions at bay until I've listened to her. This time, I must not miss anything crucial because of my lust for her. Your colleague Jason messaged you. Seems that dear Alex has come to the conclusion you're sick before you or I ever texted him. You could have been late today. Why did Alex tell your coworker you're sick? Her eyes widen slightly, and her bottom lip twitches for just a fraction of a second, exposing her panic. I don't know. She shrugs in a forced blasé manner that isn't convincing. So I assess Fallon, making a half circle around her until she has to turn unless she wants to talk to the door. Then I pocket the cell, taking one swift step forward, and she shrinks back against the door, ensuring that none of our body parts are touching. We said full disclosure. I remind Fallon as we stand face to face. Well, more face to chest since I tower over her. Meanwhile, I start to tremble to refrain from touching her smooth, bare skin, but I tamp it down because I need answers at this exact moment, and she's the one who can provide them. I'm sure of it. Pushing the fact that she's the one woman I love to the back of my mind with much difficulty, I wait for her lips to move in the flooding silence of the room. Still, not a peep out of her. She's definitely withholding something from me. In a flash, I rest my palm against the door next to her head. You have one chance to tell me everything. Then I also plant my other hand against the door to cage her in. I don't know what you're talking about, she whispers, looking down while her rigid posture seems to be clashing between conveying annoyance and fear. I'm pushing her buttons, hoping she'll lash out with the truth. One chance. And I already see her rage bubbling to the forefront. I can find out anything. You think I don't know that? She cuts me off as she lifts her lashes, and her eyes finally connect with mine, prepared for battle. Her voice hardens as her temper flares. You've said that already. That you can find out anything. Your syndicate is everywhere. You think I don't know that? What the hell is she talking about? She stands firmly. I knew. And releases a bitter laugh, tinged with rancor. I knew you were part of the Mafia, the Syndicate. In reaction, I stagger backward because of her hostility and her admission. She fucking knew?
Chapter 36. Fallon. I knew you were a part of the Mafia, the Syndicate. Animosity that's been building up since Friday starts to engulf my mind while Luca's becoming livid. I see it in his entire demeanor. And don't you dare be angry with me for lying. I press my finger into his chest, but he doesn't budge. You've been lying to me for 6 months, ever since we started dating. Clearly, we've both lost control of ourselves, because Luca then grips my shoulders and shakes me roughly, causing my hair to fly across my face. How the fuck am I supposed to protect you when you lie to me? He grinds out right before I manage to struggle free from his hold and push him away, but only because he lets me. I didn't know how to react or what to say. You have no idea how it was for me to find out, I defend, fingering my hair back irately. Lower your voice, he orders, fuming. And again he crowds me back against the door, both of his hands slapping against it and blocking me in. His penetrating stare is too much for me, so I turn my cheek to him. But his fingers mesh into my hair and pull my head back, forcing me to look at him. Have I done nothing to help you? I've watched over you every fucking second since you've been here. I've been going through every scenario possible to protect you.
The extent of his dominance and fury in this second caused my newfound anger to dissipate as quickly as it came on.
"Luca, you're hurting me," I breathe, and he promptly lets go of my hair.
"I don't want to hurt you,"
he mutters in a broken voice and scowls disappointedly at me. However, his gaze is struck with burning rage, too, as he edges back from me like he can't stand to be close to me all of a sudden.
"What do you mean you knew? How long?"
"Since almost 2 weeks ago." I nervously wring my hands together.
"I'm guessing here that Alex told you?"
He clenches his jaw. Luca's going to flip if I reveal everything now. What if he doesn't want to help me anymore?
"Answer me!"
he barks, and I startle from the sharpness in his tone, realizing that the man with me now is Luca, the underboss, the persona he hid from me. "Yes, Alex told me," I reply.
"When exactly did he tell you?"
Luca asks, unbuttoning his suit jacket while shooting daggers at me. "The last time you and I had lunch at the deli, Alex saw us together," I hurriedly explain, intimidated by this side of him.
"Keep talking. I'm not going to ask you every damn question,"
he says, and turns his back to me, facing the window as he runs a hand through his hair to comb back the strands that have fallen loose.
"Tell me what happened after you went back to work. I can't protect you if I don't know everything. You're smart enough to figure that out."
His insult stings and adds another punch of anxiety to my already disordered state, so I decide to disclose everything. Alex saw us sitting together in the deli. After I got back to work, he called me into his office. I thought to add to my workload, but he asked me, and I quote, if I knew with whom I was getting involved by dating the likes of a criminal like Luca D'Emiliano. He thought I was working for you and told me you're part of a mafia, but he made it seem like it was a small organization and the two of you had some kind of feud over money. When he caught my surprised expression at his calling you a criminal, he realized I didn't know. So he plotted a way to use me and has been threatening me ever since. He threatened not only me, but also my parents if I didn't get him incriminating information on you within a month, something Alex could blackmail you with. And if I did, no one would find out it came from me, and my parents and I would be safe. Of course, I didn't believe Alex, yet I didn't trust Luca enough to confide in him the moment Alex revealed Luca's involvement in the Mafia. And deep down, I felt that there was some kind of truth in Alex's story. However, accepting the truth also meant accepting how I'd been purposely ignoring warning signs because I fell in love. And I could never have guessed that Luca lived an entirely different life in the underworld. Until Luca explained everything to me yesterday, I didn't understand the enormity of the danger I'm in. Furthermore, Luca's distance over the last week helped me to keep my secret. As the days progressed, and Alex kept his distance as well, only twice verbally inquiring if I had information, I became increasingly confused and was foolishly thinking I could maybe end things with Luca to have Alex back off and extract myself completely from this situation between these two men. Although, in the back of my mind, I knew I was in trouble. Still, I let the days slip by, evading a confrontation with either man. After finding the "make a marriage" message on Luca's phone last Friday, I never actually thought Luca was married, but I had to think fast when he caught me with his phone, so I led him to believe the first thing that popped into my mind. I researched it during the cab ride to the charity event and landed on various sites explaining that it's Mafia slang. This was my confirmation that Luca was part of some mafia, yet I never saw it coming that he was the underboss of such a powerful organization. So between Luca and Alex, Luca was the lesser of two evils that I hoped could help me, and I decided to tell Luca about Alex because I was weary of this game these men had pulled me into. It was a risk I was willing to take at that point. But I acted too late, because not an hour later, I was taken by Luca's men in the back alley of the venue, and from that moment on, everything happened so fast, and I trusted no one after all that had transpired.
Did Alex hurt you?
Luca's low voice brings me back to the present. Not physically, only with his threats, I say, while Luca continues to stand with his back to me.
Why didn't you tell me before?
He doesn't spare me a glance, keeping his seething focus trained ahead. I haven't trusted anyone since that day Alex exposed you. My fear shut me up. Alex told me that he'd find out immediately if I told you, and I had no idea what kind of mafia you or Alex were in. I didn't even know if he was telling the truth. I was scared, Luca, and confused. I still am.
But why didn't you tell me yesterday or Friday after I confessed the truth to you?
He wants to know. I've been withdrawn from Luca since the day Alex called me into his office with the news that tilted my world on its axis. Alex preyed on my panic, and the angst he implanted in me robbed me of my ability to make smart decisions. Luca. I move toward him by the window as more uncertainty bleeds through me. I haven't been thinking clearly. I'm not sure.
Were you going to tell Alex what you learned about the Syndicate here? You have absolutely no evidence. I think he meant incriminating information in the form of tangible evidence. Are you working with him?
Luca asks in a hostile tone, glancing back at me with a hopeless expression. No, I deny truthfully, shaking my head. In an attempt to pacify him, because I'm afraid he's going to lock me in again, and then I won't be able to speak to Camilla, I reach out to him. If Luca stays this livid with me, he might change his behavior, and that makes me fear him more because anger makes people irrational. And these people are members of a syndicate who commit murder and whatnot. I refuse to be imprisoned any longer since I'm going stir-crazy from worrying all the time, so I hesitantly close the distance and touch his back. But he briefly looks back at me over his shoulder with a blank face, instantly crossing the room to get away from me, and stops by the door, putting me in an even more vulnerable position since I'm farther from the escape route now. Shit, it seems like he's constantly a step ahead.
Why is Alex telling people you're sick, then?
Luca's voice is eerily soft. He's regained control. His mask is in place. How am I supposed to know that? Maybe he doesn't want anyone to ask questions, and he must know that my disappearance could be connected to you? Maybe he thinks I'm retrieving his information. I don't know.
Are you sure you're being honest?
Luca's eyes narrow, hardening the lines in his face. Yes, I answer decisively, but I go into panic mode when he touches the door handle. Wait, where are you going, Luca? The urge to know his next move explodes inside me. Resentment and doubt cloud his eyes as he scans the length of me before fleeing the room and locking the door. I dash forward in alarm and smash my fists against it, screaming, "Luca, no, come back!" Tears pool in my eyes from rising despair, a few landing on my bare feet as I peer down at the floor and slam my palm against the surface of the door in defeat. The one thing I tried to avoid has happened. I'm back to being locked inside the room with my never-ending, disconcerting thoughts. How will Camilla be able to help me now? I hope Luca isn't onto her, and that she'll still be permitted to bring me food today. And what will Luca do? Will he still help me? Or is he planning to trade me? Luca loves me, but I know all too well how love can be ruined by disloyalty.
One message from Alex, and the tables have turned. Luca knows everything I've been holding back, except for my plan with Camilla. But do I know everything he's lied about? He said full disclosure, but a man as conniving as he apparently is must have held something back as well. I'm definitely no match for the shrewdness of men like Luca and Alex, so I need to get out of here the first chance I get.
Chapter 37. Luca. Antagonized by conflicting feelings, I storm into my office where Adriano's waiting for me. Fallon's confession is sending me down a spiral of raging emotions. Adriano twists his hand up in question. Not good news? I lean forward with my palms on my desk. Alex has some balls. He's been threatening Fallon for over a week, and also disclosed that I'm part of the Syndicate to her. Adriano copies my stance. She knew? This never leaves the room. Chiaro? Understood? Adriano confirms I can trust him with an instant consent. She's been lying to me for almost 2 weeks. Alex wanted intel from her. I vehemently rub my hand over my lips. Is she working with him? Adriano inquires, aghast. No, I state. But evidently my judgment isn't the best when it comes to her, since I believed Fallon was easy to read. I pieced together all our interactions from the last 2 weeks. Fallon was distant and quiet, more so than usual. She was trying to pull away from me, but I wouldn't let her. Fuck. I banged my fist on the desk. I noticed her overreaction on Friday regarding the make a marriage message she read on my disposable phone, and I distinctly got the impression she was acting. In hindsight, even her reaction to my telling her that I'm the underboss of the Chicagoan Mafia was too mellow for someone who was hearing such shocking information for the first time. Nonetheless, I don't think she's working with Alex. Fallon's not that good an actor. This mess keeps on getting bigger. I can't trust Fallon, and that enrages the hell out of me. With a sharp breath, I drop down into my seat. Are you sure everything's out in the open now? Adriano asks. Yes. Actually, no. I'm not positive of anything anymore when it comes to her. He starts to recap. Okay, so we know Alex threatened her. With what? Only words. Her parents, the usual bullshit when you want to intimidate someone. Could it be I've underestimated the New York Syndicate's boss, Legia? Alex doesn't have the nerve to threaten a woman he believes is dating me. You know how skittish he is when we pay him a visit. And he's just an associate, not even a member of our syndicate. What if someone put him up to it? Someone like Legia. Legia did the background check on Fallon the second he found out she was connected to me. So his intel must have notified him that she works for Alex. And Legia knows that Alex is our associate. Adriano nods, following my line of thinking. I continue connecting the dots out loud. What if Legia contacted Alex and is pulling all the strings from different angles? Legia instructed Alex to terrorize Fallon in order to break us apart. Adriano interjects. But how would Legia know that Fallon wouldn't just come clean to you after Alex's blackmail? Good point. A risk he was willing to take? I offer as explanation. Possibly. Now Legia has 2 operations set in motion to break me loose from James's syndicate, and both involve Fallon. The trade for Danny, and the fact that she was being disloyal to me. I think this is playing out even better than Legia had planned. Frank kidnapping Fallon gave Legia the upper hand. It gave him the best opportunity to piss me off by allowing him to offer the trade of Danny in exchange for Fallon. That motherfucker is smarter than we've given him credit for, Adriano comments. Where's Fallon now? Locked in my room. His brows crease. You're probably scaring her, you know. What's our next move? The need to protect Fallon still overwhelms me. I vouched for her, and although my scenario about Alex and Legia is pure conjecture, all the pieces are falling into place. Her distance, her contradictive behavior, because she wanted to believe I wasn't part of the Syndicate, her odd reaction to my text last Friday, and why she was desperate to avoid seeing Alex Friday night and use the back exit. Alex is a dead man, I decide, rolling my neck to get the tension out. We proceed as planned with one small addition. Where's the meet Wednesday night? Parish of the Blessed Father Eli's church, he answers, as disapproval sculpts his face. Of course, Legia is taking precautions and chose a public place like that church. But he doesn't know that Father Eli is already on my radar, and this I can use to my advantage. No, that's a good place, I inform him. We can use Father Eli. Where are we meeting Legia's underboss Biagio tonight? We managed to set up a secret appointment with Biagio without Legia. It's imperative that I get Biagio in our corner before the trade takes place on Wednesday. At the warehouse, he replies, but switches the subject back to Fallon, since he needs to be aware of my strategy. Luca, what are you going to do with Fallon? I need to calm down before I speak to her again, so I toss my room key to Adriano, and he catches it with one hand easily. Let Cam attend to Fallon today. I can't see or talk to her now. You and I will take care of our business first, I instruct. I have less than 3 days to clean up this clusterfuck. Since I vouched for Fallon, it won't go well for her or me if James finds out about her disloyalty. So I'm determined to fix this mess before the meet with Legia. Without going back up to Fallon, I travel to the Loop to handle my business. During the drive, the first months of our then happy relationship haunt me. Being with Fallon used to be the only thing in the world that could calm me. But with one 5-minute conversation, she managed to rip out my heart and slice it into tiny pieces. This is how betrayal feels. This is what I did to her. Although what I did was far worse, because I lied for all those months. This is retribution, and it hurts like a motherfucker. However, redemption is not meant for men like me, so I deserve to feel this pain. But Fallon's an innocent civilian who's been tainted by my world now. And even though a constant stream of retribution is what lies in my future, I'll do whatever it takes to ensure that Fallon is out of harm's way in hers.
Chapter 38. Fallon. After having hours of worry polluting my mind, the door opens and I'm somewhat appeased when Camilla appears. "What happened?" she asks. "Adriano and Luca barged out of the house earlier after giving me the key." Frantically, I tell her bits and pieces about my confession to Luca, enough for her to realize I'm still the one being held captive here. "Camilla, I've hit rock bottom. Even though I don't trust Luca, up until today I could still feel his undeniable devotion to me. But not anymore. The last couple of days have only been bearable because of him. Yet I'm here because of him. When I admitted everything to Luca, he was furious and left, and then he locked the door again this morning. Luca hasn't been honest either, but I get locked up for lying. I've probably completely destroyed his trust in me by now. I'm not the innocent party here any longer since I lied to him. I saw that much in his eyes. I swallow back an avalanche of mixed emotions. Fear of the unknown, guilt for lying, panic over what to do. And still a layer of misguided love for Luca envelops it all. Yet I shake it off quickly. Resolve slowly finds its way through my jumbled thoughts. I sit down on the bed. I need to leave as soon as possible. What if Luca comes back just as furious? I don't know what he'll do in this state.
There's no more time for me to gradually convince Camilla to help me. I need the help right away, so I pound her with questions, hoping we can figure out a way for me to escape. Where are we exactly? The mattress dips as Camilla joins me. Melrose. That's close to Lake Forest. In the middle of nowhere, though. We're at the far edge of the suburbs, she mentions, solemn. Shit, we need a plan. I've never seen Luca this infuriated. It's not a good sign if Luca doesn't return to this room, because he's the kind of guy who needs to cool off, and then he's ready to talk. If he doesn't come back, then he's still brooding. And I really need to avoid a brooding Luca right now. There's got to be a way out, I implore. I don't know, Camilla replies. But I have to be downstairs again. I'll be back as soon as I come up with something. Unfortunately, she doesn't come back the entire day. But neither does Luca. Luca's out of reach, and I'm petrified of what the consequences of not telling him about Alex's blackmail will be for me. My first night alone in this house, and I'm still just as scared and uncertain as I was on Friday.
Chapter 39. Luca. Drenched in sweat, I sit up straight in my bed as my eyes adjust to the sunlight streaming in. It's Tuesday. I jerk my head to the left, just as my hand shoots out to the side to search for Fallon. But she's not beside me. I take in my unfamiliar surroundings and recall that I'm in one of the private rooms of the strip club and haven't seen Fallon since her revelation yesterday morning. Adriano and I came back late to the house, and Cam informed me that Fallon was crying up in the room. Yet my outrage prevailed over my affection, and I couldn't be the one to console her. Rubbing my eyes, I try to clear my mind of how desperately I want to be with her. But I need to concentrate. Only today and tomorrow. I don't think about anything beyond those 2 days. Gathering my clothes, I tuck my legs into my gray dress slacks and don't bother to unbutton my dress shirt before putting it on and then driving my hands through my ruffled hair. From the bedside table, I retrieve my silver watch and clasp it around my wrist. It's almost 10:30 a.m. Leaving the room, I'm welcomed by complete silence, so I down a bottle of water while resting on the burgundy half-round sofa in the middle of the room, and let my head fall back against the cushion. Fallon broke down my walls with her innocent nature, and I would have done anything to be with her when this was over, but we're slipping further away from each other with each passing day. Maybe it's time for me to let her go. But that notion is cutting brutally through my chest. And I'm still unsure about how to handle Fallon. Will she even cooperate with the trade? While I've been patient with her, because I do feel responsible for this mess, she's been holding out. If only she had told me about Alex, so much could have been prevented. I'm rudely disturbed by the door banging open, and in struts Skye in her short jean skirt and pink tank top. Skye has brown hair similar to Fallon's, only Fallon's hair is thicker and shinier. Good morning, Luca. Skye invites herself to sit right next to me. Morning. My leg accidentally brushes hers, and a blush colors her cheeks. Rough night? She asks. Yeah. Leaning forward with my elbows on my knees, I attempt to escape her probing gaze. Skye places her hands on my shoulders and starts to massage the knots out. I can help you relax, Luca, she offers. I tense on instinct, but begin to unwind as her fingers work their magic. Skye stands and guides me back against the sofa with her palms on my chest, her cleavage at eye level. I meet her hungry look and a plan suddenly starts to form. A plan that could backfire on me. What if we use Skye for the trade instead of Fallon? Skye's making it so easy. Palming her bare thigh, I allow her to touch me. But Fallon's exquisite caramel brown eyes emerge in my thoughts. Eyes that disapprove of us using another innocent woman. I'm starting to get sick and tired of myself, of my need for Fallon's validation, of Fallon constantly dancing in the back of my mind while she's been lying to me too. Skye actually moans from the slight contact, and her fingers travel to the nape of my neck as her mouth inclines to mine. When her breath blows across my cheek, I say, "I have a favor to ask you, Skye." "Anything for you, Luca," she answers in a husky voice. I hold her desirous gaze. I need, but when she pouts her lips, I shrink back slightly, not sure I can do this. Perhaps I don't need to bring another person into this mess. At that exact moment, a sharp intake of breath steers my attention to the door, to Fallon, who's obviously shocked and repulsed, blocking the doorway. What the fuck is she doing here? How did she get out of the room? I release Skye as I lock eyes with Fallon, before she spins around and sprints into the hall, while Skye's oblivious to it all. "I'll be right back." Quickly removing her hands from my neck, I bolt out of the room after Fallon. "Luca?" Skye whines. But I ignore her as Fallon heads towards the first staircase. From the other end of the hall, Cam advances on her. "Fallon!" I increase my speed as Fallon grabs the handrail to turn and start her descent. But I push her against the banister and circle her waist with one arm before she can take the first step down. "Get off me!" She tries to elbow me, so I hold her firmly. "Calm the fuck down." I fleetingly glance around to make sure no one's witnessing this. The door I used to exit from the strip club is still closed, and I swivel us around, my intention to hurriedly climb the stairs to the third floor. I capture Fallon's arms underneath mine, enclosing her, and shake Fallon to disorient her. Then I continue toward the stairs while her legs flail and kick wildly at the air. "If you don't calm the fuck down, so help me God," I whisper, yell into her ear. "Fuck you!" She spits. Cam blocks my path up the stairs. "Luca, it was my fault. Don't hurt her." "I'm not going to hurt her. Go to Skye and ensure she doesn't follow me. Now." My patience is wearing thin. "Give me my key." I open my palm, arm still around Fallon, who's determined not to keep still. Cam places it in my hand, looking from Fallon to me with an uncertain glare and hesitating for a second before she runs off. Fallon's still struggling in my hold, so I tighten my arms and lift her off the floor, racing up to the third floor as fast as I can. She gasps as I plant her front flat against the door of my private room, and the key almost falls as I try to unlock it and keep her restrained at the same time. When I get it open, we collapse into the room, me on top of her, and I scoot Fallon up, kicking the door closed with my foot. With a grunt, I pick her up and throw her onto the bed, our heavy breathing filling the silence as we scowl at each other. Food scattered on the floor beside the dresser from where she flew out of the room when Camilla brought her breakfast, I presume. "What were you planning to do when you got out of the house, Fallon?" She scurries backward on the bed as I advance on her. "I went to look for you," she retorts in a voice laced with bitterness and sorrow. "You left me yesterday, and I didn't know if you were coming back. I didn't know if you're still helping me. Why didn't you come back?" "I'm trying to help you." With both of my hands, I grasp my hair in desperation from wanting to give her some sort of comfort. Yet my anger about yesterday prevents me from doing so. I sigh deeply. "You have to trust me, Fallon. I needed time to figure things out. I am helping you. Everything I do nowadays is to help you." "Who is she?" she asks abruptly, and I can see the resentment building up in her again. Even through her worry, her jealousy succeeds to be heard. No one of importance. "Were you with her last night? And how is kissing another woman helping me? How was lying to me helping us? I counter heatedly. I've been working nonstop to get us out of this mess, and she doesn't comprehend the danger of this fucking situation. Fallon's hands ball into fists as she scrambles off the bed, standing on the other side. I wanted to tell you, and I was wrong to keep it from you. I get that. But put yourself in my shoes. This is all new and terrifying territory for me. I didn't sleep at all last night, despite everything I found out, and I've discovered a hell of a lot more than you. I still ache for you to make me feel safe. She draws in a deep breath. Her anger is getting the best of her, too. But do you still need me? Was she worth it? Did it make you feel better to kiss another woman while the woman you supposedly love is stuck in this room because of you? Because make no mistake, I wouldn't be in this situation if I'd never met you. Her accusation is true, and Fallon knows exactly how to rile me up. Seeing her torn between spewing her guts and latching onto me for security is a cold reminder of how my world is already staining her beautiful spirit. I just went out, Luca, she cries, and I need to know. Otherwise, it will destroy me even more. Who is she? Fallon adds in a resolved tone. You misinterpreted a situation. I was not with her, and I didn't kiss her. Give me a little credit. You've got to trust me to end this nightmare for you. She stalks toward me, and I take a step forward since I don't want her close to the door while she's volatile, and I'm losing my grip on her. Trust you? Her manner reeks of contempt for me. You were about to kiss her. How can I misinterpret that? Because sometimes the end justifies the means, Fallon, I retort. What does that mean, Luca? I choose to remain silent. Are you going to trade me for Danny? My weariness, combined with her attitude, is grating on my nerves, so I blurt, yes. A second before she caught me with Sky, I decided to follow James's plan, our initial plan. What? No! Confounded, she gapes at me, rushing to stop right in front of me. I rub my forefinger and thumb over my eyelids. I told you to trust me. I'm just repeating myself, and you're only managing to anger me more. She's lost in her mind for a couple of seconds, putting together the pieces of what will happen. So you're really going to do it? Fallon clutches her hair in disbelief. Your need to protect me, how long did that last? What am I now? Just a pawn in the Syndicate's sick little games? Just a woman you fucked? Her source of irritation, jealousy coupled with panic and resentment, is creating foolish thoughts in her head. You're making no sense. You're not just a woman I fucked. I throw back indignantly. You're the woman, don't you dare say it. Her trembling finger is pointed at my chest. I hate you. I hate this. What kind of life is this? I just want to leave here and forget this nightmare. She'll always be the only woman I've ever loved, and hearing her state how she wants to leave me spikes my anger again. So I use her words. You make no mistake. Whether you're with me or not, our love will go on. I promise her, and she flinches. She's going to lose it. I can tell by how eerily resolutely she spoke of her hate for me. So I need to get out before I break too. But as I stride to the door, she shadows me immediately. Fallon, stay back, I demand, clenching my jaw without facing her, as I push her back and quickly open the door to step out. She dashes forward and squirms her arm into the small door opening. God damn it! I yell. Be careful! I open the door marginally in an effort to nudge Fallon's arm back without hurting her, but she puts all her body weight in the opening, scratching her arm open and starts to scream. No, Luca! She doesn't look at me while she's hysterically trying to push herself through the opening. Yet, I have to close it before someone comes up and walks in on me not being in control of her. I don't want to hurt you, Fallon. Remove your arm. I almost beg her. Still, she won't back down. And even though I can easily overpower her, I don't want to frighten her more. However, my annoyance is rising, so I shove her violently back into the room. Fallon falls on her behind and darts back up, but I've already shut the door, which she bangs on with all her power, all of her anger voiced in her fists. I hate you so much for doing this to me, she yells at me repeatedly. Defeated, I rest my forehead against the door while she curses at me, and my hand constricts on the door handle until my knuckles turn white. I want to open it. I want to comfort her, hold her in my arms to make her feel safe in my embrace. But I can't. Not now. Instead, I stand there for over an hour until she calms down, my throat dry from holding in my raging emotions so that I don't break down alongside her. The banging lessens after she's exhausted herself, and I hear her sliding down the other side of the door, hitting the floor with a loud thump as she cries quietly. And in a broken voice, a voice that terrifies me because maybe she has given up, she utters, I'm scared. Look what you've done to me. Why me? The brokenness in her tone is pinching my battered heart. My palm rests on the door as I let out a heavy breath in a futile attempt to force out the agony coursing through me. She can't give up, because I'm afraid she'll do something drastic if she loses hope. I answer without letting her hear. Perché ti amo? Because I love you. This situation is spiraling entirely out of my control, intensifying my frustration since I'm not used to working this way. Back downstairs, I slam the door shut to get Cam and Sky's attention. Cam takes this as her cue to start explaining, but I shush her by holding up my palm and address Sky. Sky, I apologize, but nothing's going to happen between us. I jerk my chin toward the exit, and she complies sullenly, knowing not to argue with me if she wants to keep her job. Turning to Cam, I ask in a worn-out tone, what happened upstairs? Fallon ambushed me when I took her breakfast. She was asking where you were, but I had no idea about your whereabouts. So I told her that. She was pacing and suddenly pushed me aside, tray and all, and ran out of the room. Is she okay? Yes. She'll leave tomorrow at midnight. I'm trying here, Cam. She peruses me with scornful eyes. No one can know about our little incident, I say sternly. Cam's guilty face gives her away. I already told Adriano. He's on his way. No one else, okay? She nods in acceptance, just as Adriano comes rushing into the room, standing possessively next to Cam. Are we all fine here? He asks me, more in the form of a statement, warning me not to lash out at Cam. He's oddly protective of her. Yes, Cam answers instead, and cracks a small smile. Adriano relaxes immediately and presses his lips to hers. So Fallon's lost it. Yeah, but I can clean up the room, Cam offers. Since I need space from Fallon, I give Cam the key. Only to clean. Then you leave immediately. Don't talk to her. She nods before taking off, and Adriano simply cocks his head, inquiring about what's going on. I slept here last night. I point to the private room. Fallon didn't take that well. She saw me almost kissing Sky. Why did you kiss her? Adriano makes a disgusted face. I didn't kiss her. I thought we could use her, so I was seducing her a little. The plan was never to kiss her. Use? He questions. Never mind. It was a fleeting thought, I comment, remembering that Adriano and I have a busy day ahead, which robs me of the opportunity to let everything sink in. We have to be in the loop at noon to sign off on new investment plans for our company. Then we have to drop off some cash to several associates, and tonight we're paying Fallon's boss, Alex, a visit. Every day I need to change plans, do damage control, and keep myself and Fallon in check. I'm exhausted and drained. Her wariness is straining our love, and her constant need to fight me is exasperating. As it stands, due to both, we're drowning quickly.
Chapter 40. Fallon.
I'm scared. Look what you've done to me. Why? Why me? I sob, sitting on the floor with my back to the door after Luca has locked it again. You're causing him more problems every day, and that's why he's going to trade you now. Erratically, I kick a piece of fallen fruit away with my foot. My eyes burn from lying awake and worrying the entire night. Not for 1 second did I drift off into the comfort of my dreams. Away from the harsh reality that the man I was building a life with is going to trade me to some corrupt syndicate boss. Hearing fast-approaching footsteps outside, I scoot forward when the door is unlocked and heave a sigh of relief when Camilla appears. She squats down beside me and worriedly asks, "Are you okay?" "No," I cry quietly while looking up into her concerned face. Being locked up will cause you to make hasty decisions. Spur-of-the-moment confusion. This morning, I told Camilla in my agitated state that I should just run out of here. She desperately tried to convince me otherwise, but she also realized Luca's absence could have horrific consequences for me. I told her that I needed to at least give escaping a try, and my growing alarm propelled me forward, out of that room, and she followed me, knowing I had no idea which way to go.
Fallon, what happened?
Camilla loops her arms around me, allowing me to let my tears fall onto her shoulder. It was definitely not a good sign when he didn't come back. He's so mad at me. I pull back to catch her gaze. He's going to trade me, I mutter, still not believing it myself. What? She yells, unable to imagine Luca making that choice. I asked him if he was going to trade me for Danny. He said yes. Period. Oh, shit, she utters and starts to gather the food that's littered on the floor. I'm not supposed to talk to you, but they'll be gone all day today, I think. Camilla, can you think of any way for me to escape? Please? I plead because my time is up. I'm not sure. She bites her lip. I'm picked up and driven back home daily, so it's not like I have a car here. Are you here every day? She urges me from the floor, and we sit together on the comforter. No, I'm here 4 times a week. I also sleep here sometimes when there's no one to drive me home. There's a guard at the front entrance, and men walk around the house constantly. In the early mornings and late at night, it's most quiet around here. Most activity takes place in the afternoon and at dinner time. The back entrance is usually open, and you can easily round the house to the front. If you had a key for one of the cars, you'd have your getaway. But getting your hands on a key won't be easy. She looks at me, disappointed. The guys pocket everything and keep it close. You can't do anything while being locked in here. Then she palms her forehead and rubs it excessively. The only way out is with my help. But they'll know I've helped you, Fallon, because I'll have to steal a key from one of the guys. I kind of need you. You know the roads here, so I'll need you to drive us out of here as fast as you can. I can't allow her to help me and then live with myself if anything happens to her. If you help me escape, you can't stay here. There's no way that will end well, I warn. I know. She sighs and leans sideways on her arm with her hand flat on the bed. I'm leaving with you, Fallon. These people are too dangerous. If they can trade you this callously, what will they do to me when Luca and Adriano turn on me?
We have to act quickly, I point out. You've got to find a car key as soon as you step out of this room, and come right back when you have one.
Okay, but I'm a little scared, she softly admits.
I cover her hand on the bed with mine.
So am I.
Camilla comes in to check on me and bring me food and water once, but still doesn't have a key. For the rest of the time, tedious minutes turn into hours that belong to the past now. All the while, I wait and wait. Feeling weak from dehydration and lack of nutrition, I force down the water and swallow back a few bites of a BLT to fill my empty stomach. I need my strength replenished if I'm going to stand a chance of escaping. Adriano and Luca are confirmed to be away today, but we don't know until how late, and the sun has already set.
Chapter 41. Luca. On Tuesday night, Adriano and I are on our way to pay a visit to our associate, Fallon's boss, Alex, at his apartment in the Loop. You have the stuff? I ask Adriano, who's in the passenger seat next to me. He shows me a tiny plastic bag filled with white powder, as confirmation before I park my car, blocks away from Alex's condo. And then we walk back to use the rear entrance of the glass high-rise. Where are the cameras? I question. Adriano signals to our upper left. He scouted the place this morning. There's a blind corner. Follow me. And he leads the way into the apartment complex while dodging the cameras. It's almost midnight and dead quiet in the building. Yet we still have to take the stairs to the 15th floor to evade the reception area by the elevators. Alex's apartment is the first floor to the right. Adriano hands me a pair of latex gloves, and I block the peephole with one hand before knocking. Footsteps approach on the other side of the door and it opens. Rapidly, I push the door open wider, and Alex staggers back. What the? I cover his mouth with my hand, spinning him around by his arm in one swift action as Adriano steps in and closes the door quietly. Alex, how are you? Adriano greets. While Alex struggles in my hold, I twist his arm behind his back and shove him forward into his living room, throwing him onto his black suede recliner as I pull out my gun from the back of my pants, where it's hidden beneath my suit jacket. Tell me, did you think I wouldn't find out that you threatened Fallon? I remark, eyeing my piece. Alex rises to his feet and jumps over the back of the recliner, to be met with Adriano's handgun pointed in his face. Down, boy, Adriano commands, taunting. Raising his hands in surrender, Alex stays rooted. Listen, this has become... It's gotten out of hand. He stutters nervously. Sit down. Adriano repeats with his finger on the trigger. Alex's gaze shifts from me to Adriano, and he edges sideways to bolt to his front door. But Adriano blocks his path, overpowering him effortlessly, and pushing him face down on the sofa next to the recliner, with the end of his barrel against Alex's neck. Be careful. I don't want any marks or bruises on him, I warn, since that's not in line with our plan. Are you going to sit? I brought your favorite opiate, Adriano says to Alex. But I motion for Adriano to back off a little, while Alex catches his breath, and Adriano yanks him up by his collar. Last time. Sit down, Adriano orders impatiently. Finally, Alex obeys and takes a seat on the sofa. Alex, if it's gotten out of hand, then let's talk. Maybe we can make an arrangement. I slide onto the glass coffee table in front of him and tuck my Smith & Wesson back into my waistband. I think we need a drink. Alex's eyes narrow, and he doesn't twitch a muscle. Where's your liquor? I inquire. Alex keeps glancing warily between Adriano and me before answering without a stutter.
Bar, next to the kitchen. He regards Adriano, who disappears into the kitchen to prepare our drinks and, as planned, spike Alex's with heroin. While we wait, I snap my fingers to get Alex's attention. I want to have a talk. Threatening Fallon was Legia's idea. I had no say in it, Luca, he confesses. What was your or Legia's plan? I had no plan. It was all Legia. He cut off my drug supply, and I couldn't get anything anywhere. I needed my fix, he answers, spoken like a true junkie. Adriano returns and hands a drink to Alex, who downs it in one gulp. Then Adriano takes the empty glass and leaves to get Alex another one. What did he want you to do? I probe. Scare her. He never gave details. But he told me to wait until I saw you with her, and then make it seem like I wanted information from her. Information about you. What did he offer you in return? My fix, and to pay off my debt to the Chicago Syndicate. I was never going to hurt her. Legia was pressuring me into badgering Fallon. He kind of hates you. You could have talked to us and avoided all of this. I lie. Could I have? I was screwed either way. I know how you guys work. Legia was supposed to protect me. Looks like I bet on the wrong horse. He coughs like an old man after finishing his second drink from Adriano. Is Fallon with you? Legia told me to call her in sick. She hasn't been at work in 2 days. I was right. Legia is just using everyone to cause problems between James and me in order to break our syndicate. Alex, Fallon, Danny. They're all collateral damage to Legia. Alex did bet on the wrong person and will now pay with his life. For a long time I watch Alex, hating to be the one to end it. But my rage hits me in full force when I imagine Fallon's fear over what Legia set in motion with Alex's help. Adriano offers me a drink, and I take a small sip as he faces Alex. I need a fix. You want one too? Adriano asks him, and places a tablespoon, syringe, and a belt on the table. I didn't know you guys used your own drugs, Alex comments, surprised. We don't, we say in unison, as I leap up and hold down Alex, while Adriano rolls up Alex's sleeves and tightens the belt around his arm. No! Alex objects uselessly. In reaction, Adriano presses his knee on Alex's thigh, making him grunt in pain. But I smother his cries with my gloved hand. Smoothly, Adriano flips open his gold lighter, under the spoon filled with a lethal dose of heroin, fills the syringe, and taps Alex's vein. He injects the heroin into Alex's arm, and it rushes into his veins, relaxing him. Mingling with the alcoholic drinks that were also filled with his drug, he's unconscious within seconds. After that, Adriano sets up the scene methodically. The syringe is thrown onto the table, and the belt is left half undone under Alex's arm. Should we wait for him to stop breathing? He pockets the plastic bag in which we brought the heroin. When a person overdoses on heroin, he falls asleep, and his respiratory system will eventually shut down. Essentially, Alex's body will forget to breathe because Adriano injected a lethal amount. Combine that with the heroin spiked in his drink, and Alex won't last long. He'll never live through the night. No, we can go, I answer. Carefully, I open the door to make sure the hall is clear. We head back down and out into the warm summer night air, so that I can get back to what will be my last night with Fallon. For a man who never gives second chances, I can't stop putting her welfare above all else. For her, I'm breaking rule after rule. I'm taking too many risks. Everything I do is for Fallon. She's the woman I never knew I was searching for. She's helped me find what I didn't know I'd lost. She's given me a sense of calm with just her presence and touch. She allows me to just be. So regardless of the current rift between us, I can't help but replay our happy memories while I speed back to headquarters.
I love it when Fallon reads and I can stroke her hair while her head rests in my lap. My legs are stretched out, feet on the coffee table, and as I point the remote at the TV, I glance at her reader and read a few racy lines. "What are you reading, Dolcezza?" I ask with a perked brow, smiling down at her, content to have a quiet night with Fallon at her apartment. She looks up with a roguish yet innocent expression. "Depends on what you just read." Slowly, I put the remote down and place the reader, which needs to be handled with utmost care, or else she'll have a fit, on the table and stare at her full pink lips, as I search for bare skin to touch under the hem of her shirt. Skimming my palm down, I push Fallon's sweatpants off her hips slightly, exposing more of her warm body that always manages to inflame my need for her, and grip her hip, pulling out from under Fallon and lying on top with my knee nudging her legs apart. Her back bows, and I take the opportunity to forcefully slide my palm inside her panties. She groans when I knead the curve of her ass, and trace my middle finger over her entrance as I grind into her. "Is that what you like?" I growl, smiling as I lock eyes with her. "You want me to call you a dirty little No, don't," she warns around a smirk. Her soft moans have me pushing my full mast hard on against her center. "Just fuck me," she breathes in that sultry voice of hers. "I love it when you talk semi-dirty to me." I grin down at her. Only she can make me feel aroused as hell, joyful and peaceful simultaneously. Her lovely face conveys a happy smile when I graze my lips over hers and dip my tongue between them, claiming her. And the hurried groping and grinding shifts to slow motion. Craving to give her this gentle side of me, I taste every inch of her mouth as she melts in my arms while I stroke the curve of her hip, up and down in lazy trails. I pull back to see her eyelids flutter open with a look of adoration that cements her into my heart forever. She's dug her way into my cold soul, warming it with the pleasure of her body and the comfort of her mind. Her being has given my restless soul a home. Ti amo. I love you. And I cover her lips again, this time ravenous to be inside her, my home. Rising from the couch, I pick Fallon up by her waist and throw her over my shoulder. She shrieks in surprise and delight as I swat her round ass and hurry us to the bedroom. Instead of ravaging her, I take my time, peeling the thin layer of fabric off her luscious body. I kiss and lick every surface of satin skin until her moans fill my ears. And as I settle on top of Fallon, pushing inside her, I palm her face with both hands and watch as if I'm afraid she'll disappear at any moment, memorizing the shape of her full lips when she climbs to release. It was one of the few times I made love to Fallon, yet I wished I would have done it more often.
Chapter 42. Fallon. The black sky is illuminated by 1,000,000 stars on this Tuesday night. It's impossible for me to determine what time it is, but it's definitely late. I squeeze my hands together in apprehension as someone fumbles with the lock. I'm silently praying it's Camilla and not Luca returning to his room. Because if it's Luca, I'm stuck here for another night. And another night of stressing about when the trade will take place, or what could happen to me until then, is too much for me to deal with. But fortunately, I'm greeted by Camilla, which greatly relieves some of my tension. "I got a key," she announces hesitantly, yet like she's surprised that she actually did it as she dangles a device from her finger. "How did you get it? Is Luca still gone?" I'm immediately on alert. "Yes, both Adriano and Luca are away. I had to take a big risk to steal Damien's keys. He's passed out in the strip club.
There's one guard at the front door, so we can only slip into the car when he's on his break. The car is parked in the driveway."
"You thought of everything," I muse aloud.
"Well, they were wrong to think I'm some delicate flower. Let's hurry."
She gives me a once-over and stops at my bare feet.
"Where are your shoes?"
"I don't have any," I admit, and wearing only Luca's t-shirt and boxers, I urge her to start moving.
"Come on."
The same trepidation I felt this morning when I fled this room is swimming to the surface. Nevertheless, I charge out of the room with Camilla, who precedes the way through the dark hall at a quick pace.
"Almost everyone's gone,"
she murmurs. The beating of my heart accelerates from the adrenaline rush as we sneak downstairs and approach the corner to enter the hall leading to the first staircase. When Camilla peeks around the corner and then back to me, unease creeps across her expression.
"We have to go to the middle of this hall and run downstairs. At the last step, we'll turn left and then go straight ahead to the back door in the kitchen, which is unlocked. You've got to stay close behind me, okay?"
I nod my head swiftly as we catch each other's worried eyes. This is our window of opportunity. The urgency to act now, and fast, is pressing, since Luca, Adriano, or someone else could walk into the house at any moment. Camilla scans the hall one more time and races ahead of me.
"Let's go."
The paintings hanging on the walls pass me by in a blur while my feet stick to the wooden floor on this warm summer night. To decrease the amount of noise my feet are creating, I run on my tiptoes. One wrong move and I could break my foot. But we're almost at the staircase. As soon as Camilla can glance over the banister to make sure the foyer is empty, she gestures to me that we're still safe. I hurriedly follow her down the flight of stairs. When I reach the last step, I grab the banister to take a sharp U-turn toward the kitchen, but I slip, landing hard on my flat palms and bare knees on the marble tiles. The wounds on my knees start to bleed and burn in pain, and unfortunately, I'm not able to stifle my cry when I fall. So I whip my head around to see if anyone's coming into the foyer, and I push back up just as quickly as I fell. Stumbling as I rise, I sprint straight ahead toward the kitchen. Camilla is holding the door open and frantically waves me over.
"Hurry!"
she shouts right before I go through it and slouch forward with my palms on my upper thighs to catch my breath in the middle of the massive, state-of-the-art kitchen. Camilla moves toward the back door and leans her shoulder into it, yet it barely opens, so I shove with all my weight as well. It's ridiculously heavy, and I grunt as my shoulder hits its cold surface. Once we finally get the door open, the outside air flows into my lungs, and for the first time in 4 days, I feel the natural caress of the cooling summer wind on my cheeks. Shuddering from anxiety, I suck in the night air to steady my nerves. We're outside. Now we have to get to the car. We grimace at each other when the kitchen door creaks loudly as it closes and the porch light flicks on, detecting our movement. Camilla rushes to the side of the house and rounds the planted hedges leading to the front. Going after her, I dive off the porch onto the dry grass and hunch down next to her where we wait until the light flicks off. For a moment, my entire vision goes black as it tries to adjust to the dark, while not a sound but the blowing of the wind passes my ears. Then Camilla motions forward with her hand, and we inch toward the driveway. She peers around the corner, but retreats immediately.
"The guard's still standing at the front entrance. He's going to take a break and go inside the house soon, so we'll have to wait."
I look past her to the curved driveway and spot 3 parked cars.
"Which car?"
She turns the device that she's been clutching in her hand.
"The white convertible."
But as the device hangs off the keychain, it clinks in the stillness of the night, and the guard's gaze shoots toward me.
So I rear back instantly, and Camilla tightly grips the device again as our eyes widen in horror, and I mouth, "Guard heard." I don't dare to look again, afraid that if I do, he'll be staring straight back at me. And Camilla grabs my hand, dragging me a few feet back and pointing toward the hedge under a rounded window with drawn curtains, before she plows forward and through the hedge, thick with leaves, and hides. The dry earth sneaks between my toes as I trail Camilla. Branches scrape and cut open the bare skin on my arms and legs, but I grit my teeth and wedge myself against her so that we're huddled together behind the hedge in a tiny open space against the wall with only darkness surrounding us. Camilla loses her balance and grips my thigh, forcing me to plant my fingers in front of me to keep us still and quiet. My heart's pounding in my chest so loudly that I'm afraid it can be heard in the deafening silence. A blur of light comes into our line of vision, and footsteps approach. The light shines through the leaves, coming closer to exposing Camilla and me. Oh my God, please don't let him see us. The worst time for anyone who's trying to get away with something is that second before you think you're going to be discovered. That second feels like hours. However, a moment before we would have been exposed, another sound coming from the driveway diverts the guard's attention. And when the aim of his light suddenly, miraculously, redirects, I let out the breath I've been adamantly forcing myself to keep inside in order to maintain some semblance of rational thought, even through my constant trail of fear. All the while, Camilla and I stay rooted until we can't hear the guard's steps anymore, and then we crawl out of the hedge, denying ourselves any time to think to avoid allowing our fear to take control of our actions. Camilla checks the front and swivels around. He's gone. We have to go now. And she hits the button on the device to unlock the car. The convertible beeps while Camilla and I are already running toward it, the gravel cutting painfully into the soles of my feet. Jerking open the car door, Camilla sweeps inside and starts the engine as I rush to get into the passenger seat after checking the front entrance and spying no guard or movement. "Go!" I insist. As Camilla steers left and out of the driveway, the house shrinks in the rearview mirror and ultimately disappears as she accelerates when we hit the main road. "Oh, shit," Camilla says, blowing out a sigh. Full of tension, she maneuvers the car anxiously through the deserted area. "How long until we reach the first gas station?" I ask, my chest heaving. 25 minutes? She wipes the glistening sweat from her forehead. "What are we going to do? Call the police? Go straight to the loop or home? According to Luca, the Syndicate is also part of the police force. I have no idea if that's true or not." "I don't know either." She glances at me briefly with a lost look similar to mine. "Let's just get out of here first, and—" I start, but stop abruptly when, in the far distance, I see headlights approaching, and my spine stiffens in alarm. "Fuck," Camilla mutters when she spots them too. "Turn off the lights," I order, and miss the latch as I try to buckle my seatbelt with trembling hands. "What?" "Cut the lights!" I scream, still desperately trying to buckle the damn belt. "The other car won't see us then." "Shit, okay." She checks the dashboard and turns them off. "Fuck, I can barely see anything." Automatically, she steps on the brake and the vehicle slows down. But at the same moment, the other headlights switch off too, kicking my unease into even higher gear. "Keep hitting the gas. Don't go too slow." I'm bumped out of my seat from left to right when Camilla drives off the road and steers us back on the right track. "Sorry, the other car should pass us soon." Camilla's gripping the steering wheel with deadly force. "I have to slow down. I can't see shit." And just then, the other car blazes past us and we both yell, terrified of a collision. Camilla studies the rearview mirror. "Their lights are still off." Turn on your lights and step on it. It's someone from the Syndicate, or else they wouldn't have cut their lights too. Sweat trickles down the side of my face. We're so close. Don't break down now. Help Camilla stay calm. Our best chance is to hurry and reach a populated area as soon as possible, I say. Camilla nods hesitantly with her gaze glued to the road ahead. All of a sudden, we're engulfed in light from behind, so I swing my head around and am blinded by the bright lights of a car that's now following us. What do I do? Camilla shrieks. Who is it? The vehicle gains speed on us fast and moves in beside us with an absolutely furious Adriano motioning like a rabid dog for us to pull over. Camilla's trying to control the car, which is going over 100 miles an hour. What do we do? She shrieks again. I grip the door handle to brace myself when I see Luca pulling his steering wheel to the right. Brake! Now! I yell. She hits the brake too late, and Luca hits the side of our car, causing the convertible to jerk to the right. Camilla and I both scream as she's desperately trying to avoid being forced off the road. I'm jolted sideways and to the front, and my temple hits the window with a loud bang. A burning pain shoots through the side of my head as Luca's car speeds on forward. The tires of our car screech on the asphalt as it comes to a full stop, and the seatbelt pulls me back into the seat when I'm thrown forward. Our breathing is irregular, and we sink into our seats. We were so close to getting away, yet my hope is crushed now. You okay? Camilla asks in a regretful tone. Yes, I rub my aching head. The other vehicle turns around and moves toward us, stopping sideways and blocking our convertible, and both men jump out and flank us in a few determined strides that emanate their fury. Panicked, Camilla presses the button that locks the doors, clearly sharing my concern about the men's deadly demeanor. Shit! She utters and aims her attention on me just as Adriano stands beside her window wearing a menacing look. What are we going to do? I've never seen them this mad. We stare at each other, not knowing what to do next. We just dug ourselves a little deeper into this mess. Adriano roughly pulls the door handle and orders in a dangerously low voice. Open it, Cam. I've been ignoring Luca, who's silently burning holes into the back of my head while I'm facing Camilla. We need to go with them. The longer we wait, the madder they'll get, I comment. Luca taps on my window once with his knuckles, but I stoically keep my sight on Camilla. Fallon, open this door or I'll smash in the window and drag you back by your hair. Luca speaks in a scarily calm tone. Tears are brimming behind my eyes, and I want to give Camilla a hug or something because she wears the same defeated expression as me. But I don't want Adriano and Luca to witness our interaction. With a sigh, Camilla pushes the button to unlock the doors, and they fly open immediately. Then we're both yanked out of the vehicle. Adriano inspects Camilla and asks if she's hurt, while Luca's fingers curl painfully around my biceps as the wind blows past us, cooling the layer of sweat covering my body. A shiver runs through me, and I flinch away from Luca's touch when he tries to examine my head injury. While I can practically taste his rage, I also sense concern in his dark mood. Injuries? He asks in that same level voice. I shake my head, wondering what to say to salvage this situation, yet nothing comes to mind, so I start. Luca? Don't, he warns, effectively shutting me up. His nostrils flare in an attempt to maintain control over his spiraling emotions. This is Luca almost losing control as he continues to spit fire into my amber irises while he barks orders to Adriano. Drive the convertible home. I'm taking Fallon. You take Cam and restrain her. We meet in my room. and Luca tugs me with him by my upper arm to the trunk of his car. No, am I going into the trunk? Popping it open as he firmly keeps his grip on me, he searches through it until he uncovers a stack of black tie wraps. "Put your hands behind your back," he demands. "What? No, don't tie me up," I protest. But Luca pays me no heed and pulls my arms back, easily capturing my wrists with one hand while I uselessly attempt to break free, and secures one wrap around my wrists. "Don't say another word," he hisses in my ear from behind. "You're pushing my limits with you." His warm, unsteady breath fans my cheek as I crane my neck to see Camilla being heaved into the back seat by Adriano. And of course, the same is done to me. The drive back is excruciatingly silent as the vehicle returns to that damn house. Not once does Luca look at me in the rearview mirror. Instead, his focus remains on the road. But his silence is scaring me the most. Parked back at the house, he stares ahead for several minutes, his labored breathing increasing my anxiety. In the meantime, Adriano pulls in behind us, hiding the damaged part of the convertible from the front guard's view, jumps out of the car, and approaches the guard. Adriano and he disappear into the house, and then Adriano comes back alone, striding toward Camilla. I'm startled when Luca finally moves, trying to wrench me out of his car, but stops sharply when he notices my bare feet. Didn't he see earlier that I wasn't wearing shoes? He stands up straight as I hear an anguished "fuck" being muttered, and his fist comes down on the roof with furious power, causing me to shiver in my seat before Luca grips my arm and hauls me out with heavy force. "Get out and move." Adriano and Camilla are already going into the house, and Luca's commanding attitude discourages me from fighting, so I comply, and with Luca at my back, I'm propelled inside his room within minutes. Camilla's been deposited on the foot of the bed as Adriano, who's standing by the window, scowls at her, and Luca shoves me down next to her. Adriano provides Luca with a pair of scissors that he uses to cut the tie wrap, freeing my hands, and I gently rub the skin on my wrists, just as, without preamble, the men unleash their fury on us. "How the hell did you get in possession of Damien's car keys and out of the house?" Lucas seethes, towering over us with his arms folded across his chest, still avoiding eye contact with me. I look sideways to Camilla, whose lips are quivering as badly as mine. "I stole them from him," Camilla answers quietly. "How?" Adriano bellows at her and joins Luca standing in front of us. Her shoulders hunch forward and she admits, "I spiked his drink." In agitation, Adriano throws his hands into the air, and Camilla and I rear back on impulse, but he braces them behind his back. "What the fuck? Where is Damien?" "Passed out in one of the private rooms," Camilla replies. The second Luca's glare is fixed on me, I feel the hairs along my nape stand on end. Through my eyelashes, I meet his terrifyingly bleak stare as he glowers at me without blinking or moving a muscle. "Why the hell is Damien in one of the private rooms? Did you fuck him?" Adriano snarls angrily. "No." Camilla shifts closer to me. "We kissed." The storm brewing inside Adriano erupts at Camilla's confession. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he roars and starts pacing back and forth. I gawk at her too. She has some balls to seduce this Damien guy. While Camilla was obviously as scared as I was when we attempted to escape, she was also tough and determined. But now she's acting like a shy victim. The noticeable difference in her personality has me frowning in thought. Though I try to disguise my surprised reaction, Luca,
who's been watching me, notes it. Luca then motions for Adriano to simmer down, and they move to the door, whispering to one another until Adriano turns and tugs Camilla up and out of the room. Once I'm alone with Luca, his quiet rage suffocates the air in the room. I've never encountered him with this level of intense ire. Luca closes the door with his head bent down and one palm planted against it. I can clearly hear him inhaling deeply before he smashes his fisted hand through the wall. Once, twice. My body tenses up at seeing him give free rein to his anger. And a third punch ensues before he spins around and fumes at me. Why can't you just fucking listen for once? A lump fills my throat. I've done everything to keep you safe. All you had to do was listen to me until I could safely take you home. But because of you, I'm constantly worrying about fucking damage control. And did you think beyond escaping? Without any shoes? Luca grits his teeth, stalking toward me. You have no clue who you could have met or what could have happened without having anything to protect yourself. On instinct, I scramble backward on the bed as Luca's control completely shatters in front of me. He crouches before me, roughly pulling me back to the edge of the bed with his hands behind my knees. In turn, I remain still when he nuzzles my throat and hugs me to him, while my arms hang limply to avoid returning his suffocating embrace as his lips press against my collarbone. I'm fucking furious with you. Yet I can't retaliate the only way I know how. I don't even want to. I want to go back to the way we were. Luca rests his forehead on my chest. I'm so fucking conflicted. His voice chokes as he looks up into my eyes. Where's he going with this? Abruptly, he cups the back of my head and kisses me on the lips with bruising force. And in one swift move, he drives me back on the mattress with his entire rigid body and surprises me by cuffing one wrist to the bed railing before he stands back up just as quickly. No, Luca! I yank at the restraint, then sigh and go slack. I'm back to the way I was Friday night, cuffed to the damn bed, and Luca and I just scowl at each other. The previous few days have progressed slowly, except for this morning and during the last hour when so much has happened that my brain still hasn't caught up. From being taken Friday night and thrust into an underworld where Luca works, to constantly being on edge about what's to come. I'm weak and my mind is in disarray. But I'm not confused enough to forget the most important thing. When's the trade, Luca? I ask. Luca tilts his head to the side and sifts his hair back. Just when I think he's not going to answer me, he speaks in a voice I don't recognize. Tomorrow, at midnight. The last shred of hope leaves my body with a tormented sob. I fought my best to escape. For nothing. I'm not trading you, Fallon, Luca reveals suddenly. What? My gaze snaps up to him in astonishment. Luca sighs tiredly. I know you're confused, but you have to cooperate for one more day. You constantly trying to escape is only making this more difficult. I get that you don't trust me, but for now, stop being clueless. See and feel how much I'm sacrificing for you. I thought you were smarter than this. His manner is filled with disappointment. Yes, we're taking you to the trade. However, I'm not trading you. We need you so that we can end this. You'll be safe, and after you've cooperated with us, you can return home, back to your life. It can't be this easy. What will happen at the trade? We'll capture the other boss, Legia, and Danny. Then I'll be free to go? Yes.
But you'll be tied to this crime and won't be able to inform the police without facing charges yourself, he relays without any emotion. There's the catch. Are you blackmailing me? I like to call it insurance. I think we've both lost all trust in each other, he retorts coldly. And with that, he moves to the bathroom. Grateful for this moment of reprieve, I shut my eyes until Luca returns with a glass of water in one hand and a towel and first aid kit in the other. Tenderly, he cleans my feet with the wet towel and hands me a Tylenol. There's a bruise forming. Luca hunches beside the bed and caresses my temple. Does it hurt? He asks surprisingly harshly, in contrast with his soft touch. I shake my head, and the tears that I've been swallowing back find their way out. Luca wipes them away with his thumb and cradles my jaw. Please just do as you're told for one day. I've been protecting you from the start, and I'll still protect you, even though I'm so fucking angry at you. But I'm also angry at myself. He rests his forehead against mine for a brief and painfully sweet moment. I didn't want any of this. I know he didn't want any of this, or plan this for that matter. But this mess was caused by him. By allowing me to fall for him. By him lying to me. And yes, he's taken care of me in his own way while I've been preoccupied with failing to escape. Still, my muddled feelings tell me not to trust him. But the exhaustion of tonight is weighing my fighting spirit down. Maybe for this one day I should trust him? I'm cuffed anyway, so I can't do anything else. What kind of life is this, Luca? I say sadly, my lips brushing against his. Not a life for you, Fallon. He combs my hair back with his fingers and then stands to leave me alone. Having no choice anymore but to follow his instructions for one day, I resign myself to my fate. I'm too tired to argue, and working against Luca is pointless. He's too powerful. I lie back and try to relax, but my futile escape attempt and the unbearable wait until the trade doesn't alleviate the tension from my body at all. And sleeping with a cuffed wrist is impossible.
Chapter 43. Luca. I barge into my office where Adriano's already seated with his elbows on his knees. Shrugging off my suit jacket, I drop into my chair and rake my fingers through my hair twice, before clasping them behind my head. I'm torn between wanting to punish Fallon for being stupid and wanting to whisk her away to safety, away from all of this, forever. I'm still livid at her for escaping and putting herself in that kind of danger, and I despise that I had to cuff her. She's being led by her fear instead of logic. When I cleaned her feet and saw her empty eyes, I wanted to comfort her despite my anger. Yet I held back, and it took everything in me to walk away from her. The reality remains that I'm the one who took the risk by falling for a non-syndicate related woman. But I haven't only fallen for Fallon. I'm consumed by her. I belong to her, although I'm beginning to grasp that she can't be mine anymore. She would be eaten alive in this syndicate. Perhaps I need to accept that she can and will never be able to live in my world. Perhaps I need to accept that I can never trust her again, and she'll never trust me again. Adriano demands my attention by breaking the silence first. Damien is indeed passed out in the private room, but he'll just think he drank too much. And he leans back slowly, also worn out from this long night. I texted Damien that I took his car and had a slight accident. It'll go to the garage tomorrow. Cam's in one of the rooms of the strip club, and I'm sleeping there with her to keep an eye on her. I never would have predicted that these two women would collaborate, but they have, and now Cam's a liability to us too. Cam has to go. I tell Adriano. and he understands that she can't work for us anymore. I know, but we're not hurting her. He gives me a pointed look. No, we're not hurting Cam. Fire her and make sure she's bound into silence. I don't care how. At least they did manage to escape quietly. And at this point, we can call it a night since Adriano took care of every loose end, and no one witnessed them escaping. Get some sleep. We're done for tonight. Thank God, he mutters, and clears out first to join Cam. As I trudge through the deserted house, I battle with myself about sleeping in the strip club room and not running up those stairs to Fallon. Eventually, after several minutes of standing in the hall feeling lost, I step into the lonely room of the strip club, with nothing but regret and resentment to occupy my mind. The depth of my conflicting emotions concerning Fallon haunts me until deep into the night and triggers constant insomnia. Chapter 44. Luca. At around 6 the next morning, I go into my room to check on Fallon. I adjust her sleeping body after releasing the cuff and leave her food and drinks, along with a note to let her know that I'll be back tonight. Then I spend the day in my office at the Loop, but I'm preoccupied the entire time with obsessing about how to keep Fallon safe at the trade, and she's most likely spending her day obsessing about it as much as I am. Tonight at midnight, the trade will take place at the Parish of the Blessed. James Adriano Salvatore and I meet up in James's office at 10 o'clock to discuss our strategy. Fallon's on board? James directs the question from behind his desk to the rest of us, who are seated across from him. She is, I answer, and I will protect her constantly. She's the first to leave if anything goes wrong. I think Damien should come too, Adriano suggests. He can scope out the perimeter while we're inside the church. Ligia will have men outside as well. My overwhelming concern is quieted slightly by Adriano's offer. Thankfully, because I can't afford to be distracted by Fallon's presence. This is my one chance to end this with minimal casualties. Only for her am I able to put my annoyance aside and focus on the task at hand. Fine, James grants the request. Has Father Eli been instructed as well? Father Eli will help anyone who pays him enough, I say. But as insurance, I have photo evidence of his unsavory proclivities. And has Biagio been informed? Consigliere Salvatore inquires. Adriano and I talked to Ligia's underboss, Biagio, Monday night at our warehouse. We etched reasonable doubt with Biagio, and now he'll work with us to eliminate Ligia, which will allow Biagio to be promoted to boss of the New York Syndicate. Biagio has to be the one to search us for guns tonight, because he'll permit us to keep our weapons. He's far smarter than Ligia, and not as power-hungry, and he's also a family man, who doesn't want the war Ligia's inciting. Yes, I reply. He agreed on the course of action when we spoke to him on Monday night. Then let's end this fast, James advises, and throws on his beige jacket. Go get Damien, and I'll get Fallon, I say to Adriano, as I take my handgun from the inside pocket of my suit jacket, concealing it in my ankle holster and letting my pants slip over it so that I can leave my jacket behind. Going upstairs, I find Fallon already waiting on the bed in a green summer dress that Adriano borrowed from Cam. Are you ready? I ask, even though I'm not, but this must happen. No? Closing the distance, I kneel before her. You have to listen to me, Fallon. Stay with me at all times. As she nods in understanding, I recall that the previous night, the thought crossed my mind that she might want to help her ex-boyfriend, Danny. Fallon's volatile behavior makes it difficult to predict her next move, although she appears to have calmed down since we caught them last night. However, I'm guarding her every second, because she could turn on us the moment her fear overrules her mind. Needing to end this fast, I clasp her hand in mine and we walk out of the house together. Damien drives out first, via another route, to the church, and we hitch a ride with Consigliere Salvatore with James in the passenger seat, me in the back middle next to Adriano, and Fallon beside me. "Miss Michaels." Salvatore and James greet. "Hi," she says in a weak voice, not daring to look at them as she also evades Adriano's gaze. Due to the heat, I just wore my white dress shirt, sans tie. As I'm rolling up the sleeves, I see Fallon's hands trembling uncontrollably in her lap, while she stares out the window. This time, my love triumphs my anger, and I can't resist comforting her by extending my arm behind her and hugging her to me while kissing her hair. Tensing up, she hides her face in my chest without making a sound. "It will end today, Dolcezza," I whisper. "Only a few more hours, and then Fallon can go back to her life. The last obstacle to ensure her safety and end a Mafia war before it has a chance to ignite. Fallon's only been informed of her role. She's to stay behind me and remain quiet. If anything goes wrong, she's to obey my instructions. Silence consumes the vehicle during the entire ride, since we can't talk any business with Fallon present, and the Chicago skyline sparkles against the night sky when we enter the loop. We're right on time as Salvatore parks the car in front of the church. The street is deserted this time of night, except for a pedestrian walking his dog. As James and Salvatore get out of the vehicle, I tilt Fallon's head up and rehash the plan with her. "Don't say a word, even if someone addresses you," I order, "and stay close to me at all times." She bobs her head with an uncertain haze across her features. "Tell me with words, Fallon." I need to hear her voice. "Yes, okay," she murmurs. Salvatore signals that it's showtime, and James leads the way through the massive church doors to the vestibule. The historical cruciform architecture of this place is similar to the church I used to attend with my parents when I was a child. Fallon's pressed against my back, trailing me with unstable steps as we tread down the aisle that runs down the middle and head toward the elevated altar at the end, which is surrounded by devotional statues and lit candles. The large black organ pipes behind the sanctuary are visibly running up the walls, and every inch of the dome is decorated with Renaissance paintings of angels. Father Eli is sitting on the bench, purposely ignoring all of us. Salvatore, Adriano, James, and I have our guns discreetly holstered, as discussed with Biagio last Monday night, and Biagio and his capo are waiting in front of the altar to search us, starting with James, who spreads his arms in front of the two men. Biagio's capo stands back while his underboss takes his time to inspect us. James towers over Biagio, while the short Italian man nervously searches him, which concerns me, but James keeps his level stare on him the entire time. I tug Fallon further behind me, as my unease over Biagio's edgy composure grows. "The girl," Biagio beckons Fallon over to him. What the fuck? We never discuss Fallon being searched. My arms shoot out behind me to relax Fallon, who tenses up instantly at Biagio's words. "No one touches the girl," I hiss through clenched teeth. Luckily, Biagio drops it, and I'm the last to be checked and step forward, as Adriano takes position beside Fallon. Biagio puts my arms up, and his hands wander over my clothes. Patting down to my legs, he looks up when he discovers my ankle holster, as sweat glistens on his upper lip. Is Biagio going to betray us? He's dripping with anxiety. I bend my head and send him a warning glare in case he's considering fucking me over. "Claire," Biagio comments, and rises to whisper hurriedly. "Danny's in the adjacent bathroom. Legia has a Glock in his shoulder strap, and Eli hasn't ratted on us. Legia ordered me to strip search the girl to piss you off." He gives me an apologetic look. "Are you calm?" I nod once for him to proceed, and immediately step back to feel Fallon pressed against my back again, and to my surprise, She entwines our fingers, so I clutch her hand in comfort. Biagio moves towards the sacristy, the chamber where Eli prepares for Mass, and lets us through the door where Legia welcomes us with a smug smile.
I was wondering how long it would take for you to come to your senses, Calderone,
Legia says. Legia has arrived very well prepared with 4 men. Biagio stands by the door behind us with his capo, as another man joins Legia, and one more guy, who's just a soldier in the New York Syndicate, stands guard in front of the bathroom to my right where Danny is.
Legia,
James says in an even tone. No one can incite James in public, so Legia's condescending remarks don't bother him a bit. Legia simply grins and peruses Fallon.
Welcome, Miss Michaels. You're quite the sight for sore eyes,
he taunts, directing his statement at me. Fallon trembles but doesn't make a sound, and I block her from his view entirely. He's stalling, so I inch backward, and Salvatore and Adriano mirror my action. We need to be ready to retrieve our weapons at any moment.
Tis,
Legia mocks.
Why so protective, Luca? You do want Danny, right?
Where's the boy? James demands to know, growing impatient with this farce. Legia is such a theatrical yet ignorant man, but he's also seemingly uncomfortable. I anticipated for him to act on his own plan of action, just like we will, but we have Biagio and at least one of his capi in our pocket. So I'm wondering why he's breaking out in a sweat. It's either because his plan is about to set off, or because he knows my plan will fail. Biagio's odd behavior has me doubting if he's positively in our corner. Unexpectedly, a commotion behind me has me reaching down for my gun on instinct and aiming it at Legia. However, I shouldn't have acted so suddenly, because Legia's capo behind me grabs Fallon as I bend down for my piece. Fucking shit. In reaction, James cocks his gun at the soldier to his right in one easy move, and Legia jumps out of his seat with a vicious glare and takes out his, and in an instant, everyone has his gun out. Legia's aim is on James in front of him. James still targets the soldier who's guarding the bathroom because he's seen our faces and, no matter what, cannot be allowed to escape. Biagio's end of the barrel is on me, from behind. Mine is on Legia. Salvatore's is on the man restraining Fallon, and lastly, Adriano aims at the capo next to Legia. Fallon's eyes follow my controlled aim on Legia, while she's being hauled back against the capo's chest with a gun at her temple. She takes in the scene with her mouth half open, complete terror and shock evident in her expression. My aim switches in a split second to the capo threatening Fallon with his weapon. The movement causes Fallon to gulp in panic before, finally, Biagio proves himself worthy when he instantly backs me up and finds a new mark in Legia, shocking him.
What the fuck, Biagio?
Legia screams and fires his gun, which is still aimed at me, as the realization of his underboss's betrayal sets in. The sound of the firearms around me is muted, but my ear feels like it's burning after a slice of flesh is grazed off by Legia's bullet, which barely misses me as I duck, and frenziedly attempt to get an open shot on the capo, who's now cowardly hiding behind Fallon. Catching on to what I'm trying to do, Fallon stoops down and to the side, giving me an opportunity to shoot, so I blast my gun, hitting the capo in his shoulder. This guy is obviously not the one in our corner. He sways on his feet and I take another shot, this one fatal to the head. Then I crawl to Fallon and push her down, throwing myself on top of her and shielding her with my entire body, as she cries out from the impact of hitting the floor on her knees and stomach, and covers her head with her arms. Fortunately, James is much quicker than the soldier blocking the bathroom door, and shoots him in the heart before he even has a chance to properly cock his gun, and the soldier sags down to the floor right in front of me and Fallon, who screams louder when she sees the dead body with a crimson halo forming on his upper chest. Placing my arm over Fallon's head, I order, "Don't look. Stay down." On the other side of the room, Salvatore and Adriano jump behind a bookcase, and Legia dives behind the desk when he realizes that 2 of his own men are betraying him. He empties 3 bullets into his second capo and then fires at James, who dodges the shot and dips down in front of the desk. That's when I take the opportunity to rush Fallon over to hide behind a dresser against the wall, folding my body over hers while we're crouched down, and after James motions for me to keep launching bullets at the top of the desk, above Legia's hiding place. He rounds the corner of it and stands up. "Drop it." I hear a weapon clank on the floor and see it slide out from the side when James kicks it away, and Legia rises from behind the desk with his hands above his head. My vision blurs slightly, and I feel a warm fluid trickling down my shoulder before it drips onto Fallon's back. I keep her head down because I don't want her to see what James will do next. Meanwhile, an incessant ringing has started in my ear, but I ignore it. "Do you see your underboss protecting the woman and not you?" Legia tries to provoke James. James just smiles in return. "Dear Giacomo, always a step behind." My smartest move was to disclose my relationship with Fallon to James, since he's been standing behind me and helping me all the way. When Biagio lowers his gun, Legia snorts at him. "You work for Calderone now? The moment he doesn't need you, he'll kill you." And those are the last words of Legia to Biagio, because James releases a bullet into Legia's chest. "All of this could have been avoided if you were a tad smarter, Legia." Legia collapses onto his back, and James finishes him off with another bullet. Fallon convulses in shock, and I notice her peering from behind her fingers, viewing the kill. "I'm getting her out of here," I say to James, with a brisk nod toward the bathroom, hinting that I don't want her to see Danny. With all the commotion of the last couple of minutes, I'm sure helping Danny is the last thing on her mind, but I still need her away from here now. "Go. We'll handle this," James answers. So I straighten up and tug Fallon with me, out of the sacristy, but when I round her, she gasps in horror and her hand moves to my ear. "You're bleeding." The bullet only grazed the skin. I dodge her touch and check the length of her, sighing when I verify that she's not hurt. "Come." I entangle our hands and we run back down the aisle toward the entrance of the church, where Damien's driving by at that exact moment and stops. "Any witnesses?" I ask him, after he's rolled down the window. "No one's walked by. We're clear." Damien then spots my blood. "You okay?" "Yes." James is handling Biagio and the cleanup. I can't mention Danny, and I'm truly thankful that Fallon seems to have forgotten about him during the chaos inside the sacristy. "Need me to stay here or go inside?" Damien inquires, looking from me to Fallon, who's hiding behind my back, gripping my shirt. Damien's the one that took her, and this is the first time they've seen each other again. Rapidly, I store my weapon in my ankle holster and plow a hand through my hair. "Go help clean up the mess. James will give you further orders." Damien parks and hurries inside, while I help Fallon into the passenger seat of the vehicle we arrived in, which Salvatore handed me the key to before we entered the church. When I pulled the seatbelt over her and click it into place, she asks in a panic-stricken tone, "Danny? What about Danny? Where is he?" I'm only focused on one thing, getting her home. James will take care of Danny, and after everything she's witnessed tonight, I can't lay that on top of it, too. She'll already struggle to process it all, so I lie. I don't know. And I head to the driver's seat. After I put the car in drive, we leave this nightmare behind, and at last, I'm taking her home. But I don't feel relieved. During the short ride, I stare ahead blankly, questioning all my decisions of the last 6 months because, with our decisions, we choose our path in life. My decision to let my guard down and start up a relationship with Fallon based on a lie led us to this point. It led to the deaths of Ramon Vasquez, our potential soldier Frank, and Fallon's boss, Alex. And it led to her being endangered in the worst ways possible, until ultimately, the one thing I wanted to avoid occurred. She was put directly in the line of fire by me. As I pulled up in front of her condo, we stayed seated, frozen in time. But eventually, I get it together and recover her mini purse, containing her smartphone and keys from the glove compartment, and give it to her. Your things. However, when Fallon accepts the purse and opens the car door, I jump out too, and shadow her inside her apartment. Closing her front door silently, I assess her. Almost a week ago, she was taken by Damien and Frank to our headquarters. Will she freak out? Or send me away? It seems like forever since I've been here. Fallon comments idly and perches on the edge of the couch. The dried blood on my ear is starting to pull at my skin, and she detects my grimace. Are you going to the hospital? She hisses with tears waiting to burst. No. I'll have it stitched up back at the house if the doctor is there. If not, I'll just have it bandaged and wait until morning. I'm holding my own control on a tight leash, guessing she's going to lose it any moment now, which she does, breaking down when she observes my bloodstains on her shoulder strap. Her hollow, silent gasp has me eating the distance the second she slides to the floor, and I bend down to pick her up. No, she cries into her palms as she shrinks back from me. Don't touch me. And she swipes her tears away determinedly, demanding, What happened to Danny? I'm hunched down before her, staring at a Fallon I'd wished to never see, one who's filled with animosity toward me. Do not lie to me. Please tell me if he's dead or not. The trade was about him. You wanted him. Where was he? She looks up at me with swollen eyes. In the bathroom. James has him now. She realizes that's Danny's death sentence. I saw you kill a man. I saw James kill 2 other men. She whimpers. This is your life? Killing people? That's a part of it. Am I safe now? She asks softly. I'm hesitant to answer. If I confirm, will she throw me out because she thinks she doesn't need me anymore? Although I'm still pissed off about everything that's happened between us in the last few days, I'm not sure I'm ready to let Fallon go. Throughout our ordeal, I still had a sliver of hope we'd have a chance because I'm in love with her. It's as simple as that. I fell in love with the simplicity that is her, but she's now tainted and bitter, something I never wanted for Fallon. So it's time to end the deceit, and I decide to be truthful. Yes, you're safe. Hesitantly, she gazes at me. So what now, Luca? Not having all the answers, I ask her the questions that have been plaguing me. Do you regret meeting me? What are you feeling? Talk to me. I still want us to have a life together, but that sets her off as she spits with malice. Don't ask me that. Don't you dare turn this around on me. You're a Mafia underboss. I keep my lips sealed, giving her the opportunity to vent as the emptiness that's spreading a hole in my heart overpowers any anger I had toward her escape attempt. While bravely looking at me, Fallon continues. I can't answer that because, of course, right now, I regret it. This is all too much. I don't know what I'm feeling. What the hell do you expect from me? Don't you think I know that we'd never have a normal life? Would I have to lie to everyone around me? Would I always have to worry about if you'd come home alive? I need to protect myself before you drag me into more of your Syndicate mess. I can't do this, Luca. It'll change me. That life will suck the life out of me. It's as if she sucker-punched me with her blunt admission. But I always knew that an innocent civilian like Fallon would respond this way to the savagery of my existence, which she thinks is a completely different world. She doesn't understand that everyone is corrupt in one way or another, because for her, everything is still black and white. It's a naive notion most civilians need to believe in order to feel safe. I can't change my past, Fallon, I say to her, in the same soft tone she's used with me, which causes her love for me to rise to the surface for a second. I recognize that tender expression, and it saddens me to no end. So I offer her the most important piece of advice I have. You need to realize what's going on around you. Not everything is black and white, Dolcezza. You'll learn that one day. Tracing my knuckles down her cheek, I brush the path of her tears, and she doesn't pull away from me, causing me to swallow heavily because this seems to be turning into a goodbye that's splintering my soul into a million pieces. I need to come to terms with the fact that it's impossible to keep her safe. Tonight, anything could have happened to her. She was a challenge that reeled me in and became too much. Finally, I accept that she belongs to the Luca I created for her, the Luca without the Syndicate. But in reality, that Luca doesn't exist. Luca and the Syndicate will forever be one. I'm not sure which of us inches closer first, but the next thing I know, we're nuzzling each other gently, and I tell her one last time how much she means to me. Ti amo, Fallon. I want you to know that I truly loved you. And I feel a lone tear escaping my eye. She pulls back when I'm still squatted down in front of her on the floor and lightly strokes my jaw. With a sob, she says, "You should go." "I don't want to leave you here on the floor," I plead. "Please go," she repeats, pulling her knees up to her chest and burying her face in them, already blocking me out. Yet as I rise, she adds, "I loved you too." It's tearing me to pieces to watch her unravel, but declining my offer to comfort her. And as I turn away, I leave a part of myself behind with Fallon. There's an invisible bond that will tie Fallon and me together, from now on and for always. Knowing that I'll probably never see her again, I steal one last glance at the only woman I've ever loved, and then I quietly close the door on us. Once I'm back in the car, I punch the steering wheel repeatedly in an effort to let out my agony until the skin on my already bruised knuckles tears. And brimming with heartache, I drive back alone to the Syndicate's headquarters, where Fallon won't be in my private room waiting for me anymore. James and Adriano are talking in the living room when I arrive at the house. "Is the doctor here?" I ask.
"He will be within a few minutes. I called him for your injury."
James motions toward my ear. "Good. I think I need stitches. The side of my head feels like it's on fire. Did you clean up at the parish?"
"Damien and another soldier are cleaning up," James replies. "Father Eli won't talk. I reminded him of what will happen if he does. We won't end his life, but we will expose the pictures of him entertaining young boys and let him live with a life of scandal. For him, that's far worse than death. Biagio will inform his syndicate about their boss's death, and he'll claim the title of Capo Crimine of the New York Syndicate. I do believe we have an ally in him, and Danny was taken care of in the sacristy."
When the doctor shows up, he stitches the skin behind my ear. It'll heal properly, and my hearing should return to normal within the next couple of hours. The doctor's out of the door in 20 minutes. "I'm going home," I announce, and rub my neck.
"What's wrong, Luca? How's Fallon?"
James probes. "I took her home, But this was all too much for her, and she doesn't want to see me anymore. As far as James knows, she cooperated the entire week, and as a precaution, I bound her into silence, even though I actually didn't. But she won't go to the police.
Son, one day you'll find a woman who can accept this life.
I've already found plenty of women who could accept this life, I say. The only one I want just can't.
Why don't you stay here tonight?
James suggests. I can't stay in that room without Fallon, I admit, and exit the house.
Chapter 45. Fallon. After Luca leaves, I lock the door and then recheck the lock. It feels surreal being back in my own apartment. I miss Luca already, and I'm lost. The man I fell in love with is a criminal who's in the Mafia. But in the end, he did help me, and all I want is for everything to be over, so I'm not going to the police. And maybe he was telling the truth. If I go to the police, I'll bring more trouble my way. On shaky legs, I reach my bedroom, although assembling my thoughts is impossible. Danny's probably dead. He was right there in the bathroom, and I could have helped him. I saw men die. Blood splattering. Lurching forward to my bathroom, I heave painfully into the toilet when I smell the vile stench of gunpowder and spilled blood. A too lifelike memory. As I remove my dress and sandals, I stand in front of my mirror and am greeted by a pale version of myself with dark circles under my eyes, scratches, and yellow and purple bruises all over my body, every inch of which is sore, as if I'm black and blue all over, inside and out. And under that layer of pain, I feel nothing. Nothing, because right now, I can't cope with everything. No longer able to bear the sight of myself, I get into the shower, and under the hot stream, my tears mingle with the water as if they never fell from my eyes. I cry because I've seen too many people die. I cry because I don't know where Camilla is. I don't even have a last name to find her. I cry for the life I will never have with Luca. I cry for the life I longed to build with him. Mostly, I cry to let out all the fear of the past 6 days until I can't cry anymore, and I turn off the faucet. After checking the front door lock one more time, I down 2 painkillers before going to bed. For a couple of hours, I'm sound asleep from exhaustion. But after that, as fast as I fell asleep, I wake up again. Sitting straight up in bed, I open my eyes and I'm comforted by the surroundings of my own familiar room. However, as I lie back, I still feel as torn as I did over the past week. People say time heals all wounds. But does it truly? I don't believe it does. Time simply makes us forget as new memories push back the old ones until our mind is forced to let go of what we desperately long to hold on to. Moreover, the bad memories always manage to stick to the forefront while the good ones vanish from our remembrance. And unfortunately, with Luca and me, the bad, which almost got me killed, far outweigh the good. And I dread that in time, that's all I'll remember. Wanting to dispel my somber thoughts, I climb out of bed to retrieve my phone from my clutch in the living room. As I sit on the couch and go through it, I'm surprised that I don't have too many missed calls or messages. I frown when I see that Luca has texted Jason, my mother, and Tegan that I've been sick at home. He took care of everything to explain my absence. I call my mother and assure her that I'm all better. She, of course, immediately notices something is wrong, so I tell her Luca and I broke up. I also briefly speak to Jason, who apparently visited my apartment last Tuesday, so I tell him I was too sick to answer the door and probably didn't hear the buzzer.
and he doesn't question me. And I decide to call Tegan back later. I chew my fingernail, wondering what to do about my boss, Alex, while I walk back to my room. I wanted to let my loved ones know I'm fine, and now I just want to crawl back into bed. Devoid of anything except for the jumbled thoughts constantly racing through my mind, sadness overtakes me yet again. But I yearn for sleep to consume me instead, because I feel absolutely hollow. Thankfully it does, and all I do is stay in bed from Thursday until Friday night when I wake again to contact Tegan, and I even manage to lie to my best friend about the past week. Then Saturday morning, I'm awakened by a call from Jason. "Hi," I mumble as I answer. "Oh my God, Alex died of an overdose," Jason informs me. Promptly, I'm wide awake. "What?" And I glance at the phone to see what time it is. 10. "Alex is dead. The cleaning lady found his body in his apartment. Alex Gentry suspected to have died of a drug overdose," he reads a line from an article. This is the Syndicate's doing, and I'm positive Luca has something to do with it. Flustered, I say, "Can I look up the article and call you later? I'm shocked." "Yes, of course. I'll email you the link." I read the article on my phone and palm my forehead. Did Alex die because I told Luca about his blackmail attempt? But what would have happened to me if Alex had lived? And what do I feel? Maybe a hint of a sick kind of gratitude toward Luca? This means it's finally over. I cover my mouth with my hand, unable to grasp the reality that has been my life since a week ago. Although I don't get much time to contemplate because the doorbell rings. The doorbell of my front door, not the entrance downstairs. I jump out of bed and tiptoe toward it. Nervous shivers run down my spine when I stand before the door, and a knock jolts me backward. "Miss Fallon Michaels?" a male voice asks. "This is Chicago PD." The police? Why? "Can I see some ID?" I retort and check the peephole as two men ID themselves, so I open the door and stand in the doorway. "Good morning, ma'am. We'd like to ask you some questions. Can we come in?" "No. After what I've been through, I don't trust anyone. What's this about?" "It's regarding Alex Gentry." I arch my brow. I just found out he died. "I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Michaels. It appears to be a drug overdose, but in the security box in his apartment." The detective hands me a photograph of a note. "The following note was found. If anything happens to me, contact Fallon Michaels." My blood drops 10 degrees after reading it. "I'm just an employee of his," I murmur, not knowing how to react. "We'd like to talk to you, Miss Michaels." But I need to think about what this means, so I respond curtly, "Now isn't a good time. I need a moment to process the fact that my boss died." The men at least appear regretful, and one gives me his card. "It's important that we speak with you. Please call me for an appointment at the precinct on Monday." "I will." I grab the card and close the door, expelling the breath I've been holding. Why the hell would Alex leave that note? Did he even actually leave it, or did the Syndicate? Are they trying to frame me? I thought this was over, but it's not. Not by a long shot. This concludes For Fallon by Soraya Naomi. Narrated by Elizabeth Russell and Tor Tom. Copyright 2014 by Soraya Naomi. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Soraya Naomi and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto.
Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.